Said you were leaving on the goodbye service. You take me with you, I think we earned it. No stop signs, no red lights. Left me stationed on the chair by the phone. No ticket out or a thread of hope. At the traffic lights, for this trust of mine. There's no sight to see. Trains in the distance as you leave. There's no sight to see. Say goodbye to 514. Said that you call, scream when you're leaving. At least I'm hurting, so you sparked some feeling. At the traffic lights, should have seen the signs. Sometimes I see you by your bedroom window. Hallucination, a single shadow. No stop signs for a hard out night. There's no sight to see. Trains in the distance as you leave. There's no sight to see. Say goodbye to 514. There's no sight to see. Trains in the distance as you leave. There's no sight to see. Say goodbye to 514.
The truck of the Lambie can be stuffed in some candy. This ain't a label, Curtis. I'm freaking with family. Must walk away. They're right behind them bars that's gated. Hopped out the casket, bastard, reincarnated. Yep, so have a seat. This gonna be a masterpiece. I have to beef. He looked like a gorilla with rabbit teeth. Bugs, monkey, act hard with a crack guard. The Mac bras, that video in Queens, it's your backyard. Curtis was messing with your head, bad, you dead mad, but dag, security with red flags. You banging files, shooting rocks and signs my way. Fine play, I keep it neutral, but my family's not straight. Woo, my AR lights that stay to fight from day to night. When I smack the lighty brothers, Dave and Mike. Believe me, ho, you can't G me though. Jimmy ain't the president, he the CEO. Zeke is the president, it's evident. He'll cock his spray, tearing the underboss. I sign off like Dr. Dre. I up with Zopan too. What up? Stop by saying. Grab the Coco Macaque, Tessozo, rock away. I extended the clip. Never be friends with you pricks. Shout to a real Queens dude. You know Kenneth McGriff. He ran from police. You run with police. You ain't from Southside. You about to get your mouth wide. Rwanda DJ. You ain't 50 Cent from BK. Yep, he deserved to be nervous. Damn, show some courtesy, Curtis. Rwanda DJ. You ain't 50 Cent from BK. Yep, he deserved to be nervous. Damn, show some courtesy, Curtis. Ayo, check the tail. Girls break they neck and nails. Just for me to sex they tail. But let's talk record sales. Wells, 800, Jim, 400. I cop more cribs, more cars, got more blunted. Yeah, I rock the rock, so stop it, Doc. You cop a top. My ninjas watch them ball. The dudes I watch them flop. Yep, so beware, dog. I'm trying to be clear. Banks brick, my brick, buck ain't been out for 3 years. Let me be fair, I hop up off a sweet lair. Right to Lennox, ain't no sand, but I'm on my beach chair. These are not tails, and dog, we not frail. You don't club in New York, you party out in Scottsdale. I can't be clown, beef dog, goddamn, we down. And how you living? You living Tyson, hand me down. Plus, you can't be found. I have you take gagged and bound. Axe around, I never liked the circus, so I clap a clown. Rwanda DJ. You ain't 50 Cent from BK. Yep, he deserved to be nervous. Damn, show some courtesy, Curtis. Rwanda DJ. You ain't 50 Cent from BK. Yep, he deserved to be nervous. Damn, show some courtesy, Curtis. Hey yo, man, thanks for all the shout outs. For my dudes, you keep shouting them, I love it, baby. They're my brothers. I ain't hear you say Banks' name in a minute. Talk about Costa Graveyard, you just signed off for Prodigy to go there. AOP, he a sucker. Get away from that dude, B. You ain't got no swag with buck teeth. You know how you ain't got no swag? Whoever let you sign off on them GU and the tank tops is stupid, just like your dumb ass. Them is brassiere tops. Whoever wore that outside was a homo. Gay ass nigga. Hey yo, stop calling my probation officer too. Why you talking about my probation? You trying to get me locked up, Curtis? Hey yo, Curtis, you really trying to get me up? You said something about my probation on your song. Next thing I know, my probation officer called me today, said he need to see me. Hey yo, if I go to jail, Curtis put me in jail. It's crazy, I gotta go report to probation. Next Thursday, I ain't supposed to report for 3 weeks. I gotta go Thursday and he mentioned my probation. Hey yo, let me get off this mic now, cause I know how he get down. Rat ass. Yo, that's a true story, that's not even a joke, I'm dead serious. Probation.
She sways her way up to him. Says, now that your wallet is all lit up. 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 Now that your wallet is all
If you're looking for something lifelike, hit a sardine nightclub. If every surface you touch is cold, never go home. He says, I can't feel a thing, my dreams are so tight. Why wouldn't I stand in line tonight?
Say you wanna get in, and then you wanna get out. When you get the money to buy yourself a castle, how will you wear your leisure? You zipper back and front on the fence together. Weekends in leather, flip to the right and slip back to the left. For handshakes
entertainment. When the cameras roll, can you face the pavement for a happy dog and pony show? Everybody loves you, baby. Of course they do. Do you miss me? I miss you. Buy this car to drive to work to pay for this car. Buy this car to drive to work to work.
Okay, like hold it up. Welcome to Yellow Brick Road. I'm Jordan, and tonight we are talking random shit. That's right, a little bigger. Pause. Yeah, we're just gonna react to some content, watch some videos, search Twitter, stir up some drama, argue shit. Actually, my main thing is probably gonna be arguing shit. Because I wanna wait. I'll wait till hopefully there's more people, and then I can really discuss this and have arguments about it. I'm really curious. Like, am I right about some of the things I say in regards to these guys trying to move in a strategical way to make whatever the country better, or make people's lives better, or whatever? So hopefully we can get into that. Before we get started, don't forget to share and hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery. The GoFundMe link is in that description box. Please share it. Check the link out right now. Copy it. Paste it on Twitter somewhere and just send it to everyone. Spam it. Spam it everywhere. For some reason, like gamer channels, you can just say something. The guy playing the games can just say, "Oh, spam it in the chat," and it works. Spam W's in the chat. It works. And then they give them $20 after. Like the 30 people give them $20 after they're done doing that. It's like, yeah, you brighten my day up. And it's fun. In a better world, I'd be like, that's fucking amazing. Or like Jody's Corner. What's up, Propaganda? Muay Thai, you fuck. Uncle Drew, you basketball fuck. Where's my 2K? I'll play it someday. I'm like 60 games into my career season. NBA 2K21. If that's the game you're talking about. I don't know if you saw it. I doubt you're talking about wrestling. I think you mean NBA 2K. See, the thing is, I started my NBA 2K season, my career, and then a massive roster update from the NBA draft. Like, all the rookies are now in the game and shit. And I'm like, fuck. Like, I'm going to have to start another season over because I want all the players there. I want it like simulation and shit. I want that immersiveness. What's up, Alice? Kathy, how you doing? Bitch McConnell, holding up my money. They're all doing it's a circle jerk, man. It's just like I talk about the grifters on YouTube, where they're essentially creating content for each other by making stupid arguments with one like decent point, so that the other side can pick on the stupid arguments and make one decent point. And they just hold each other up, and they just argue back and forth. Everyone in between gets screwed over because they're ill-informed for like long periods of time. Like, could be like until you're like 50 or 60 or some shit, till you realize you got fucking hoodwinked. Alice is getting high. Get high. Do it. Be free. Prosper. Don't do drugs or you'll end up like me, says Uncle Drew. Kathy says, good vid by Tulsi last Eve, in my honest opinion. I mean, last Christmas Eve, I don't know what she did. I think it was something like praising, like, whatever religion you are, aloha to you. Mahala. Just make words up. Mahala. Sounds Hawaiian enough. Here's something that sounds mad Hawaiian. If you smell. That's mad Hawaiian sounding. Call someone jabroni. It's straight from Hawaii. Some Samoan motherfreaker came up with that. Oh, thanks for Trump, CNN, MSNBC, and Hillary. Says, what's up? What's up? I gotta find a shorter name for you. That's the name. Thanks for Trump, CNN, MSNBC, and Hillary. We'll call him thank you. What's up, Grey Walker? Mahalo means thank you? I didn't even know that was a word. It's probably just somewhere in my subconscious somewhere. I'm like, mahalo sounds like a word. Or like when I say fueja for Brazil, that's probably like a word or something. It's like the worst thing in the world, probably. Oh, okay. Last evening, you mean? Okay. Where she called out the stimulus. Yeah. That's what you're supposed to do. No, she did a Twitter video. I saw her. Right? I thought she was on Fox News like last night. And Thomas Massey gave her a shout out for it. When did Tulsi lose her seat? Yeah, what Grey Walker said. She's not running. She's not running again. All right, so I think more people will show up, so I'll wait for my... Because I have a question, like, am I right about these things? Am I right about it? I'm curious. No, you're not a realist. So, yeah, I have a Kyle Kalinske tweet, and I'll save it for that, for when I ask this question, because he basically says what I said in my video talking about him. Like, he says it just straight. Like, they don't take money, so blah, blah. So, good. It's good. They're not corrupt. Essentially saying something like that. Oh, wait. You got to get modded, son. What's going on here? Oh, I'm modding both of you. Because I fucking said so. You're getting modded. Oh, yeah. I also have a comment. Well, like a pretty long comment that the Opeth left. I told him I was going to go live and respond to it. The Opeth. Real quick, let me go to my live stream so you fuckers can get modded. Now, being modded does not mean you're some, like, special person. It just means you're allowed, so you can say things you want to say, even though YouTube still blocks certain things. And so you can put links down for, like, oh, Jordan, respond to this video, or check out this article, and then we go over it in real time. Alright, so let me find this shit. So yeah, so basically the only rule as a moderator is you can't ban anyone, which defeats the purpose of YouTube modship. But it is what it is. What's up, Anthony? Hang on, I'm just doing this real fast. And I only do it with people like, oh, I've seen you before, or, but I've seen you before, or I see you commenting, or I've heard you put down information before, and here's a larger avenue to put down information. Let's see, what do we have here? Damn, no one told me. No one told me you're alive. That's how it is. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a big channel to where... Nah, whatever. What's up, Scuffed? Oh, did you start a Discord? I can actually do that live tonight if I feel like it. I think my computer can handle it. I don't know, though. I think it can handle. Uncle Drew says, I'm on a drug called Charlie Sheen. It's not available, because if you try it, you will die. And your children will weep over your exploded body. Oh, Jesus. I will get a Discord. I will get it popping. So that would be cool. Not only for political discussions, but like, hey. Oh, any of you guys game? Oh, We can have a gaming night or something. We can all play a video game, a free one. Yeah, right now just waiting for, hopefully if there's more people showing up, we can start going over some things. I got a comment that was in my last video, or my second to last video, the one about Kyle Kulinski. I got a comment that I want to address, and it's going to tie into something Kyle actually said yesterday, I believe, on Twitter. That chick Glory went after him for it. Called him out for it. All right. Richard Medhurst Discord all play Among Us together. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. That's genuinely cool. You get to learn each other's real personalities. Isn't that like a who did it game? It's like Clue. Right? One of you guys are like the murderer. The rest are like innocent. You're supposed to figure out who the fucking killer is. Same with Mr. Wilson's Discord. Mr. Wilson, longtime favorite of the YellBRo Road. Oh, you know who I saw live? Big Time Timmy Jam.
Click on the video, Jordan. Click on it, Jordan.
Trump vetoes NDAA and massive middle finger to the
The
establishment.
other day he fucking pardoned war criminals.
Yeah.
And today he pardoned fucking Kissinger. Who the fuck is this?
Today he pardoned more war criminals. Where's my speaker at? Let's play a little of this. Sounds like fun. Looks like a baby's game. It could be fun. Some people playing that Fall Guys game. That shit looked fun. Alright, let me get this on screen. Some audio.
Media there because they have their own set of ads.
Truly curious.
You know, from direct deals. So business-wise, it makes sense, but that's not what YouTube is. And that content.
Isn't this
only
guy
gets
like a
views
pop
when they feature it on
Right.
the homepage.
Right.
He does like
it's,
he does like
when you
pranks
go to the
and
front
shit
page
like
of
that.
YouTube, and I'm sure all of you watching have
Joey
seen this.
Salads? Is that
There's
like a real
like the
political guy?
COVID news bar, and everything's thumbs
Here,
down
look it
to
up.
oblivion. It's like
Yeah.
10, 20% thumbs up. It's all just obliterated because nobody wants to watch that garbage.
Okay.
Yep.
So YouTube's
So if
trying to
you
be
weren't, I was
Netflix.
gonna.
If we get rid of Section 230, YouTube's going to start square dancing. All the CEOs are going to be laughing. They're going to be like, that's it. All the conservatives, all the moderates, and independents, you're gone. MSNBC guys, you know, progressives,
I played a
all right, we'll
game
give you a pass.
like that
But
long
if,
time
if
ago
we keep
called
Section
So You Wanna
230,
Be
the
a
track we're on
Werewolf.
right now is still really bad for independent
What's up,
voices,
Toasted?
smaller
Yeah, everyone,
channels,
Fall
or
Guys, they look
anybody who's
fun.
even big and wants to challenge the system. Because you could have 1 million subs, but you give a wrong opinion, you're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I'm like,
it's-
yeah, he's a guy that does like pranks and shit.
But what these social medias, the thing is,
You know you're a tool when
I'm-
you're wearing
I'm
a
more
hoodie that
into the
says
free market,
canceled
where
on
at
it.
first, when this was an issue,
The
like
mainstream
5 years
canceled
ago,
me.
I was like, you know, they can do what they want. They're a
Buy my
business,
album
you know,
over here.
They can operate it however they want. But then over time, realizing these social medias have a monopoly on free speech on the internet. Like
Liberal
the World
Hive
Wide
Mind is
Web,
worse.
like if you
He
make
is
your
not
own
worse than
website,
Tim
you
Pool.
can only generate
listen
traffic
to
to
him.
your website. as
Maybe
if you
worse
promote
as in
it on
like
Twitter,
his
promote it on
quality
YouTube,
and the
promote it on
things like
Facebook.
his
Buy
trash.
ads, buy a billboard, I
Yeah,
guess.
billboard
just-
on
Yeah,
Sunset
Joey
Boulevard.
Buy a
Someone
billboard.
squirming
Like,
around
a
and
commercial on the
openly
Super Bowl
being a
for $1
grifter.
million.
It's like,
Yeah, so
Is that how much that cost? They cost
Something
way
like
more
that.
than
$1
Way
million a
more.
minute or something. Are they more? Probably way more.
Way
than
more
that.
than that. Yeah, it's probably like $20
But like, you could make a
million.
YouTube video. It's
Take
worth
over
10
a
times
story here?
a commercial on the
Okay,
Super
let's
Bowl.
start
I
here.
should buy a billboard somewhere.
well,
So just
re-upload. You know, hey, this was kind of Christmas related, like a package.
That's a good
exploding.
idea. I should do that. I'll go
like
back
that.
from like a year ago to find some news segment I did. Put it on.
Flashback.
Donald
Yeah.
Trump wins the
Voltaire.
election,
Yeah.
2016.
We could do a
rerun.
flashback video. Yeah, that's a good idea. We're
But
like, you're thinking about it.
We're gonna be chilling. We got one story about a giant ball of fire in the sky in China
Yeah.
crashed into the earth. I think this definitively proves it once and for all.
Oh, Red Sea, what's up? I didn't even see it.
Yes.
So we're good. We're all right.
what happens is-
we all agree. And we're just gonna we're
My
gonna hang out.
chat
Merry
has
Christmas,
so
everybody.
many
We're chilling.
fucking modded
We
names.
weren't really
that
gonna do a show, but then
I actually think
Joey's in
like
town.
He
like some
invited
names
me
just look
on
the same.
on
Some
Christmas
people-
Day.
What's up,
Yeah.
Rich?
Well, I got the
Come
day
Friday,
wrong.
I'm like,
Oh.
that's Christmas, bro.
That was a mistake. That was a mistake.
All right,
I didn't
Tulsi
realize
got
what
his,
day Christmas was, and I
got
was
his
like, maybe
old
you can come
Twitter
this day. And
account.
then I was like, oh wait, just come tomorrow, dude.
Yeah.
So we got Joey here, but let's talk some news.
You got the
man.
logo back, or you
And,
got the account back?
This is big. This is Trump vetoes major defense bill citing Section 230. This is significant because it's the authorization for national defense. It is a massive spending bill. It is a ridiculous spending bill. One of the most famous instances of the NDAA was when Obama signed into law something called the indefinite detention provision.
Doesn't this remind you of when Obama sort of stopped the Dakota Access Pipeline thing from happening? But the only reason he did it was, allegedly, was because like, oh, I know this other guy who's going to come in my place is going to ramp it back up again. So I can save face by doing this. Or like the Chelsea Manning, like, oh, I can pardon Chelsea Manning, but I know she's going to go through all the fucking legal courtroom bullshit and get fined whatever, thousands of dollars. I know this is going to happen, so I can pardon her and look good. But then, and then Sam Cedars and TYT will praise him for it, and without any nuance behind it. Yeah, this is Tim Pool and Joey Salads to talk about foreign policy. What were you saying?
The other guy yesterday, that loser.
Yeah. Oh, I should show you guys this guy's fucking channel. Unreal. Next level. Because he actually goes over some of the nuances of it and just says, no, it's bullshit. Conspiracy. Then moves on. Unreal. All right, here we go.
Which was included in it, and it allowed the U.S. government basically to like rendition anyone anywhere, like take you and black bag you, like like V for Vendetta, where Creedy puts the bag over your head and then like zips it and they drag you out. That's basically what it
Simple as
authorized.
CIA.
So
I've had that
seeing
thought,
Trump veto this,
Voltaire.
I laughed. When I heard Trump was going to do it, and he tweeted about it, I started laughing. But let's read. TechCrunch reports, following through on his previous threat, President Trump has vetoed the $740 million, million, not billion, National Defense Authorization Act, a major bill that allocates military funds each year. In tweets early this month, Trump said he would sink the NDAA
Fuck you, Muay
if it
Thai.
wasn't altered to include language terminating Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act.
Oh, you got the
An
account
essential
back, man. That's
and
good.
previously obscure
good.
internet law that the president has had in his crosshairs for the better part of a year. Quote,
Welcome, Voltaire.
Your
You are now
failure to
mod.
terminate the very dangerous
Muay Thai, you're
national
still,
security risk
still on the shit
of
list.
Section 230 will make our intelligence virtually impossible.
What? Oh, when I'm reading comments? Can we see your white partner? That's the most sus thing. He's not my partner, first of all. It's mad sus. It's up to him. It's up to him. Let me rewind a little bit. All right, here we go.
Decency Act, an essential and previously obscure internet law that the president has had in his crosshairs for the better part of a year. Quote, your
wanna see
failure
a
to
little
terminate the very dangerous national security risk of Section 230 will make our intelligence virtually impossible to conduct without everyone knowing what we are doing at every step. Trump said in a statement on the veto, it's not clear what the president meant or what he was referring to in to terminate the very dangerous national security risk of Section 230 will make our intelligence virtually impossible to conduct without everyone knowing what we are doing at every step. Trump said in a statement on the veto, it's not clear what the president meant or what he was referring to in criticizing the military funding bill as a gift to China and Russia.
What? Your failure to terminate the very dangerous national security risk of Section 230. So he's okay with all the military spending, all the bombs, and all that shit. Just this one section, just one part of it, which I think Tulsi was against too.
Gotta say, I have no idea what he means by that Section 230 thing. And I think Trump fundamentally misunderstands what Section 230 is, probably because his understanding of it is being filtered through, one or two people. So you'll get someone like me
From the
being
deep
like,
state.
yo, we need Section 230 reform. Section 230 is a problem. Someone will hear that and then be like, yeah, Section 230 is a problem. And then Trump will be like, it's a problem, or I'll get rid of it. It's like, no. You get rid of it, we're all banned. We don't want to do that. So let's see. They say, Trump tweeted about it.
Piece of
The
internet
president cited
was- okay.
bipartisan calls for a Section 230 repeal in his decision in
So it's not all the war stuff. It's just some internet protection type shit.
spite of the NDAA's overwhelming bipartisan support. So basically what's going to happen now is Mitch McConnell says December 29th, he's going to come back in, override Trump's vetoes to make sure every single Trump supporter knows the Republican Party
Probably.
hates you, hates your president. I'm
As far
being
as
a
the
little
trends,
hyperbolic here. But yeah,
Vosh
come
might-
on. Mitch McConnell doesn't like Trump.
As far as the trends go, Vosh will probably reach 1 million subs at some point. There, you got some people showing up. Just wanted to play a little bit of this. I'll play him going through the rest of the article and making excuses and all that shit.
Trump. There was a really great comic. I don't know if you guys follow George Alexopoulos, who got his paintings up on the walls.
Free
He just put
OCD.
one out where it basically looks like the Lion King, I guess. Trump is hanging from a cliff and like reaching out, and then Mitch McConnell jams his fingers into Trump's hands, and then Trump's like falling to his death, like the Lion King and Scar.
Oh, I
where-
want that one.
I'm not laughing
Yeah,
at
it's
it.
we need that
so good, man. I'd love to get it.
Awesome.
But look,
I'm pretty with a little dash of ugly. That's what makes me beautiful. That's what James, a.k.a. OCB, told me.
I've never said that to anyone. I said some corny shit to girls. I've never said that.
if Section 230 goes, our show's gone.
me Pac-Man.
The reason why there's probably bipartisan
I'm a-
calls to repeal
I'm a-
Section
I'm a-
230
I'm a-
is because the
Chappelle.
establishment hates us. They hate you. They do. Now I'm not being hyperbolic. They hate you. They hate me. They hate Joey. They hate Ian. They especially hate Lydia. The establishment
know.
just really
It's
doesn't
true.
like
I know. What is it about Lydia?
I
They
don't
got a
know.
wanted poster.
because she's
on
pushing
the
the
wall.
buttons, man.
That's true.
They're like, oh,
She's an
Lydia.
architect.
Yeah, so
Yeah, they're afraid of you. They're trying to ban me every day, but I still keep getting millions of followers. My channel keeps being monetized. I don't know why. Because they don't like me. They don't like me, but you helped boosted my entire career. Woo, yeah, no. I don't know. I don't know. Am I rich? I don't know.
He's rich.
Donations. It's allowed on my channel, yet somehow I'm deeply, deeply censored. Deeply, deeply demonetized.
So look, the establishment Democrats would love it if the mainstream media were the only game in town. And so you get rid of Section 230, and then overnight,
right.
Twitter,
That's right,
Facebook,
Scott.
YouTube are flooded with lawsuits. Many of them probably meritless, and then they're just going to be like, "We're done, ban everybody. We don't care." You know what YouTube
Sells
will do?
food
They would love
pellets.
this. YouTube's been trying to get rid of everybody for a long time, and so they're doing something
Gee,
like
add water
I don't know if you saw this,
inflates.
Joey, with what Pornhub just did recently.
I did see that.
Banned all non-verified content. That's it. If you're not a
Yeah.
verified channel, you're gone.
I used
Not
to have
really,
a
not
whole photo.
Pornhub channel?
Yeah, no, like bookmarked, like my favorite porn.
You're very calm about it.
Still in you?
10 years worth of stuff.
I'm with you.
70, 80% of it's gone. I'm
Brutal.
like, oh, this has been my library, you know? It's
Evergreen
like,
content, you know, the
Yeah.
livelihoods for some people. I mean, in all seriousness, a lot of people just lost their jobs when that happened.
I know there's a lot. I know there's like Pornhub like creators, YouTube.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like
and they're
they'll do like porn vlogs. Am I allowed to say
Calling
that?
it beautiful.
Word?
I guess.
I don't know. I don't.
probably
like,
not.
want
We'll
you to
probably
get flagged.
demonetized. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Merry Christmas,
Vlogs,
everybody.
is that what they call them?
But
Porn
yeah, but
vlogs?
like it's like people have their own channels, and you know they can make money. I guess. My understanding is now they're doing crypto because MasterCard and Visa cut them off. But this is what's coming for everybody. They start with Pornhub. They always do it this way too, because they know regular people won't publicly fight for it. For the most part, like nobody wants to get them on a pedestal and be like, "We must protect our porn."
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, "Nah."
Yeah, they go
Yeah.
after
you
the
know.
worst
Touch
of
it, yeah.
society first.
Yeah.
To
Or
Or
implement
just like
their-
the socially the fringes. And now I'll tell you what comes next. They did this thing we talked about it a little bit last week, where YouTube got rid of verification for tons of channels. You remember that?
Yeah, that I remember they stripped. I wonder if I'm still verified.
Well, there was a backlash, and so they said, "Okay, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that." I was actually one of the approved channels, where I got an email saying,
This
"You're all
dude
good. We
watches
love
so
you.
much
You're verified."
porn. I bet he does.
But eventually, I think what's going to happen is they're going to
bet.
start
Was that shit
so
called
right now they already
hentai?
said we're going to put ads on
The animation
content that
shit?
isn't in the partner program, meaning
Yeah.
you upload videos, you're not the part like they'll make money off you.
Because YouTube's been they're losing hundreds of millions of dollars a year.
Oh yeah,
because of
just
all that.
nonstop.
Yeah.
I think
could've
what comes
thought-
next is they're gonna-
Guys, I could have swore we were talking about the NDAA. I could have swore we were talking about that. Maybe just got sidetracked a bit.
going to be like, if you're not a verified account in the partner program,
Don't worry, I'll only
We are
I'll
going to
only
stop
play so
promoting
much
you
of
in the
Tim
algorithm.
Bull's stuff.
and they're going to say you'll still.
I was
be
really
able-
just waiting for
or they'll
more
say, like,
people
we'll stop
so I can,
recommending you as much. This is because
So I can
you
ask
know
this
we're trying to
question.
improve quality.
Actually, let's go
for
to
all of
that.
our-
Let's go to it. Fuck it. I'll leave it paused there. If we want to go back to it, we can. If not, we can move on. You guys can recommend videos and whatnot. But, here, let me see. Let me do this. Yeah. Yeah. And, ugh. Alright. So, I made a video recently. Well, yesterday. Basically talking about, like, I don't know, talking about the depth of people's solutions for the, I guess, the political mess we live in right now. You know, and this is a interesting time in regards to, oh, wrong one. There we go. Interesting times in regards to, you know, the indie media all bickering with each other. So I'm going to go over some content. I'm going to say my opinion on it. And I'm truly curious. This is what I'm like, am I talking out of my ass? Is there something I'm missing here? Because it seems like when I look at, you know, the solutions I see from these guys like Kyle Kalinske and that ilk, the more like strictly political types, it's like it seems very shallow in regards to like, are we like, is this whole political thing, is that like a real like tangible thing, or are people way more tangible, right? Right? As far as people and their minds and all their psychology, their personal philosophies, all that, isn't that a lot more tangible than, you know, the political veneer we see? Can you play WWE? We want to see how CAF looks like. Who? CAF? I don't know. If you mean actual WWE, like, no, I can't play that shit. You mean the video game? It's an old video game, so maybe even, I don't know who CAF is, though. That might be, like, initials for someone or something. We can't send links anymore. I know we were having problems last live stream, but I think some got through, right? Or at the very least, you can at me, like Toasta did, at the YellBRo, and give a description of it or something, and I can look it up, and you tell me, like, oh, this is the right video or not. That's stupid. You can't put links down even though you're modded to my channel. That's fucking weird. Anyways, so let's talk about some of these ideas. Let's look at them. So, okay, so Kyle's responding to this person. Let's just read their tweet. Hopefully you can see that. Okay, you can see that. You want a left Tea Party, but won't admit AOC as a careerist and a sellout. The Tea Party was a rabid dog, zealots, and insurmountable force. They terrorized Republicans into political submission. They didn't engage in high-minded excuse-making. Toughen up. To some degree, I'm like, Once again, like, I'm guessing Kyle responded because he saw 126 likes for it. My shit? No, nothing. I don't know about these guys. I don't know about the Tea Party terrorizing the Republican Party. I think that's more on the surface normie shit, but at the same time, it's like, toughen the fuck up. That I'm with. So Kyle responded with, there's a difference between corporate sellout enemy and ally who has poor strategy and is weak. When you blur those lines, your allies won't listen to you because you malign their intentions when their intentions are pure. So AOC, the squad, their intentions are pure, but they happen to be weak at the same time.
So they shouldn't be there.
They have poor strategy and they're weak, but you know their intentions are pure. How does Kyle know? He understands moral intention.
Never seen psychology, dude.
He gets it. Oh, okay. I got you. Toasted meant WWE 2K, and CAF stands for Creative Fighter. Oh, I actually have a created guy. It should, I guess, if your rosters are still there.
No, I still have it.
If his rosters are still, yeah. So I have a created guy there. For show.
Well, maybe he saw my shit last time.
Jesus. AOC is an N-word, D-word, C-word. What's D-word? A dick? A douche?
There's
Dick? Dingleberry? Dastardly? Dipshit? Dipset? Oh, she's not Dipset. There's no way.
they drop her off in some street.
She's uptown, but still. No. Right, she's the Bronx, right? Whatever.
She's uptown now.
The Tea Party didn't actually challenge the fabric of the system the way the left does. It was fake opposition. That's more, I'd say there is a lot of genuine people there with figureheads that aren't genuine. And of course they guide them to nothingness. They'll get little crumbs here and there to say, like, oh, look, we did something. And then, right, once you get that relief, once you get that adrenaline payoff, all of a sudden it's like, ah. It's like a fighter, right, who's like, oh, he's fucking engaged. And then, ding, 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 the bell rings, he's the winner, and he's like, ah, I can relax. Oh, what are you going to do now? Oh, I'm going to go relax, you know, watch some TV or something, watch a movie, drink a beer or something like that. All of a sudden, all that intensity's fucking gone because he felt like he got something.
Ferguson lost. Like right after that, the decision loss, he went and hit that. Like right after.
Oh, that's for the loser, right? Someone who lost.
Some of these dudes.
Like the MJ, I lost, so I'm going to go to the gym immediately after and take 300 jump shots. So I won't let it happen again.
Some dudes out there that fucking do some. Those are the crazy dudes that you don't know.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm reading comments on this site like this when I have my phone right here. Damn. Okay, so Kyle's second tweet. Earlier this week, some idiot posted AOC's fundraising, and it was thousands from Amazon. Turns out that was literally small dollar donations from Amazon workers. Don't be an idiot. Corporate Dems are sellouts. Justice Dems are allies with poor strategy who need to grow a spine and fight. Now, this is his case that they're not corrupt because they didn't take corporate money. And it's like a fucking baby isn't this gullible. When I was a little kid, I wasn't this gullible. But hey, can't they just lie to me? Just that simple thing. Throw that in there. Because we're dealing with people, right? These aren't robots. These are people, right? That we know of, yes. They could be Borgs. You never know. So, yeah, all right, you can see Glory here. Glorious. Yo, Kyle, the idiot you didn't at was Jesse Zerowell. I don't know who that is. Who is that? I think I've seen him before. Oh, he was on those guys go on like Slow News Day and Nico's channel and all that shit. And he's willing, okay, Jesse Zerowell, and he's willing to debate on AOC being a spineless careerist. Also, Justice Dems are career climbing certified punk asses who would rather advance their own brand than policies for the people. And that's just dumb guy evidence. You can just look at that, right? What'd she hoot and holler about? Fucking someone calling her a fucking bitch. That's what she went apeshit over. As opposed to, hey, is there dying kids over here? You tell me you can't get public appeal from this thing that's so blatantly bad? No matter what excuse they come up with. Like, oh, there were bad guys there, or they were being held hostage, or, you know, casualties of war. Whatever excuse they come up with, they can't deny the fact that, oh, here's a kid who's fucking maimed to death. They can't deny that. AOC will not do that shit. Probably because either she was bought and paid for from the jump, or I don't know. I don't know how. I can't understand how someone turns like that. To be wholesale unaware of that or ignorant of that. Maybe she was created from the jump. That's a very, like, she could have meant well, but she has a team around her who created her and built her up in the first place. The do's and don'ts of what you can say and can't say. They probably run her Twitter fucking account and all that shit. And it's like, oh, you're just a lame. You're a mark. That's why this is happening with you. Yeah, I think Kyle is delusional. He's a slow news day, homie. Alright, I got you. Jesse Lee Peterson says Black Lives Matter is found by fat black lesbians. That I don't know. But then again, there is the argument, or the thing that I think is actually the case, which is there's a movement, and then there's actual organizations that name themselves Black Lives Matter, right? Those are, as I understand, those are two different things, right? There's being anti-war as a thing, then there's like anti-war, I don't know, the anti-war caucus. I just made that up, but right? One's an official name of a group, and one's like a belief or an ideology. You got to make those nuanced separations. Vanity Fair. What about them? AOC, Vosh, Baked Alaska, and Nick Fuentes are Mossad agents. Changed my mind. Mossad agents? I don't know about AOC being in that. Vosh is he's a windbag. He's nothing. Baked Alaska is a terrible grifter. Fuentes? See, Fuentes, I haven't listened or heard anything from him for a while now, but his initial thing seemed like a mixture of a genuine alt-rightness and also I want to be famous, I want to be popular type thing at the same time, which can happen. As far as Mossad agents go, I'm not sure about that. Like, I think Baked Alaska is just a fucking idiot. I think Vosh is just a windbag who likes the smell of his own farts. AOC she has a team to do her thinking for her. And Nick Fuentes, I haven't listened too much from him lately. Alright, so, okay, I'm going to parlay this. So yeah, this is my initial stance was, see how all it takes is for them to not take corporate money, and Kyle's like, they're good, and pure intentions. And it's like, is that how humanity works? Can I just state something and then, or just do something and all of a sudden I'm a good guy? That doesn't make sense to me. Being a good guy or a good person or whatever requires a lifelong venture, from shit people don't even see to shit people do see. Right? From public good deeds to no one's even here, no one's looking, and I'm doing something. Right? If you want to be the typical good guy. So not taking corporate money could easily, you can easily see how a creeper could walk that line and then Kyle will support them because he's an idiot. Seems like an idiot to me. Well-intentioned idiot. All right. So here's a comment. I don't know if Opeth is here. I asked him if it was okay if I used his comment, but you know what? Fuck it. So he's responding to my video, Depth in Politics. Kyle Kulinski really likes this video. And, you know, I bring up something in regards to Nancy Pelosi, who makes $120 million, or whose net worth is $120 million. And it's like is it about corporate money for her? How much money does she need? She's like 80 years old. How long does she plan on just keeping us going? Like, I need that extra one more million. That's all I need. Like, for what? You have 120 million. You're good. You're 80 years old. You're good. Your kids are good. Your kids are good. It's not even that's not even mentioning their income, right? Who are probably working in whatever high, like law firms or corporations or politicians themselves, who are raking in their own money. So, why for Nancy? Anyways, 131 million? Oh, my bad. I just Googled it real quick. I could have saw 2 million. I said, that's enough. That's all you need. You're good. All right. So let's read through this. And I'm doing all this because I want to ask a question. Like, am I outside the lines for this? Is this so fantastical, so unrealistic? You tell me. Okay. So his first statement, when does the money come into play? It depends. Sometimes it is before they ever even start to run. Sometimes they are on a board and then run with the money they previously raised to skirt finance issues. Elizabeth Warren. Right? That's Elizabeth Warren right there. Sometimes it is during the run they get noticed and can be bought. Sometimes it's after they win and they are facing re-election. Only 13 reps and senators take no corporate money. Yet they're all moving in unison, it seems like. So, just looking at it scientifically, right? So apparently the money isn't such a thing. It isn't such a big factor, right? It could easily be used as a way to save face in a way, right? If AOC does something questionable, she can fall back on, well, I don't take corporate money, so there is no reason for me to be doing something bad. So clearly I'm trying to do something good. And, you know, I'm just weak or whatever. Had bad strategy, as Kyle would excuse for them. But, yeah. If they're still moving in unison, what does it matter if they take corporate money or not? Cenk was bought and now will toe the line for additional funding as he begs for money from the viewers to play like he represents them. It is a farce. Possibly, but then again, I think Cenk's rich too. I'm sure Cenk is rich too. What's he doing it for? Do they want everlasting fortune? And Jimmy Dore went on about it. Gotcha. Okay. Let's read his next comment. So that one I partially agree with. Just, you know, in my mind, just logically, it can't all be about money. What's going on here? And I'm not even talking about Cenk. I'm talking about these politicians like a Nancy Pelosi, who's already filthy fucking rich. Already filthy rich. Progressives represent the working class, so unions and worker co-ops, higher minimum wage, and Medicare for all. Even education should be regulated and paid for at point of purchase by the government. Hopefully you can see that. Okay, you can see that. Uh, yeah, but what are we regulating against, right? We're regulating against corruption. So then I asked the question, like, why aren't we addressing corruption itself? How are we viewing corruption? Like, how are we viewing its origin within a person to where they behave in this, I guess you can call it, malignant way? Anyways, we use they pay the bill. We also seek things like no death penalty at all and drug decriminalization. The money out of politics thing means no dark super PACs, bundles, events, or other methods of incentivizing a legislator to use their power against the common good for the benefit of said company or corporation. So, see, like something like that, like I look at that and I'm instantly thinking psychology, right? Methods to incentivize, right? Like someone has to be incentivized, and it's money doing it. Okay, if money's doing it, then is money the problem there, or is it the psyche of the person who's willing to turn their backs on everything they claim they were about for the sake of making said money? So this seems like a psychology problem once again. But it seems the conversation keeps going back to politics. Right? Take things like this, like no death penalty and drug decriminalization. Right? Take that. It's like, can I just get on a podium and just say that? Can I just get on a podium and say, decriminalize all the drugs and no death penalty? Can't I just say that and then get your support? Or are you looking for something else? What if Jeb Bush said, you know what? I'm a progressive now. And he lists all your policies that you say you like. Do you trust him now? Don't forget, it's Jeb Bush. One of the Bush family guys. So, like, how are we making this judgment? I've argued with people about this before, right? It's like when you were looking at Bernie Sanders advocating for Medicare for all differently than if George Bush was advocating for it. Why? Because you're making a psychological judgment of, this guy could be lying based on historical track records. Right? So you're doing the psychological analysis regardless. Why isn't it more in the forefront? To where you can't just say, I'm not going to take corporate money, and Kyle Clinton's going to push you to the front and say, Justice Democrats, they don't take corporate money. Yeah, they have their problems. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has problems. But they're not corporatists. Like that means evil. It doesn't. You would literally have to dumb yourself down to say that as a truth. In the entire universe, your relatively small body and small brain on this relatively small planet in comparison to the universe, and you saying, well, corporatist means evil. That is a extremely dumbed down version of evil and corruption. Which is why I think people find themselves in these loops over and over again. Like, oh, blah, blah, blah said this. They're trustworthy. I'm going to vote for him. All this guy has to do, what was her name? Jen Perlman on the Tim Pool podcast. If Trump did this, then yeah, I'd be supporting him. If he did what? Oh, if he pardoned Assange, he'd get my vote. What about the war crimes? It's a narrowed down version. Anyways, let's continue. Where am I at here? Okay. All money should be reissued in a new color, red or blue. Would be fine. All money can be exchanged for 10 old for 1 new dollar. New paychecks can be cashed in new currency and should be backed by gold or silver, something tangible that can be traded for defaulting. Okay, so that's a strategy, I would say. That's a strategy for how our economics should run, right? Because I think he's talking about inflation, the inflation of the dollar, and its lack of value because of the nonstop printing of it, and it not being backed by something tangible, like he said. I was like, okay, I'll listen to that as a strategy, but at the same time, I'm going to tell you over and over again, it's like, without getting rid of the fucking corruption, it won't work. It won't. Straight up. Unless corruption gets bored. Like, fuck politics. I'm going to go into the movie industry instead. Or whatever. Which doesn't happen, but... But yeah. You need to clear the air. You need to clear room in order for you to say these ideas so that it's actually being listened to in a legitimate way. And being countered to. And being until you've that chaotic mess of trying to figure something out until you find the order, which would be considered the answer, the solution. Anyways, money out of politics does not stop all corruption, but does mitigate how rampant it is. I doubt that. As you can see what the quote-unquote squad is. Right? How many little... See, we're only seeing the big scale things, right? Oh, did you see AOC voted for this or didn't vote for this? Or she didn't say this in time or whatever. We're seeing those big Twitter events and all that shit. But what about the little things? Where it's like, where AOC sees an article from a journalist and it's exposing whatever war crimes of her best friend. And she's like, I don't want to... This will cause too much of a ruckus. So I won't... Isn't that like a hitch in their integrity right there? What about those little things we don't see? Are you going to vote those out of existence? So... Alright, where are we at? Yeah. So yeah, like I say in my video, like, yeah, I could take corporate money and it's not going to bend my integrity an inch, a centimeter. A little bit. Not even a little bit.
Give you like the next 3 issues of 2K. They are good.
I know. We have a super generation of video game consoles that hasn't been released yet. It's yours, and
I'm in. What? Oh, those.
on the cover is Jordan Jacobs. He's the next big thing. He's only 3 years old right now, but we have a projection. He will be the next great. He's in your video game. How do you feel? Yes. My fellow Americans, we need to open up these pipelines to ExxonMobil, and
That found that shit where Peter walks into Walmart. He's like, "Go away." And it comes out. They're like, "What are you doing? You are on Walmart property, please."
It's me in a luxury DC hotel playing 2K nonstop. What about Yemen? Yeah. My team will figure that out.
There's like 4 kids outside your window. You're like, You get up, you just close the blinds.
So yeah, it's like I could take whatever money. If they say strings attached, and it's like, no deal. And then I'm going to tell people, you offered me some deal with strings attached to it. It's depending. I might want to be a little more sneaky with my my things. But yeah. So once again, like I said this in my video, to where we write laws to fight other laws, to fight other laws, to fight corrupt actions by people. It's like, is that really getting anywhere? Seems not. It seems we're left with the same human problems we had, whatever, throughout the entirety of humanity. Those same human problems are still there. And it's like, now it'd be one thing if I saw some sort of attempt at trying to understand, you know, human psychology, human behavior, and why malicious, malignant actions happen. But that hasn't happened, right? We just write something simple so that we can sleep easy at night. Or we'll say, oh, why did this happen? Well, that guy's bad, that's why. And we go move on. And it's like no one's addressing it other than these world famous, whatever, philosophers throughout the centuries, or psychologists throughout the centuries. And then those guys, it's too complicated, I don't want to listen to it. Say, all right. And I'll put a lot of blame on those guys for not dumbing it down for people around them. I could say the things I say, I can put them in academic terms, and I could also put them in just some guy talking on the street terms. So I definitely put the onus on these philosophers too, and psychologists. Cause I think it's pretty easy to figure out. Cause you have your own psyche. You have ideas. You can play with them and figure things out. All right. Also, something that progressives value is a free internet and unrestricted speech. I would hope everyone values that. All right, his last comment, and then I'll get to you guys. The Bill of Rights is a way to address the psychology of developing massive amounts of wealth, and it is not being used for the world development, as they make massive amounts of money at the workers' expense. Okay, the Bill of Rights is a way to address the psychology of developing massive amounts of wealth, and it not being used for something altruistic. I'm pretty sure you need psychology to deal with psychology. Right? To deal with the psyche of like a psychopath. Like things like punishment doesn't end psychopathy. Just doesn't. Yeah, makes it, they actually upgrade, right? I'm like, okay, I can get away with these murders.
I don't even say this, but it's like, cockroaches.
Yeah.
Well, I'll survive this thing.
Well, yeah, it's like, all right, I can get away with these murders, okay. Oh, they have DNA tests now. Okay, I'm going to wear gloves this time and a mask, and I'm going to make sure I have a hairnet on. Oh, they have other forensics? Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to bribe the judge. I'll bribe the judge.
I used to say, before I heard a comedian say, I swear to God, like Law and Order, because I saw it as a kid, I'm like, are you giving them tips on how not to get caught?
Yeah.
Don't leave boots near.
Everywhere, and it's all different levels of intelligence in regards to this psychopathy thing too, right? You can have a guy who's like, I'm gonna rob a bank, and he only brings a little fucking 6-shooter. He's like, well, that didn't work. We'll bring bigger guns next time. It's like,
Well, the militarized police.
yeah,
Their answer is gonna be.
yeah. So, yeah, you need psychology to deal with the psychology of people who will do horrible things, or less that they're doing horrible things as much as they're just apathetic, and it just happens to be something horrible that's happening as a result of it, right? They're not intending anything horrible. They'd rather, oh, if everything just went by nice and easy, I'd be okay with it. But, people are going to complain, so we got to, create a death squad. That's it. yeah, the way, and then I don't know. It seems basic, like kids figure this out. Like, how would I appeal to some like Jeff Bezos type character who's filthy, filthy rich? Like, I'm gonna yell and scream at him and shit. Is that gonna get his attention, or is he just gonna look at like peasant and move on? This is why we don't give you guys any control, because you'd run amok. You'd all kill each other. I'm sure there's a lot of these fucking people that think that way. In fact, there's normies who are like middle class or upper middle class who think that way. Right? You can tell from the fucking pandemic. We can't trust you guys to look after yourselves, so we're going to make laws to make sure you don't leave your house. Or something like that. And that's how, and that's why most campaigns you see, what do they do? Look at, from aesthetics to rhetoric to all of it. Look at it. It's like they're talking to the audience like they're children, right? How come Bernie Sanders can't explain his Medicare for all and why is Biden lying about it? How come he can't explain that? Just, well, you got 5 minutes to do it. 5 minutes, and it's the next person's turn. Because we need small amounts for children. I'm not a child. I understand what that word means. Like, you're getting bite-sized versions of a fucking 40-page policy or something. And all the studies that go behind it. All you hear is, do my taxes go up or do my taxes not go up? Very basic, childish shit. I think that part is way more rampant, if you ask me, than they're just greedy corporatists or whatever. I think the idea that, well, we're the rulers of the world, essentially. We're the most responsible people in the world, and these are children. If we do too many things, like let's say a meteor is about to hit the Earth, we don't tell them about it because they're children. They'll go around and start killing each other and start, they'll fight over toilet paper or whatever the fuck. So we got to keep this shit under wraps. And then we'll maybe tell them in a jokey news story after the meteor hit already, or after it flew by the Earth. Because you're children. I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying that's probably how they view people. We have to control you because your mind's too basic to understand the complexities of what we do here. That's what it seems like. So there you go, Opeth. You're not even here, but I responded to your comment. This way. My way. Alright. Let's look at some comments now. Looks like two people are just arguing with each other back and forth. Growker says, I doubt they'd give you money. Yeah, I doubt that too. But they can if they want. I don't mind. It's about brand. The grift that keeps on giving. How about Jimmy finally attacking Jank and the way he did made it seem like he was holding it in forever, like he knew all those things about Jank and was still his friend. Well, that's... well, you can tell based on... What did he go on? Because I was watching the video, actually, right before the stream started. If this is the one you're talking about, I was watching this. And he's like, oh, from $20 million from Jeffrey Katzenberg. And what article did he show? He showed an article from 2014. 6 fucking years ago. So it's like, huh. Why is this out now? But, right now people will say, give Jimmy a break. Not saying you guys, but like, the majority of Jimmy Dore's audience would boo me for saying that. I'm sure of it. They would boo me for that. And it's like, that's not in the moment. We want to be in the moment right now. You're trying to take that moment away. We got momentum. And it's like, you guys were going to let little things just scoot by. Instead of cleaning the whole house, you left a virus sitting in the corner of the kitchen cabinet. Well, most of it's clean. Just let that fucking sit there. Whatever. I'll do it later.
Only a little bit of paint there. It won't kill you. It'll kill you 10 years from now. It's like, what? Listen,
Did Kyle know about any of this? How about Kyle? So you're telling me you had a problem within your own house, and this shit just skated by for 6 fucking years. Unreal. Based on the standards of their morality, right? Of you can't take corporate money, right? That's their moral standard right there. That's part of their moral standard. And that just scooted by. I would have went further from the jump as far as like reading a prayer. Like, hey, you bullshitting us? Just normal guy reading body language, listening to the way someone talks, listening to the words they use. Like, hey, you bullshitting? But nope. It's like Rogan when he has Brian Callen there, right? That's his good friend, so he has no problems like shitting on him. So he's like, are you full of shit right now? Like, he'll say something like that to Brian Callen. It's like, I'm not going to let you get away with that. I know you too well. These guys, nope. Just PR move after PR move. Until the PR shifts to where this is popular now to do. Maybe 6 years ago, it wouldn't be popular to call Cenk Uygur out. Because he gets mad at the establishment. But now, if he does the torch bearing for fucking Elizabeth Warren and for Nancy Pelosi, for AOC and these fucking people, now it's okay to go after Cenk Uygur. Interesting, to say the least. All right, so if anyone has an opinion they want to say in regards to, like, am I right about this, or am I just... Can someone educate me on why my stance is just either incorrect, naive, misguided, not the right time, whatever? Please make that argument. Because you literally have the AOC chick who's essentially, like, as far as her public rhetoric, has basically abandoning the thing that everybody thought she was. But at the same time, she doesn't take corporate money, so that means she's okay. Meanwhile, I'm like, but she's just a person, so you can lie and shit if you want to. So, yeah. We just need to, I guess, do all this work to get AOC in office, just to tell her she's weak and has poor strategy. We wait till after she's elected. Oh, that thing's fucking you up, son. Dor got an award from an anti-war group for standing against Syrian intervention. TYT claimed he took money from Assad. That's when Dor started yelling about TYT's donors. Okay. I did a video on that, but I didn't know that was the exact moment he started saying something, which would mean he's even dumber than I thought. So, like, if they never said anything about him like that, that means he wouldn't have brought this up. Which means Cenk and TYT and whoever would be able to continually move people in a direction, which would seem against Jimmy Dore's direction. Or like, you know, on the surface close to it, but actually veering off from Jimmy Dore's direction. And it would have just kept going. So Jimmy needed a possible malicious character to go after him first before he says something. That's unreal. And once again, I don't know why I feel the need to say this, but as a person, like, oh, I like Jimmy Dore and I like Kyle Kulinski. It's just when I see Kyle say, oh, they're just weak, like, that's how I look at you, son. Just being real. That's how I look at you, and I look at Jimmy Dore. And Jimmy's into spirituality. What the fuck? AOC is not doing what she was elected to do. I mean, but I'm asking a question, right? Because I haven't seen anyone actually venture into this. Like, is there a way to figure that out before she gets there? Was there a way to figure out Barack Obama before he dropped bombs? That one's easy. All right, but someone like AOC, is there a way to figure out she would behave this way before she got elected? I mean, that's really something to look at and truly examine it, not as a mental masturbation thing of, I wonder, but really there's something tangible we can get from this. Kathy says, yeah. Oh, yeah, that Jimmy waited until that to start roasting Cenk Uygur. And it's like, but then, see, like in this video, it's still like, this isn't about me. This isn't about Jimmy Dore. This isn't about Cenk Uygur. Okay, it isn't? Why'd you wait until Cenk went after you, or until these people went after you personally before you said anything? It's not about me. 6 years old. 2014. Scuff says it is what it is. Yeah, I need more explanation to that one. If you go after anyone that disagreed with you on anything, you would do nothing. It's called picking your fights. If you go after anyone that disagreed with you on anything, well, it's okay. There's certain things where it's not about disagreement, right? How we develop an economic system that helps everyone is subject to disagreements and arguments and debates, right? That's subject to that. But let's talk about, will you purposely destabilize a country for the sake of getting X, Y, or Z? Is that a question of, like, oh, we just disagree? Or is that a question of, this person is mentally ill and they need to not be here. They should not be in this position of power because of their mental illness. And I'm basically asking, like, can this be fair? This thing keeps fucking turning off. I'll just play it so it keeps going. Yeah, my power settings, I haven't fucked with them yet. But, yeah. You should be able to, like, you can truly grill someone on something like foreign policy. Like, if I brought Ryan Dawson in and said, you question AOC on all these foreign policy things, and then by that, you should be able to tell by then, right? Like, oh, this person has no idea what they're talking about, which means they shouldn't be here. Or, listen to some of these are like neocon answers. This person shouldn't be here. Like, hey, AOC, I want you on camera saying this statement so that if you ever do this, we're going to play this over and over again and tell you to fucking leave. Or something like that. At the very least.
Well, it's like, we're there just the weird thing. It's like, please do your job. No.
I know. Please. Sansa, I beg you.
I've seen like creators like employees out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you need to do. Like, made them cry.
Yeah.
They fucked up. Like, that's what this is, you know.
Propaganda says AOC is an opportunist and only acts when she sees the celebrity culture shift. I brought that up in regards to the whole, the fucking, what was it? The military recruiting people on Twitch. Here's a free controller.
Really?
Click here to enter and win the prize. And it just takes them to an army recruitment page.
Yeah. For real?
Yeah, I did a story on it. I saw Angry Joe, actually, like a pop YouTuber, go over it. He's like, this is fucking creepy. So, yeah. And also when she got called names and made a whole big stance about it. Did this with Ilhan Omar in regard to she said, hey, you just did a random press conference. You set a podium up in the fucking front lawn. You got on your podium and you told a story about impeaching Trump. It wasn't even about foreign policy impeaching Trump, just he made a call to Ukraine. It's like there's plenty of fucking war footage you could use. You can get on your platform and get 1 million fucking views any day you fucking want to. And you don't.
They just got on a podium.
Unreal.
They could do it like, they could record a video just like this. Get a
AOC, the squad, whoever can make shit trending anytime they want to, and that shit not only will it actually get the public's attention, but it'll also expose people, because you're gonna see, because a lot of these people think there's a lot of like Crowder fans or Shapiro fans who think these guys are, or they don't think Shapiro is, but they think Crowder is an actual like libertarian, anti-intervention guy. They actually think that. Watch his response if AOC said, this is what we do in the Middle East. In full detail, with pictures, photos, everything. Evidence and all that shit. Watch Crowder. AOC has gone off her rocker. Right? And then these leftists keep telling us it's an empire. It's not an empire. We're losing money doing this. Like, no. All the people whose health care you refuse to pay for, they're losing from this. They're the ones losing money. These other guys, they're not losing shit. You're not losing shit, Crowder. But, you know, why would I explain something like he's here? Because this is like if I said that in front of him, he'd be finding loopholes to get out of the argument. Because he's not an honest person. I do not believe this dude's an honest person at all. Anyways, I'm honestly glad Cenk is being put on blast. Jimmy should have done it years ago. Agreed. Jimmy never made it a secret what he's about if you were paying attention. Explain that one. Or explain what he is about. And maybe I did notice it. Yo, Jordan, my girlfriend's grandfather was jailed by Gaddafi for some reason. I gotta find out more details. Jesus Christ. I thought she's from Pakistan, not Libya. Whatever. Red Sea says, Gaddafi was wild in many ways. Still shouldn't have been sodomized and cooed, though. Yeah. The propaganda to get that dude killed was pretty hefty. And all his chemical weapon stockpiles disappeared out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden Syria started happening. It's weird, right? It's coincidence, right? Apparently Gaddafi was obsessed with Condi Rice too. He wrote her a song. Didn't you say something about that? Because we brought this up last live stream. We were talking about Gaddafi. Didn't you say something about Condoleezza? No, we were talking about. We were ranking hot black women. I think you.
Call her hot. I said something.
I think you did as a joke or something. Someone brought up Condoleezza Rice.
I brought up Condoleezza Rice. I did it in sort of like some sort of like I don't know. I don't know why. It was
What's up, Ruben?
some sort of evil fucking white.
Fuck, what was it? Whatever. Connie's a lucky gal. The song is calling her the flower of Africa or something. What a fucking sick perv. I kind of like him now. What a sick, dirty freak. Gaddafi? You sick freak. I like you. Wasn't Condi Rice the first U.S. diplomat to enter Libya after several decades? That I do not know.
Wasn't she on the George Bush administration?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, love is love, man.
You know what?
Gaddafi had a feeling, man.
Justin, it's the forehead thing. For me, it's. Are you on the Bush administration? Oh, you helped.
And it was a little different. I think your argument leans more towards my argument. Because he's going based on straight up just what do you look like. You're going off character. It's different.
Hey, I don't know about Gaddafi. Maybe.
No, you're talking about Rice.
Yeah. That fucking little Satan's little.
Satan's little token.
Trainee, I was gonna say. Oh, token. That's fun.
That's the thing about having a huge platform without becoming the focus. Eugene Debs was able to keep it about the message, but these days it's all about the messenger, it seems. As far as viewers go, yeah. I'd say there's definitely people out here who make content, and they're definitely not trying to make it about themselves at all. But the viewers can get wrapped up because I said this way earlier on when I had a lot less viewers, that the game is, well, the game is about morality. Or say politics is actually a gang of moral expressions. Just no one wants to call it that because it'll start sounding religious-y sounding, right? And that scares people away. And it's like, fuck, if there's more to this, why am I complaining about not enough coffee cups at the fucking coffee machine? Right? Should I be thinking about something bigger? Instead of something nice and simple and easy to understand, like get corporate money out of politics, now it takes on a whole different light, right? The thing is actually morality we're talking about. So we sort of put this mask over these basically moral ventures, I say.
Sounds like we're to sell.
That's right, I'm selling out.
Fan of the year, Jordan. On 2K 25. Please, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Slowly your voice starts changing.
I like sick freaks too. They're more interesting and they have phenomenal stories. And they're freaks. Don't forget that part. That's the bonus. That's the bonus of bonus. I'll ask Gaddafi about his female bodyguards. Just like thick, sexy women holding like AKs or something. It's my security force. They protect me. All right. I'm open to people suggesting videos. Anthony was saying that the links, you can't even put links down anymore. No, I'm going to try to put a link. I'm going to put a link to this video that's on screen right now and see if that shit works.
I got a suggestion.
If I can't do it, then it's like, then we have some big problems here. If the channel creator isn't even allowed to put links on their own fucking videos, that's next level criminal. Yeah, they were thick as fuck. You ever see them?
No.
The Gaddafi,
Not enough to point them at.
I'm like, this is weird. I kind of like it, though.
I'm looking this up now.
Alright, so I just put a link for this, just a random link to see if that worked. Apparently it did. They kill him for having too much drip. They call me Drip Gaddafi.
Come on, son.
Alright, one of you guys try to put a link down. Actually, yeah, look for a video that you think I should react to, and then try to put the link down. We'll see if it fucking works. Drip Gaddafi, savage.
Look. Who is this guy?
Maybe that was running like, fuck, this guy might be too likable. Get him out of here.
Yo, he's doing the Michael Jackson. Look.
Green Book?
Look at the Michael Jackson show. He's at the Reagan.
Oh, oops. Put it, turn into a peace sign instead.
Come on, son. Look. What is this? What is he doing, man?
He's just swagging on mother freakers. You know how it goes in the game.
Seriously, look at the way he used to look.
Yeah, I know.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, like fighters draw line and all that shit, and then now he just looks melted. Okay, so I got that link. That worked. Maybe it's depending on what content it is. I don't know what link Anthony tried. Uncle Drew, I see your link.
I don't know who they are, but they're just all around him. He's like this.
He's like, ah.
Look at his hands. It's like, handshake.
Alright, let me try this one. Hold up, trying to close some of these. Close this. Close this. Let's open this. Oh, Jesus. Peter North's decorate. Now, I'm old enough to know who Peter North is. Fuck it, let's watch all of this. Alright, first coming up from, let's see. First coming up from Propaganda, Project Cybersign. A trailer. Here we go. Make sure my audio's on. My speaker on. There we go. Alright, let's play this. Oh, we can watch that. What's up, Jack? Jackie boy! How's it going, Jackie boy?
What you will in effect have in Latin America is a red sandwich. And eventually, it'll all be red.
Sounds like fear-mongering horseshit.
Yeah, it's like,
What do you say, a red sandwich? Sooner or later, it'll all be red. It's like, see how you can say things without explaining the first step first? Like, here's why red is bad. Now when I say red, you know I mean bad. Almost like Cenk Uygur, right? Here's why progressive is good. So now I can say, but they're not progressive enough. Can't do it. You can't do it. I got you, Alice. It's like, how come these dudes, how come they weren't picked on enough to never think of ever doing anything like this? Because they don't get picked on for the right shit. They get picked on for looking weird, or being smaller than everyone else, or being fatter than everyone else, or whatever. They don't get picked on like, what'd you just say? You want to do what? Yeah, I got the scheme to trick Timmy at lunchtime. Like, what, bitch?
Just pick on them for their moral, like, you know, lack of moral understanding. Then make
Imagine that.
They make fun of them for being fat
Yeah.
and ugly.
Yeah. I hear you. Still might say no to that,
You're a
but
shit human being, and you're fat.
I work with girls. Like, I'd never touch you. You're an ugly person inside, which makes you ugly outside, and I can't stand looking at you.
Like fighting.
Nah.
If one girl's healthy, I'll fight her for you. Like, calm down.
So it's like, we let these fuckers squirm away through life
Oh, I saw his body.
to where, no, I'm your boss, and you gotta beg me for health care or whatever the fuck. Now you're begging me, huh? Shouldn't have picked on me in 4th grade, John Johnsonson.
John Johnson. I wouldn't be the quarterback, but you can play.
Tucker Johnson. Some like derpy jock name. Skylar. Skylar Hero.
Skylar Stone. Now Courtney's my girlfriend.
Brad McGillicuddy.
And I will be the homecoming queen, the homecoming king.
Alright.
She
What's up, Occupy? I don't know if Anthony's here, but everyone else's links are working. Maybe you're on a special list. So I assume that's a trailer for a documentary. I'll leave the logo there. I guess it's coming soon. Pro Social Progress Foundation. That's the YouTube channel. It's from 2019, so I guess their thing came out already. I don't know. Alright, let's check out Peter North's Decorator. Oh god. Do you know who Peter North is? You're about to find it, I think. There you go. There's no tits in this shit. Dick shots or tits.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh god. Dude, let me try. I'm gonna send this to everybody. Oh my god. Oh. Let's save these.
Holy shit! It's a decorator.
Hey guys, let me have a shot.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's a porn star. And he's specifically known for having, like, the biggest, quote-unquote, loads in porn history. Like, absurd amounts. So... He just drinks milk 24/7.
He does milk fasts for his whole life. That's all he does.
Alright, that's enough of that.
That is disgusting. Oh, is that what the Scary Movie is based off of?
I don't think they mentioned him in the movie, but that's what they were going
You don't
with.
just think of that.
Yeah, I know.
Someone tells you about it.
Alright, I got those two. I got Alice's. Ooh, I get to see more Katie Halper. Yes. My dreams come true.
Is it the winter? Is that what this is?
Timestamp 1712 on Obama having no choice but to kill people. Okay. $7.12 or $17.12? What was it? $7.12. Let's go to 702. That works. I can skip. There we go. I don't know. Do you guys want me to play the Jimmy Dore before his live stream ends? Because I know there's no rewind or anything on that shit. Till then, I will play this.
Democrats suck. I got to give a shout out to friend of the show, Barack Obama, who's come out with his third memoir because, you know, he didn't get everything out in the other ones. Dreams from My Father was the first one. The Audacity of Hope was the second one.
Unreal.
And A Promised Land is the third one. The Audacity of Hope, Thoughts on Reclaiming the American Dream. That was 2006. Dreams from My Father was 1995, and now in 2020 we got A Promised Land.
He's a good writer, I have to say.
He's a great writer and he's a great speaker.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he is.
I'm sorry, I just can't give any credit. Like, I just can't do it. I'm saying, even on the surface, like, even if I think, huh? They're talking about Obama, like, he's a great writer and great speaker. And they're talking about, like, how he uses the English language. For me, it's like, even if I believe that, I wouldn't even say it. Ever. You get nothing. You invested in nothing, you get nothing. Right? Isn't that a Jesus thing? You invested in, or you reap what you sow. And if you happen to sow some, what was the word he used? Poverty. He called it poverty. Like you don't have shit. It's like, well, you get nothing in return. Anyways.
He's a great speaker. Well, he's not like an orator in the classic sense. Like he doesn't carry you to emotional extremes. He's just very, very convincing. He conveys like his geniality and intelligence and command and all those things, but
right.
He's not like Jesse Jackson or
they're back to reading comments.
Another great sort of like blasted out kind of a speaker. I don't know, Neil Kinnock or somebody like that.
Right. Just go to look at who Joe Biden has plagiarized, and that'll give you a good sense of who good speakers are. That's of course a reference to him plagiarizing Neil Kinnock.
Yeah. So what do you got?
Okay, so I wanted to read an excerpt from A Promised Land, which is already, by the way, a bestseller. And this, Matt, I think you'll really like this part. So he's talking about foreign policy, right? Mm-hmm. And he goes, in places like Yemen and Afghanistan, the lives of millions of young men had been warped and stunted by desperation, ignorance, dreams of religious glory, the violence of their surroundings, or the schemes of older men. They were dangerous, these young men, often deliberately and casually cruel. Still, in the aggregate at least, I wanted somehow to save them and send them to school, give them a trade, drain them of the hate that had been filling their heads. And yet the world they were part of and the machinery I commanded more often had me killing them instead.
He didn't really write that.
Yeah, he did write that. But you know why he had to do that, Matt?
Part. Did he really?
Yeah, he wrote that. if anyone can send us the audio of that, it would be great, and we'll clip it in. Anyone who's bought the ebook.
Come on, how can you not laugh?
He can just say shit like that, and just no one will care. People will still buy the book. They don't even know that's in there. They just want to say, they just want their nice bookshelf with Obama's face on it. I own Obama's book. I'm cultured. I'm intelligent. Not like you Trump supporters are. What do you guys read? NASCAR Weekly? Huh? Unreal. You want me to play it back for you? She'll read the exact thing from the fucking book.
Mm-hmm. And he goes, in places like Yemen and Afghanistan, by the way, I wanted to read an excerpt from A Promised Land, which is already, by the way, a bestseller. And this, Matt, I think you'll really like this part. So he's talking about foreign policy, right? Mm-hmm. And he goes, in places like Yemen and Afghanistan, the lives of millions of young men had been warped and stunted by desperation, ignorance, dreams of religious glory, the violence of their surroundings, or the schemes of older men. They were dangerous, these young men, often deliberately and casually cruel. Still, in the aggregate at least, I wanted somehow to save them and send them to school, give them a trade, drain them of the hate that had been filling their heads. And yet the world they were part of and the machinery I commanded more often had me killing them instead.
He didn't really write that.
Yeah, he did write that. But you know why he had to do that, Matt?
Did he really?
Yeah, he wrote that. If anyone can send us the audio of that, it would be great, and we'll clip it in. Anyone who's bought the ebook.
Come on, how can you not laugh at that?
Oh, I
Even
did.
then-
I mean, I already did.
Even then, he's still kind of trying to pass the buck. You know, like the machinery, right? The machinery. I know I commanded them, but it's still the machinery. More often ended up killing them than actually helping them. Oops. Like, were those the thoughts going through your mind in real time back in whatever 2008, 9, 10, to where you couldn't, course correct at all? You're like, well, if I already started, might as well kill more. Is that the logic?
And you have to understand, I saw this earlier than you did, so I laughed before.
That takes some stones to write that, I have to say. I'm very I'm impressed. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
But who do you think? Guess of all people who in Obama's circle was obsessed with his hit list, with his execution list, assassination list. Sorry, assassination. Guess who in his inner circle would you think would be obsessed with that?
I mean, I wrote a story about this. Rahm.
Rahm, very good.
Yeah.
He was quote unquote obsessed, and that's because he had spent enough time in Washington to know that his new liberal president couldn't afford to look soft on terrorism. But Matt, you're going to feel a lot better. Ready?
And he's going to be in Biden's administration, if not directly, definitely tangentially.
He goes, I took no joy in any of this. It didn't make me feel powerful. I'd entered politics to help kids get a better education, to help families get health care, to help poor countries grow more food. It was that kind of power that I measured myself against. But the work was necessary, and it was my responsibility to make sure our he was doing the work. He was holding the space for assassinations.
That's so gross point blank. I love it.
And it was my responsibility to make sure our operations were as effective as possible.
Wow.
And who was it? Someone left a comment telling me that Caleb Maupin said that the things like Libya and Syria were after Hillary Clinton got there. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not passing off any responsibility from Barack Obama. So, yeah.
Also, by the way, said that he read Marx and Marcuse and Fanon and Gwendolyn Brooks to get basically to hook up with women.
Oh, well.
That's,
I mean, okay.
Looking back, it's embarrassing to recognize the degree to which my intellectual curiosity those first 2 years of college paralleled the interests of various women I was attempting to get to. No. Yeah, I'm not, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, okay.
Looking back, it's embarrassing to recognize the degree to which my intellectual curiosity those first 2 years of college paralleled the interests of various women I was attempting to get to. No. Yeah, I'm not, yeah. Marx and Marcuse, so I had something to say to the long-legged socialist who lived in my dorm. Fanon and Gwendolyn Brooks for the smooth-skinned sociology major who never gave me a second look. Foucault and Woolf for the ethereal bisexual who wore mostly black. As a strategy for picking up girls, my pseudo-intellectualism proved mostly worthless. I found myself in a series of affectionate but chaste friendships.
You're telling me no one could have figured this guy out before he became the fucking president? Are you serious? Well, it's normal, so he'll slip by. He'll slip by because it's normal.
I know who these guys are. Remember that shit? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So it's like, It's like maybe we should have sent him to a college full of just Emily Hayneses everywhere. There's Emily Haynes. Everyone has Emily Haynes' personality. They're all over the fucking college. Like, ew, you wet blanket, little pseudo-intellectual piece of shit. Yeah. I could actually play that song right now if I wanted to. Should I? Let me play a little bit of this song. I have to. I just love Metric so much. I can't help it. Type music. Let me see. You're still around, I wonder why. Actually, I'm going to play this song. So, see if that works.
Can't stand by myself. Hate to sleep alone. Surprises always help. So I take somebody home to find out how I feel.
Metric
I
love.
feel like just a baby. Portrait of a lady. Poster of a girl. Je sais que tu n'aimes pas ta réalité. Je sais que tu n'aimes pas ta réalité. Tu sais que je n'aime pas ma réalité. Je sais que tu n'aimes pas ta réalité. Tu sais que je n'aime pas ma réalité. On ne peut pas fabriquer la vérité.
What's up,
Je
Tony?
sais que tu n'aimes pas ta réalité. Je sais que tu n'aimes pas ta réalité.
All right. Coming in your pants for the off chance with a poster of a girl. Metric is amazing. I love them. All right. But yeah, didn't I just go over this? I'm like, is there a way we could maybe figure this out before they get in the office? And this dude tells you about this type of thing. Now, most people probably read that as normal, right? Like, oh, I'm a young man, I have testosterone, and I'm trying to get laid. It's like, what if they know that, though? What if someone pulled young Barack Obama aside and said, listen, you have testosterone, it's gonna make you want to do these things, which are probably dishonest and lack integrity, and you're supposed to be some great hero someday. What if someone did that? It's like, now all of a sudden, the testosterone isn't something that's controlling me, it's something I'm observing, just watching it happen. Or whatever. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Anyways, here we go.
This book is making me like him.
Oh, you're saying that reminds me of Hillary Clinton, how you like
What
Hillary
day were you
Clinton when
born?
she's
I
just
don't
like
fucking know.
insanely petty and vindictive about
You mean,
Bernie.
like
and you're
Monday,
like,
Tuesday,
I like
Wednesday,
her
or
more.
like the
It's
number
like punk,
of
it's
the
like punk
date?
rock or something.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Why am I telling you?
she's
What's going
gone
on
over
here?
into like performance art, but like
I know.
this is just
trying to read
funny.
my horoscope
It's
or
not,
something?
like. Oh, by the way, I read Marx and Marcuse to pick up chicks. That's the most Beavis and Butthead thing any president has ever said, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, like intellectual, cerebral, Beavis and Butthead. Which is, by the way, when
Tony
we're
the
talking about him
Tiger.
as a speaker, I actually think that's one of his things is that he does strike a very good balance between emotional and, I don't want to say, it's like intellectual.
What's the joke I made? Like the guy who's always at the college party with the acoustic guitar. Bring, 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 bring. I want to look like I'm emotional, but I'm really not. Ooh, there goes a girl. Bling, bling. I just wanna be in your pants. They don't give a shit about. Like, yeah. It's like, oh man, Like, yeah, I want to play in a band someday. So I'm working on. I got stage fright, so I'm trying to play in front of people so I get used to it. No, it's just. Her. Okay, what's the girl I want? Okay, her right there. Okay, she got black makeup on. Let's sing some emo songs. I'm so hurt inside. Okay, there's a hippie chick. Peace, love, and rock and roll. There's a hip hop chick. Ass and tits, ass and tits.
You know my
All day, every day, ass and tits.
It's like, have you ever seen one in real life? Weird. It's like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, I don't know. It's like even like the shallow guys are like, fuck this guy. Like, you know it's bad when a shallow person calls you a poser.
Oh, that's not you, propaganda. Stop it. The guys I'm talking about are guys like Malcolm from Malcolm in the Middle, to where he's like, I can play guitar, and he writes a song, and Dewey's just like, that's the Meow song. You just copied it and didn't realize you did it. It's like, listen to it. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. They're just laughing at him. It's like, fuck this, I give up. Alright, I think that's it for this clip. I do hate to leave Katie Halper, though. Thank you, Alice, for recommending that video. There's more. Oh, God. Uncle Drew. Which porn star is it this time?
What's yours then?
Give me all your money on Patreon? What's this? I don't know what this is. Let's watch it. Let's see what this is. Alright, here we go. This is called Give Me All Your Money on Patreon from Art Official Entertainment. You know the dude that made the song I was humming? Jimmy Dore's destroying AOC. Do you guys want to watch that, or do you want me to keep going with this? Let me know. Until then, I will play this. Here we go.
What's yours then? Send your money.
I will.
To Patreon. Donation link in the description. Fuck out of here with that. The e-bagger status. Yeah, dude. I can't, you know? I gotta do it, man. You know? What can I tell you? You know? Apocalypse.
This isn't Red Sea's fucking thing.
Apocalypse, guys. I turn off all my ads and shit, you know? Send me your money now. I expect at least 2 billion fucking euro dollars by the end of the month, dude. Seriously. If you don't do it, no more playthroughs, dude. I'm gonna show you guys a black fucking screen. I'm gonna show you my ass. I'm gonna stick this camera up my...
YouTube is demonetizing me. Please donate your money. Give me your money.
asshole and just show you that, you know? And now you gotta spend some Patreon money, dude. I wanna get that Patreon money, dude. And you still don't get to choose what I play. Fuck you, alright? I play what I want. I play what I want. Fuck out of here. Send money to Patreon right now. But my grandmother's eye, you know, she's going blind and shit. She has cataract and shit. Who gives a damn, dude? What does she want to say, dude? Shopping network, horse shit on TV, fucking game shows? Send that money to me, dude. Your grandma's better off with her blind eyes, dude. Let her go blind, that old bitch, dude. Seriously. Fuck that bitch.
Why does he remind, like, not his style, but just, I don't know, he just reminds me, like, he's like a European Bill Burr or something to me. For some reason, that's just the vibe I get. Not saying he sounds like him or even looks like him or whatever. Just something Bill Burr-ish about him.
No, I'm just kidding. Seriously, though, fuck that bitch. Send that money to a young person who can use it. Just play Deus Ex, yeah, exactly, dude. Black screen all day long, dude. Oh, no, no. How much is Patreon paying you for this blatant shameless advertising? Nothing. No. You think they would ever pay me, dude? They would take a shit in my mouth, is what they would do. It's just funny, you know. I saw all the stories about how Patreon is
I need more money.
ripping the pledgers off. So the people that actually want to support people on Patreon, they're gonna make them pay more and stuff. A lot of people have.
You ever Stefan Molyneux mocking someone for giving him like $1 as a donation? It's probably some young dude who's like, I can spare $1 here. Anything, you know, any amount would contribute, right? So I'll just give him $1 or whatever, right? It should help, whatever it is. Just trying to be supportive, that's all. And Molyneux's like, you give me $1? You know, YouTube's taking half of that, so you're really giving me 50 cents. Is that all I'm worth to you? Huh? You ingrate. Is that the right word? Ingrate? Whatever. You infidel. You lower human. $1. I do all this labor for free for you? And all you have is $1?
Stopped pledging to people now because they're like, fuck that, and half my money is going to fucking Patreon.
That's
I'm not gonna do it.
That's Stefan J.
So, you know, it's just a weird situation. But yeah, that reminded me. I was just like, fuck that. I'm gonna make this one. Gonna make this happen. Gotta make that money. Play Minecraft and I will donate a used cat. A used cat?
This guy a gamer?
Excuse me.
Sounds and looks like a gamer.
500,000 for an Overwatch skin. Yeah, absolutely. Go to Overwatch Lotto. I got this new website, guys. You might want to check this out. You know, if you don't want to go to my if you don't want to subscribe to my Patreon right now, if you're a bitch like that, go to my new website, Overwatch Lotto, dude. I also got Call of Duty Lotto. I got all sorts of Battlefront 2 Lotto. Go to all my new websites and actually show me. Try your luck.
You worthless human.
Go some cool skins, dude. A pink star
I'm worth more than $1.
you know, with flowers on it. And you can get the Overwatch fucking, you know, pirate costume.
And now he's nowhere.
Get over there now, bro. Get a subscription. Why not, you know? Why does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Come on, do it right out. Absolutely. I'm your friend. Come on. Come right in.
I think, alright. So the dude seems like he's just mocking these motherfuckers that beg for money on their streams and whatnot. Come on, man. Come on. It won't hurt. Just do it. Come on, man. Come on. Just give me your money, man. Come on. I work so hard.
Seriously.
Come on,
Good
bro.
times were had by everybody. Yeah,
it was actually funny.
Battlefront 2 micro so I could buy it. Yeah, exactly. See? I know, man. Go to Battlefront Lotto, dude, and buy yourself a cheap subscription of $200,000, dude. And you can get everything you want. Seriously, dude. You only have to fucking play for 200,000 years still. But, you know, you'll get there. You'll get there.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, for a second there.
It's just $1, bro.
9,000 bits. I got over 9,000 bitches, dude. That's what I do. That's some real currency like that. Fuck that. Stick your bits up your ass.
I'm struggling, bro. I only got HD cameras. I need 4K cameras, bro.
But yeah,
come on, bro.
How does it feel to be like a
man?
I feel like to be a rich cunt. Feels
AK's
great,
almost
dude.
out
Feels
soon,
great.
bro.
Oh, hard nipples all day long. Oh shit. Oh, fucking breast milk, dude. Feeding myself, breastfeeding myself all day long, dude. Sir, that's how rich I am. Sucking the milk out of my own tits is what I do, dude. That's how rich I am. Fuck my kids. Fuck my children, dude. They don't deserve this milk. Fuck them.
It's my money.
Pay for microtransactions before they unlock this titty milk for themselves. Fuck them. It's mine. It's all
Uncle Drew, is he a gamer? He looks and sounds like a gamer, like a shit-talking gamer.
Self-sustaining cow. Exactly. Exactly. Seriously dry right now. I donated a lot over this last month, though. Thank you, man. Thank you. To me? Or to someone else? To the fucking, you know? To the whatever. I can't think of anything.
Swedish, too?
It's too late for that, dude. I can't think of shit.
Sounds like
fucking,
David
you know,
Packman? I don't know about that.
To some useless shit like the fucking, you know? To the fucking Child Lepra Foundation or something. Fuck out of here. I need that money, dude. These kids' feet are falling off. Who gives a shit? Just fucking glue a roller skate to their fucking stumpy, dude. Glue some roller skates to their stumps, dude. Like I give a like they care. They're kids. They can still learn to live with that shit, dude. You know? They can still.
And this is what gets them banned off YouTube or whatever. That's what they're gonna go. They're gonna reverse back to this. Not realize he's joking and then get him kicked off. Because he might be like a real dude. That's why it's funny. Like just some dude making videos on the internet. And it's like, Like, how do we get this real person off of here? Someone who has the ability to change their opinion based on new information. Get them off of here. All right.
Learn to live with roller skate legs. Who gives a fuck, dude? Send that money to me, dude. I'm an old ass man. My shitty legs fall off. I can't learn anymore, you know? I gotta crawl for the rest of my life. Seriously, though. Load some roller skates to that kid's stumpies, dude. Who gives a
That
fuck?
kid can learn, bro.
Is that too much?
I like it.
I got a visual mind, so I can see that shit happening. You know?
Unabashed comedy.
I can see
I
a kid
like it.
with his legs gone at the knees and just roller skates, just roller skates glued on that shit, and he's just going around like fucking, you know, like a fucking freak, dude. Shit. But having fun though, big ass smile. Why? Cause he's a kid, dude. Kids don't give a shit. Send me that fucking money, dude. Okay, but seriously, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Oh, it's too evil. That's too evil. I gotta get the fuck out of here, dude. I'm incriminating myself over here.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, seriously though. Fuck Stompy. Stompy. Can Art beat up that buff kid, agitated Fernando? Absolutely, with my eyes closed. Nightmares for life, dude.
How my
Just try to
courage?
not
I'm
have
good.
nightmares tonight. When that kid with the roller skate legs is coming after your ass, dude. You didn't donate to Uncle Artie. I'm coming for you. Forever I'm following you. Shriners commercials on TV. A kid who was born without legs and arms, just having a blast. Yeah, exactly. They can adapt much easier to having roller skate legs. Yeah, exactly, dude. You know? Stop crying, goddammit. You're still, you know, you're 4 years old. So what? You lost your fucking legs. Who gives a shit? I'm obviously just kidding. But seriously, no.
I just
better
twitch
glue
stream,
some
right?
fucking wheels to your goddamn legs, you know? Break these wheels off a fucking, you know, office chair. Glue
There's
that
a
shit
lot
to your
more
knees.
freedom on Twitch
And
than
get the
there is
fucking
YouTube,
skating
but I don't
around,
know.
dude. Have some fun. Shit.
I don't
Don't
know.
let your shit legs, your bum legs, you know? Don't let your bum legs hold you back. Don't let that shit hold you down.
If he was
Come on.
popular, he'd
I'm
get
gonna
wrecked.
stop, dude.
Like, if he was
I'm
on
gonna
YouTube
stop.
and said all this shit, he'd get fucking wrecked for that shit. Goodbye, channel.
I snorted like a fucking pig. Did you hear that shit? That's a sign of me ending it. Seriously, though. Let me end it with this.
Shit candy.
Shit candy?
The special kind of douche.
Kids fucking suck.
Shit candy.
I'm just
Available
kidding.
now.
That's not bad, man.
Hilarious. Good shit.
Put that cookie down now.
I bet I'm hurting someone's feelings. Yeah. some kid with roller skate
Plus
legs is
200
watching right now. He's like, fuck this guy. Unfollow. He's going over to the unfollow and unfollow. He don't know what it's like. Shit. Okay, guys.
It's crude, but that's funny, man.
Okay, guys.
He doesn't know what it's like.
I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Unfollow. That's pretty funny, man. All right. Okay. Comedy for comedy's sake is brilliant to me. It's enjoyable. I can laugh at it. I can laugh at myself. But, yeah. Obviously, yeah. Enough said. All right. So there was one from, I think, Red Sea was the next one. The next link. No, it jumped on me. No. Oh, Scuff, you never answered me. What do you asked me what day I was born. And I'm like, what do you mean, like Monday or Tuesday? Or like a number? The day I don't know, and the number I ain't telling you, son. Trying to give my social out. Alright, I see Scuff's fucking thing. I see Scuff's link. And I just saw Red Sea's link. Just making sure. Just gonna check this one, make sure it's not. Okay. Okay. I'm caught up. Alright, hold up. Caleb Moppin on CNN. Where's the second one? It's Red Seas and Scuffs.
Respondent with
again.
press.
Asking Noam Chomsky a question. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Okay. Let me see. Like James makes this joke about you ever see like Godfather 1 where the dude wakes up with the horse head in his fucking bed and is yelling the way he yells. He's like that shit's hilarious to me. Okay. Where am I at? Twitch is more strict? Really? I thought they were less strict. I heard they had something going on as far as like music copyrights and shit like that. But as far as like people saying, talking, I don't know. Twitch it has an app, but you can also just use it on a browser. Why is my face showing? There we go. You should watch Tim DeLon. What are you, fucking shilling for propaganda? You too, Jack? Shilling for propaganda? Always telling me to watch fucking... You gotta check out Tim DeLon, bro. You had Whitney Webb on, man. Some Canadian accent shit. Caleb is fresh out of fucks, and I love it. I think we're all out of fucks at this point. Fredo's the best from The Godfather. I'm smart. Jordan going through my links. Pausing is scared this morning. The Peter North one, because I know that name, and I've seen some of his work, and I knew it would be like a spoof, or actually it was like a literal spoof in this case. But I knew it'd be like a jokey thing. It's all right. Here we go. This is from Red Sea. Title is Caleb Maupin on CNN talking about Syria. Flashback to 2013. And it's on Caleb's channel. Hopefully you can see that. Go check his channel out and shit. Free shout outs here. Alright. Here we go. Play. There we go.
So as Congress makes up its mind on whether to take military action against Syria, anti-war groups are getting ready to stage protests in Times Square today. Rosa Flores joining me live now from New York. So Rosa, tell us more about the protests unfolding there in New York.
Yeah, well, those protesters are making their way here to Times Square, and I'm actually here with one of the organizers, Caleb from the International Action Center. And I know that you guys are expecting dozens, if not hundreds, of people here. But first of all, explain to us kind of what is your mission? Why are you guys here?
The last thing we need right now is a new war against Syria. Right now, they're cutting food stamps, hospitals are closing, schools are being shut down. There's a budget crisis in this country. We do not need more money for a new war against Syria. Every one of the cruise missiles they would send would cost over $1 million. That could be teachers that could be hired. That could be hospitals that could be opening. But instead, it's blowing up and killing people in another country, and that's not right.
Now, let me...
Okay. So you might have, Caleb might have realized he was on CNN. Obviously, they would tell him that beforehand, and the microphone says CNN on it. So where it's almost like, also the reason I'm pausing is because of copyright. Like, you can't, I don't know. Hopefully I can play spurts at a time. But, yeah, just like politicians at debates, to where they constantly keep trying to appeal to the middle class. Why is that? Well, that's the largest voter base. Nah, I'm good. And it's like, huh? So it's like, you have to appeal to them somehow. And what do they usually bring up? Taxes. So I think this is what I think. I have no idea, or I can't read Caleb's mind, but something tells me that in that moment when he realizes he's on CNN, he'll make an appeal to, like, oh, you could be paying these middle-class workers rather than paying for these bombs. Even though his actual argument is, this is the wrong thing to do. This is why I'm against this thing. I could be wrong, but something tells me that's a possibility, at the very least. What's wrong with my phone? There we go. Look at you, Tim DeLon, fucking dick riders. Red Sea, Jack, and propaganda, you mother lovers. No, I've heard him before. He's funny. I do have some when he goes on a platform like Rogan's, I have a problem sometimes because he won't bring up certain. It's like, man, you might be able to get Whitney Webb on the fucking Joe Rogan fucking podcast. And then some of the things he said when Kyle was on with him, whatever it was, like the End of the World podcast or whatever he called it.
I don't know. He was there with Alex Jones. End of the World thing?
No, he was. The part 2 was with Kyle Kalinske. Because Alex Jones isn't going to bring up some fucking, a real point that should be, you know what I mean. Kyle can actually do that. So it's like, but he like shot him down basically. And Kyle backed off. From what I remember, I don't remember exactly what it was about, but he like, I don't know. He kind of pushed his point to the side. And Kyle let it happen. Yeah. I'd have to play it back. It was like 2 hours long, and whatever. Here we go. I protested against the Iraq War in 2003 when I was 22. That's cool, man. And you were ahead of what? What's 70% of 300 million? Because 70+% were all in favor of the Iraq War. All right, here we go. Here's more of this clip. Once again, I'm gonna try to keep pausing it every so often because it's CNN. They might copyright me for playing even a little thing of their fucking thing.
Let me ask you about the support that you're getting, because from what I understand, lots of organizations are coming out of the woodwork and asking to be involved. Tell us a little bit about the involvement of other organizations that perhaps would not be, in this case, participating in something like this.
No. Well, 89% of the U.S. public is opposed to this war. People in this country overwhelmingly oppose an attack on Syria. But that won't mean anything unless people do something about it. If people aren't in the streets and organizing and demonstrating and making clear to the government that they will not let this war pass, that won't mean anything, because we've seen so many times the government not listen to the people and go to war. I don't believe what's coming out about this chemical weapons attack. I have a lot of questions about it. There are a lot of facts that just aren't adding up. And we've heard about weapons of mass destruction before. There's so many lies to take us into war.
Now
we don't need a new war. We need jobs, schools, education, and not a new war against the Syrian people. And these rebels that our government and our tax dollars are paying for, they're not good folks, and they're doing awful things there in Syria, and we should not be supporting these rebels in Syria.
What a crazy guy. Anyways, next, Barack Obama has picked out new shoes for his daughter. Tune in live, 7 p.m. Eastern. Da-na-na-na. Whatever their fucking song is. Later that same day.
Right now in this city, hospitals are closing. Schools are closing. All kinds of resources that people in this city use to survive are being shut down. Well, what are they talking about doing? They're talking about a new war against Syria. How much money is every single one of these missiles going to cost? At least $1 million. That could be teachers. That could be nurses. That could be doctors. But instead, it's going to a war. Do we want that? No. And now, there have already been 100,000 people killed in this war in Syria. And they've been killed because our tax dollars are going to fund the Syrian rebels. A lot of these Syrian rebels aren't even from Syria. They're from places like Qatar, places like Jordan, places like Libya, and they've been shipped in. Syria was a peaceful country, and now there's a civil war going on. And the United Nations has reported that these rebels in Syria, funded by our tax dollars, are recruiting children as young as 11 and 12, and they're recruiting them and using them to kill people in Syria. Chemical weapons have been used by the Syrian rebels. They've used them. Carla Del Ponte from the United Nations has confirmed that. They're using sarin gas, and they're killing innocent people in Syria with our tax dollars. Yes. And the reason that they're talking about striking Syria right now, the reason they're talking about striking is because those rebels are losing. Why are they losing? They're losing because the people of Syria don't support them. They don't support foreign importing insurgents trying to tear up their country. And that is why Obama wants to send the missiles to do what the rebels can't do, because they don't have support on the ground. We want the people of Syria to run Syria. We want money for jobs and schools and education, not a new war. I'm with FIST, Fight Imperialism, stand together, and you can check us out. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. Oh. Vicious's video. Vicious C and Baby Yoda versus the Death of August. Is this like a fucking... Oh, is a play, like, I guess my liked videos? Okay. Jeez, I do not like a lot of video, like...
You don't?
I don't even think about hitting the like button that often.
I hardly ever do it.
Eh. That one's probably by accident. I don't know why the fuck that's there.
Made music and shit. Oh, that's cool. I like it. But
Yeah.
Twitter or YouTube, I never, ever like.
I don't even think to do it.
I just don't.
Alright, so... Yes. Yeah, I'd say he nailed it. Problem is, who's listening? Right? That's a problem. Well, that's the thing. How do you get people to listen? And it's like, a lot of people would think, like, fuck, I gotta dumb myself down to a degree in order to get other people, like...
Going over the Trump part, Destiny.
Going over the Trump pardons plus news from Destiny. It's my recommended video. Yeah, I haven't seen Vicious in a while. Vicious is cool, though. That's that dude. He's probably beating the shit out of someone right now. Like, bitch? You voted for what, bitch? But, yeah. It's like, fuck. How do you get people to listen? That's the thing. Now, to be honest, obviously, Caleb's audience, like, let me look. He has 13.9 thousand subscribers. I have 900 and something. But something tells me the style and the way I do videos and stuff will end up being more appealing than the way Caleb does things. And it's like, fuck. Isn't that a problem? If we're talking about things like this, right? Specific foreign policy things. Why is some guy on YouTube that's just shit talks? Why is he getting the attention versus a guy who's like really trying to break it down? Or who's even, you know, protest active and all that shit? How do we get people to listen? Fucking tough thing, man. Yeah. Right? Didn't Trump add more war criminals, more Blackwater guys to his additional names of being pardoned?
I can get you an article.
I know it was like, you know, huh?
I can pull up an article for you right now.
Yeah, can you do that? They won't name those guys. They won't name the Blackwater type guys.
I don't know about that.
Because it depends on who you find. If you find a mainstream article, they're not going to name those guys. They're going to name, what's fuckface's name? Roger Stone. What's the other fuckface's name? The other guy. They're gonna name those two fuck faces and focus on those two fuck faces. Meanwhile, ignoring whatever 4 Blackwater mercenaries that killed 17 Iraqi civilians. Their names will be like. All right. Oh, Combo Catch is gonna be on. Yes. I don't watch them that often, to be honest with you. Why? Oh, what's his word? Yo, fam. Yo, what's up, fam? Trump is a plant and a psychological operation. Can't disagree with that.
The thing I don't like about Twitter, though, they don't have like a saved tweet thing like we do on Instagram where I can just save, look at it later.
Yeah. Caleb Maupin is a rich kid that is doing something. So is the other guy, right? Richard Medhurst, right? I didn't even know this till he said it in his video. Talking about Nomiki Konst. Like, oh, you're not credible because you didn't study political science. Meanwhile, he's like the son of like an ambassador or, you know, who worked at the UN and whatnot. Hulk Hogan, you are worse than the Knicks. Yeah, I know. Doesn't he say like some fucking crazy shit? I fuck you in ass. It's Iron Sheik, by the way. All right. We have a second clip here. Who is this from? Fuck. It's from Scuffed. I was about to look it up for a second. Caleb Maupin asks Noam Chomsky about Iran at the UN. Once again, from Caleb's channel. Check it out. All right, here we go.
Correspondent with Press TV News. And in the last couple days, there have been reports.
Press TV, you work for Iran. Who said that recently? Fuck. The dude went on Press TV. So he's okay. Some dude talking about Richard Medhurst, I think, being on Press TV. Right? And he called him Iranian backed. This dude who's making some dude who I don't know making a video about him. Sorry about that. I'll start over.
Correspondent with Press TV News. And in the last couple days, there have been reports in the U.S. media quoting figures from the Mujahideen Khalq, which is a terrorist organization, alleging that Iran is developing nuclear weapons. And
they are.
It has been leaked that the Israeli government has cooperated with Mujahideen Khalq to assassinate Iranian nuclear scientists. And my question is that a violation of international law? And why is it that Israel is cooperating with what was at one point universally recognized as a violent terrorist organization?
Violation of international, we can debate this or that fact that's not yet accepted and agreed, but there are gross violations of international law which are proclaimed openly and publicly and presented with self-praise. So, for example, suppose that when President Obama, or any Western, any American diplomat or journalist, says that with regard to Iran, all options are open, as is said constantly, what does that mean? All options are open means force is open, means nuclear attack is open. Those of you who may recall an obscure document called the UN Charter might remember Article 2, which bans the threat or use of force in international affairs. The threat or use of force.
So he basically brushed off the detailed question from Caleb Maupin, right? That's what that seemed like. Like whether the merits of that they're up in the air for now, but we do have this. And it's like, I've heard this guy called a gatekeeper several times. Yeah. So, once again, let's hear this again. Listen to the question. Just listen again.
With Press TV News. And in the last couple days, there have been reports in the U.S. media quoting figures from the Mujahideen Khalq, which is a terrorist organization, alleging that Iran is developing nuclear weapons. And it has been leaked that the Israeli government has cooperated with Mujahideen Khalq to assassinate Iranian nuclear scientists. And my question is that a violation of international law? And why is it that Israel is cooperating with what was at one point universally recognized as a violent terrorist organization?
So yeah, that would be, if I'm in Noam Chomsky's place, I'm like, whoa, really? I haven't heard of that. Do you have the details? Yo, come up here. You got the paperwork and all that shit? Bring it up here. Let's read this. We got time. We're only at the UN and shit. So, we're only at the UN, you know, so, you know, it seems like a place where you figure something like that out, you know? Yeah, it's like, oh, okay. And at the end, you can still leave it as a question. You can still say, I don't know if this is true, but here's all the information this guy has about this potentially horrible thing happening. That is not difficult at all. That's unreal. It's like,
it's time consuming.
when and where is the place to where people go over this stuff? Right? To where it's not, I don't mean a circle jerk debate where it's like, oh, I'm just trying to win type thing. I'm trying to outsmart the other guy. I mean, really, like, what's actually happening here? Let's go over this. Fuck.
It's too expensive. You can't understand.
So, yeah, you heard the question. It seemed pretty detailed, if you ask me. That seemed pretty fucking detailed. And Noam's response?
Violation of international, we can debate this or that fact that's not yet accepted and agreed.
We can debate a fact that is not yet accepted or agreed upon. Okay, then debate it. What are we doing here? I got lunch at 3 o'clock. I can't stay too long. And, international relations of the Iraqis and the Iranian. That's right, kids. Don't drive and listen to Noam Chomsky at the same time.
Don't gnome and drive.
It's clear the sustainability of the UN and the international community is a. They don't just fall asleep. They make stereotypical sleeping noises too.
Disease become a real.
Are we the only ones that could do that? I just shit on Noam Chomsky like that. You're like, what are you doing? That's Noam Chomsky.
He's like Jigglypuff. Remember?
Yeah. Why does everybody fall asleep when I start talking?
He pulls out that marker. Draws on their faces. Everyone wakes up with like a dick on their face. What the fuck?
Oh shit.
The U.S. government wanted to use him as a weapon. They just drop him off. It's like a big box.
I understand. I understand the circumstances of the people of Venezuela, but General, it's all clear now. Maduro is apprehended.
We make him like a weapon of mass destruction. We make him.
What we need to do is make sure the sustainability of the Kurdish people in northern.
You know Wolverine, right? The whole
Yeah.
story.
From movies, yeah.
Yeah, so he's supposed to be Weapon X. We'll make him Weapon N. He used to talk like this, and they altered his voice, and now people just fall asleep. He escapes and shit. In the fucking base.
And by the time I saw the light, it was nothing but blinding. Well, you see, the light is just a comparison with the light in the dark and the... It will be near.
No. I got you. Here's a pillow. It will be near.
All right. No Chomsky sleeping jokes.
Are you tired of NyQuil?
It's the responsibility of the international community that...
We'll just spend $800 to call to fucking FaceTime. No, Chomsky.
No.
Usually the first massacre.
Like, Xanax tries to, like, assassinate... Or what is it? Ambien. They try to assassinate Noam Chomsky. Killing our business, bro. Kill that motherfreaker. You gonna get a Discord and have a voice chat call in? I plan to. It plans on happening. Or am I capping? That's what the kids say. Like, bro, did you actually come here to do anything besides get your dick sucked for an hour? Like, why is it? He went there because they made a name thing. What are they called? They made a little things with your name on it. He wanted it as a souvenir. So I've been to the UN. And I got this little plaque with my name on it. Chomsky also liked Khmer Rogue. I don't know what that is.
I thought something fucked up.
I really don't know what that is.
That joke is established. Like, Noam Chomsky's just sitting at home like this with wine, and he sees like Bill Cosby getting arrested. He's like, because he gives like roofies.
What's up, you and Owen? Yeah.
Noam Chomsky.
Lightweight. I'm gonna draw a dick on your face. All right. What's Khmer Rogue? I don't know what that is. Everyone came here to get their dick sucked. I guess so. Wait, what? Where do I get in line for that? You and Owen, you're not a mod. Do you want to be a mod? It's up to you. You're cool in my book. Weird how Chomsky only goes to bat for socialism when the CIA is involved. John Pilger is much smarter than Noam Chomsky. This is propaganda. Yeah, I don't know. Does he have a better vantage point? Like, he probably looks more into information than Chomsky does. Yeah, I'd be sure of that too. Ask James. Ask James what? Did you actually come here to do anything besides get your dick sucked for an hour? Oh, fuck. Greywalker put down a link. What the freak? I remember that. I miss it. My bad, Greywalker. I saw you put something down. 1 second. Oh, no. do they limit how far you can go back in the fucking chat? Okay, here it is. Yeah, or he said this is for proper.
The yellow.
I don't know if I can play this. I'll leave it up to you, James. It's up to you if I play this video or not. You gotta look at it first.
No, I know what this is.
Do you?
Yeah, it's an old video. Don't play it.
What's the title of it?
I don't know. I know it's an old video. I know I'm in the
Maybe I'll play it. Maybe. I swear to God, I had no idea that was the video. I swear I didn't even know. Is that what the hole in the screen is for? Ooh. Linguistics professor. Very good with messaging. It's like, huh. How do you, what was it? What was the shit Tesarian said? Fuck. Oh, how do you use magic? You spell it. Meaning words are used for magic. I'm sure he said it a lot more poetic than I just did. What? Pol Pot? I bet Chomsky farts in his sleep. He does everything. He's constantly sleeping. Remember Avengers? Where, the first Avengers, where Hulk, they're like, well, we need you to turn into Hulk right now. But you have to get angry. How are you going to do it? He's like, oh, I'm always angry. Gnome is always asleep. Let's put it that way. Like, Gnome, how do you put people to sleep like that? It's because I'm always asleep. What you don't understand is my linguistic skills are so... That's right. I'm not going on the fucking dark web. Muay Thai, you sick fuck. You're not even here anymore. Where are you? Damn right. Congratulations, UN Owen. You are now a mod. Now, part of me is trying to do it for the integrity thing of, you know, everyone getting to say what they want and putting links down and shit. But I'm also curious, how many mods could you actually have? Could I literally have, like 3,000 people watching me and they're all just mods? That'd be interesting. YouTube made the rules. I'm just working around them. That's all it is. Okay. Khmer Rouge was Pol Pot's CIA-backed communist regime in Cambodia that led to mass killings. Okay. And Chomsky liked that guy. Yeah, I'd have to see the context of him liking this person. Well, he said he liked the social economic system of socialism. And yeah, no, he didn't fall asleep when I was talking to him. Granted, he had earplugs in the whole time. That was cute. He just cursed. It's not just him being boring, it's a magical thing. Yes. He just puts people to sleep. Oh shit. Chomsky is a great writer, though? I don't know. I don't read, so I can't say I know. Okay. Rojava is the other CIA socialist project Chomsky likes. Okay. That one I think I've heard more of, obviously. You ain't making shit about me, you fuck. Fucking Canadian. You Canuck fuck. That's right. Oh, did anyone else put a video link down and I missed it? Sometimes I get lost in the comments. Actually, I could have just played this video full through. Why not? Why not? Why are courage and heart two separate characters? I thought courage was stored in the heart. Yeah, I disagree with that. Well, your heart is for what you like, right? And your courage is to stand against things you don't like, right? That's what I'm going with. Excellent. Okay, now that I'm a mod, where do I get in line for the dick sucking? Damn, I guess I should ask, where do I get to get my dick sucked?
You know, it's your fault these people come here, right?
Alright. Jordan, let me put a video. I swear it's not a snuff video. If you start out with your sentence like that. Good. Give me the keywords. I'll look it up. I will not mod you so you can link that shit. You just gotta tell me about it, and I'll search for it. Until then, enjoy this 5-minute video from yours truly, OCB. Thank you, OCB, for creating this production. Here we go. Is there copyrighted music in this? I don't know. Let me check real fast.
I don't think I'd tell you if I knew.
No, there isn't. I think we're good. Here we go.
The Yellow Brick Road. This video does not reflect the actual views of real people. These are actors playing a role to entertain audiences. No persons or animals were harmed in the making of this video. Gosh, I love YouTube and I love Google. The Yellow Brick Road presents the IQ components for dummies. Starring Jordan. Starring Joe.
I can't even fucking open it.
And starring James as Little Timmy. All over the country, little boys prepare for their intelligence quotient exams. Let's check on one now. This is little Timmy. Hey there, Timmy. How's the studying going? Oh, that a boy? Well, we were just here to... Looks like Dad's home, and it sounds like he has a case of the Mondays. Looks like you haven't cleaned your room. Oh, Timmy. Dad isn't gonna like that. Boy, does he sound sore. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looks like you're on your own, Timmy. This brings us to factor number 1 of the IQ exam. Environment. Dad is going to f*** him up. Let us observe some of the other factors at work. Looks like Timmy's been a bad boy. Factor number 2. Motivation. Onward. Seems like this Negro forgot to look into the mirror. Factor number 3. Race or ethnicity. Last, but certainly not least. Did you see the look on his face? Oh, factor number 4, gender. There you have it, folks. The IQ components for dummies. Dummies.
It's a real echo.
Thank you for watching. And remember, folks, check your ethnic, gender, pot-smoking environment at the door. Or fail miserably in life.
Oh, wait, there's more.
It seems to us highly likely that both genes and the environment have something to do with racial differences. And we went no farther than that. There is an asymmetry between saying probably genes have some involvement and the assertion that it's entirely environmental. And that's the assertion that is being made. If you're going to be upset at the bell curve, you are obligated to defend the proposition that the black-white difference in IQ scores is 100% environmental. And that's a very tough measure.
This is a chemical attack on the sniff test. There's another little...
The inspectors are not allowed to talk specifically about their investigation in Syria, but they say they did not deviate from standard procedures.
Jerry, what were you guys, grocery shopping? What are we gonna make a cake? You gonna make a fucking cake too? You got anything good in there or what, Jerry?
And there's definitely something that stings.
Bye-bye, dickhead.
Oh, Jesus. I'll play the Crowder one, too. All right, last one. It's a Steven Crowder one. What? What? Oh, the Syrian one? Syrian chemical attack?
The Yellow Brick Road. This video does not reflect the actual views of real people. These are actors playing a role to entertain audiences. No persons or animals were harmed in the making of this video. Gosh, I love YouTube and I love Google.
There's recently been another chemical attack in Syria. Bashar al-Assad is most likely the one responsible.
Assad has gassed his own people before, most notably in 2013 and 17.
All evidence points to Assad most likely conducted these attacks.
Even while winning the war, Assad continued to gas his own people.
Oh, we were such babies. It's hilarious.
The United States needs to retaliate to protect innocent lives.
Batman vs. Superman was the best movie ever.
During our investigation for crimes against humanity and war crimes, we collect some witness testimony that
I didn't watch it, but I saw that you guys were on.
that made to appear that some chemical weapons were used, in particular nervine gas, and what appeared on to our investigation that that was used by the opponents, by the rebels, and we have no indication at all that the government, Syria, the authority of the Syria government have used chemical weapons.
All right, last one for sure. Is Steven Crowder a psychopath?
Israel has a high quality of living and is often at the forefront of modern technology. They sell rugs.
It's not nice when you have a more powerful military to use it effectively to protect your borders. It's not nice to blow away Palestinians when they're trying to breach your wall. Just like it's not nice to shoot a home invader. Couldn't you have shot him in the leg? Is it right to blow away 50-something plus people if some of them are laying down landmines? It's certainly morally acceptable. I think the main point should be if we go into a country, you go in to win, you kill their leaders, you break stuff, you end it. There needs to be a civil war in Islam. It is, we need Muslims. We need you to take up arms. There needs to be a systemic approach from Muslims to petition, to protest, to politically and violently, actively fight this small contingency of Islamic cancer spreading across the world. We need them to do that. Otherwise, it has to be nukes.
An 18-wheeler spins out of control, and it's all like, brush! In this huge tanker full of diamonds, crawl, crawl.
All right, that's it. It's like, bruh, bruh. Dude, that's fucking funny. You're welcome. That was Baby Yellow Brick Road. You are welcome. Do you guys want us to check that out now? Propaganda Anthony on Franco's channel. Franco Analysis. You should change it to Franco Analysis. I like calling him Franco. Frank sounds like hot dogs. Tell him to call himself Franco from now on. Borderline and almost frankly sus. All right, that Crowder video got ratioed, by the way. We got wrecked for that. He's not a psycho. I argued with someone on Twitter, like back when I released this video, and they were like, he's an idiot, but he's not a psychopath. I'm like, do you know what that is? Do you actually know what that is? Or do you just think of Patrick Bateman? He likes like killing people or like peeling skin off of people or something. It's like, no. These corporate dudes, a lot of them are psycho fucking paths. He cares. Look at his eyebrows. Look at the emotional expression on his eyebrows. He cares. It's like, you can practice that, by the way.
I stopped watching that, by the way.
Yeah. Not really? Alright. Propaganda drops a video. Let's see. Once again, I'm not missing anybody's shit, right? You can just repost it if I missed a clip or whatever. Play this clip and read the comments. Okay.
It's the latest.
Shut up. Alright, Russia naval tricks. Secret Service into revealing details of botched poisoning plot. This is from France 24 English. Checkmark. Here we go.
It's the latest development in the extraordinary story of the poisoning of Alexei Navalny. The Russian opposition leader claims to have tricked an agent from Moscow's Federal Security Service into revealing details of the attack on him using the nerve agent Novichok.
We've got them up against the wall. There is more than enough evidence now. But I will not present it to the court. I can only present it to the citizens of Russia.
Posing as a security official, Navalny says he rang a chemical weapons specialist called Konstantin Kudryavtsev. The call was set up to appear as though it was coming from an SFB landline. The agent said he was sent to seize Navalny's clothes and remove all traces of Novichok after the attack, and that the nerve agent had been placed in a pair of Navalny's underpants.
You know God damn it, Matt.
President Vladimir Putin's most vocal critic collapsed on board a Russian flight in August and is recovering in Berlin after weeks in intensive care. The duped agent said the swift response of the airline pilot and the emergency medical team probably saved Navalny's life. The FSB has said that a video of the conversation posted on Navalny's YouTube channel was fake and that the phone call was a provocation aimed at discrediting the agency. The Kremlin continues to deny any link between the Russian state and Navalny's poisoning.
And he said read the comments. People think of agents as very smart people as seen in movies, but in fact most of them are brainwashed with empty heads. That's probably true. They're tasked to follow the orders and not to analyze anything. They just are soldiers, not Einsteins or James Bond. That's why it is easy for him to trick at least one of 8. So now Alex Navalny is smarter than the entire Russian intelligence, and he wants the world to believe that he fooled them into releasing secrets about his poisoning. This can certainly go down as a fairy tale for children. We knew it, so that's no big news. Okay. Why would Putin want to whack him anyways? Putin would have known that a successful assassination would probably resulted in the end of Nord Stream 2 pipeline. I'm still kind of lost. All right, there's something with recordings that okay, they claimed recordings were faked in order to what? The poison this fucking guy? I'm so fucking lost. He won't say who his source is. Yeah. Wait, let me read all this. Putin said if they wanted to poison him, he wouldn't have lived. Putin a G. And also the Russian intelligence wouldn't use a phone call without a voice mask. Okay. I'm just like, I'm not really ingrained in the scenario to where it's like like point out shit like that. Cause I'm lost. I don't know who I don't know who Alex Navalny is. So I don't know, like, is this guy legit or not? No fucking clue. Interesting, though. There it is for everyone. Hopefully. More research could be done. To quote Dave Chappelle. Wait. Who is he talking about? Beretta? It's like, Beretta did that shit. The one where they put Dave Chappelle on the stand for all like these pop culture events. Right? Right, they talk about the R. Kelly peeing thing. It's like, okay, for me to believe it, I need a videotape filmed by R. Kelly's grandmother. The girl there holding her ID while she's getting peed on. Like 5 of my homies just watching this all go down. It's like, for all we know, that piss could have been digital. What's funny? No, the funniest part is like where he starts saying things he can't answer for, so he just starts distracting the audience. He's like, this whole court is out of order. And then like he does this and pisses on the judge. It's like, see? Now that's real. I wish I could play it. I wish I could play the fucking skits, man. This is the opposition to Putin, and it's part of the Skripal poisoning. Okay, that I've heard of. Okay. He is Putin's opposition. Okay. So we're basically using like Western-styled propaganda against Russia, or against Putin in particular, in order to gain power in Russia, which means they probably have a master that they're serving from a Western country. Wouldn't be surprised. All right, I got 2 links down here. Let's see, I can close this. Close this. Shout out to Vicious. All right, I got one from Matt Hunter. There's an ad for some reason. And I got one from Anthony. What the fuck are their ads showing up on here? Ooh, the chick from Vikings. I forgot her name. Lagatha. Dissecting majority reports dishonest attack on Medicare for all. Roadslav. I've heard that. I've heard that name before. Oh, it's 11 minutes, not 7, but I can play the whole thing. It's no problem. Red Sea, that is a passive-aggressive hello. You just said the Matt Hunter. Hello to you. Sound like fighting words. Words like hello? It sounds like fighting words and shit. Like someone want to throw down. Alright. Here we go. This is from Matt Hunter. Stephen Hicks. Why postmodernists don't see their own contradictions. No, he's recommended this guy before, and I thought it was interesting. Like, oh, this guy might actually have a point and all that. You died, didn't you? By the way, these, just so you know, these fighting mechanics are very similar to Skyrim's. Just a more upgraded version of it. And you wouldn't die if you fell in the water. You just swim. It's very similar. There's blocking, dodging, and attacking. That's all I've seen so far. And little things like you gotta manage your stamina while you're doing it. You gotta manage like how powerful of an attack you use. There isn't that shit where it's like that's like RPG shit when you see numbers flying across the screen when you hit someone. There's no meters for their life. Well, there is, but not really. You have to be engaging them. Like this shit. It's like you can run away to the other side of the world. And it's like, okay. New story. Now what? That's why Skyrim's the shit.
I saw like this game came out at like $50.
He stopped going live. Maybe he's got shit going on. I know he was working on fucking animation or comic books and shit like that. Vicious.
Yeah.
But maybe he's busy with that. Hopefully it's something like that, not something bad.
From what I hear, it's pretty tedious.
Alright, here we go. Stephen Hicks, why postmodernists don't see their own contradictions. Here we go. Fuck, I gotta piss too. Whatever, here we go.
By the 1960s,
I want to hear it.
there had been over 100 years of argumentation in economics and in politics, and the socialists could sense that they were losing. And by the 1960s, it was clear that the great socialist experiments were failing nastily. Okay? So put yourself in the shoes of a...
It's like that already. It's like, are we actually adding in all the factors to say that that's the case? I'm not a socialist. I'm not in favor of socialists or anything like that. I'm more in favor of people meaning well. That's what I'm more in favor of. But once again, like, you can't make an actual scientific diagnosis without, it's like, oh, well, socialism doesn't work. Yeah, but you tried to have these cows do it who don't speak English. You're trying to explain socialism to these cows. They don't speak English. They don't even understand what the fuck you're talking about. See, socialism didn't work for the cows, see? It's like, yeah, but you're using cows, though. Same thing here. It's like, oh, I'm going to use George Bush to implement socialism. Huh. That makes sense. All right, here we go.
A smart, more or less open to the evidence socialist, and you're confronted with all this data. How do you react? You've got a deep commitment to socialism. You feel that it's true. You want it to be true. You've pinned all of your dreams of a peaceful and a prosperous society on socialism, and all of your hopes for curing any ills that you see in current society. Now, this is a moment of truth for anyone who has experienced the agony of a deeply cherished hypothesis run aground on the rocks of reality. What do you do? Do you abandon your theory and go with the facts? Or do you find, or try to find, a way to maintain your theory and your belief in it?
These are leaps.
Now, there's a historically parallel example that I alluded to earlier, or yesterday, and I want to draw a parallel here. I think in the 1960s, the academic left was facing the same dilemma that religious thinkers were facing in the 1700s, the late 1700s. In both cases, the evidence was overwhelmingly against them. During the Enlightenment, religion's natural theology arguments were widely seen as being full of holes, and science was rapidly filling the gap. It was giving naturalistic and opposite explanations for the kinds of things that religion had traditionally explained. Religion was, again, in danger of being laughed out of intellectual debate. By the 1960s, the left's arguments for the fruitfulness and decency of socialism were failing in theory and practice, and capitalism was rapidly increasing everyone's standard of living and showing itself respectful of human freedoms.
Okay, this is weird now. Because I remember Matt recommending a video, I believe from this guy, to where he's actually saying something interesting to me. Now it just sounds like horseshit. Because you're comparing a socioeconomic ideology with, like, I guess Christianity or religion, right? Do you see the difference between those two? As in, oh, God said that he will light this tree on fire and a million elephants and lions will jump out of it. And then someone looks at it and sees that doesn't happen. Thus, they call that bullshit. Right? Like, oh, no, that's bullshit because that's not what happens. That's not what happens, and that's not what happened. As opposed to this whole socialism thing to where we're not actually getting the actual thing, right? I mean, what country is he talking about? And what policies are going on in the background that are possibly, purposely hindering the actual thing from happening, the actual idea we're trying to piece out as if it's viable or not. Like what? Like, is he excluding other foreign policy things? Like if we talk about modern day Venezuela and we just say, well, socialism doesn't work. See, look at Venezuela, as many neocons say, without bringing up the other foreign policy things that are happening in the background while this thing is taking the main stage, huh?
That would hinder it.
Yeah, that would purposely hinder it. You see that? That's why I'm like, this is a leap. It's a leap and a half. But yeah, let's continue. Like I said, I've had arguments with people who consider themselves socialists, right? And I'll say, well, it is just a system. It's if you don't get rid of this corruption, we won't know what's the most practical way to go, or what's the most effective route to go in regards to economics. We wouldn't know unless we got rid of the corruption part first. And I've had those arguments with people. That's why I don't stand on, I'm a capitalist or I'm a socialist or anything like that. I don't stand on teams like that type of thing. But even I can hear this and be like, this is off. This is a bad start for me. If you're looking, I don't know. If I'm looking for an honest intellectual argument, this is not it so far. Hopefully he cleans it up. And I've given this guy credit before. So, all right, here we go. I think I have.
By the late 1700s, religious thinkers had a choice. Accept the evidence and logic as the ultimate court of appeals, and thereby reject their deeply cherished religious ideals.
I got you, Scuff.
And here's the strategy. You can reject the idea that logic and evidence are the ultimate court of appeal. I had to deny knowledge, wrote Kant in the Critique, in order to make room for faith. Faith.
Real quick, because since he recommended the video, socialists are more unwavering and dogmatic in their belief than are evangelical Christians. Once again, that's a leap of a statement. You got to look at individuals, right, in regards to this, because me personally, it's possible, but I haven't seen it personally. You can maybe say, like, oh, like, look at Twitter. But then it's like, how many people is that actually doing this? In fact, the majority of people seem more in line with, well, we're not a socialist country, but I do want social programs for whatever. They fall more in line with, like, something more moderate, right? More moderate? Yes, more moderate. Yes. But I've definitely come across some dogmatic people in regards to socialism. At the same time, it's like it's not as many as you might think in regard, like, especially with comparing it to evangelical Christians. Like, there seems like a lot more of those mother freakers. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I'll judge the idea as it is. If you are locked into that, then yes, I will call you dogmatic, whether it's socialism or evangelical Christianity. If you're operating that way, I'll definitely call you dogmatic. But at the same time, to say this group is more dogmatic than this group, that one I don't know. I can't say. All right, let's continue. All right, actually, let me open Scuff's link so I don't lose it. I have yours, Anthony. Let me just make sure. Hey, folks. Okay, you got a Caleb video. All right, back to Stephen Hicks. Here we go. It's good content, though. Shit for people to argue about. Here we go.
Writes Kierkegaard in Fear and Trembling, requires the crucifixion of reason. And so he proceeded to do that and glorify the irrational. The left thinkers of the 1960s faced the same choice. Confronted by the continuing flourishing of capitalism and the continued poverty and brutality, they decided, like Kant, to limit reason, to try to crucify it. And so Heidegger Coming along and exalting feeling over reason is a godsend. Kuhn's theory-laden paradigms, Quine's pragmatic and internalist account of language and logic do the same thing. So the idea here is that the dominance in the academy of skeptical and irrationalist epistemologies provides the academic left with a new strategy. Confronted by ruthless logic, harsh evidence, they have a solution. That's only logic and evidence. Logic and evidence are subjective. You can't really prove anything.
Logic and evidence. Yes, if you go deep enough, yes, they are subjective. If you ask me. Logic, 100% on the surface, you can call it subjective. I've explained that before. Evidence, that one, yes, you can view it as subjective, as depending. Because if your own existence is subjective, then evidence becomes subjective, right? I hear that argument, but 100% logic, yeah. Dude, use your logic, bro. And it's like, well, if I flip a penny every day and it lands, every time it lands on heads, I get $20 randomly. Like I find it on a street corner, or someone just gives me $20 or whatever. It's like, isn't it logical for my own financial gain to flip this coin and hope it lands heads every day? That's a stupid example, but you get it. It's subjective. Meanwhile, someone else would look at you crazy, like, why are you flipping this coin every fucking day? Why are you so adamant about flipping this coin? Doesn't make sense. It has no effect on the world. Like it does on mine. All right. So when you demonize capitalism, would you humor the argument that, well, that's unfair because that wasn't real capitalism? Of course you wouldn't, because you're a pathetic hypocrite. Like, we literally make the, like, guess so. Guess who made that argument? Please tell me you're talking to someone else, Matt Hunter. Right? I've literally made this argument. Scuff, or if you're still in the chat, Scuff, did I not make that argument to you? I didn't say it in word, oh, that's real capitalism. I put it in regards of, like, if there's corruption, are you actually getting the capitalism? The actual thing. I said that. Are you getting that? Or, well, I'm saying, Scuff, I've argued with it directly.
I said that's not real.
I've argued with him directly. Yeah.
It is. What is the idea of it? As soon as corruption is involved, it's no longer that idea.
We've literally made that argument. So if you're talking about us, you're making shit up. If you're talking to someone else, then that's up for them to argue against.
Dab it with like a red dot. Is that blue?
On Scuff, remember? Do you remember when we were arguing in the comments section, right? We were arguing in the comments section, right? And I brought up the idea that I was making the argument that, okay, capitalism, right? On its own, like on paper, right, with well-meaning, like it could work out on paper, well-meaning people, but you will never know that, honestly, without corruption out of the way. And I brought up an example like, capitalism means the endless seeking of profit or whatever. It's like, oh, what if they just said, we're going to say fuck profit voluntarily as an individual, and whatever, it'll go to charity, or I'll dish it out, I'll split it up between my workers, or whatever the fuck, right? That's possible. So then it's like, okay, then what's the actual problem? Like, oh, greedy assholes. That's the problem. I did make that argument. I'm not telling you to say whether you think it's right or incorrect, right or wrong. I'm just saying, look at Matt Hunter's last comment. And if he's pointing that at me, it's like it's like you're hearing your own reality then. You're not even listening to us. Which makes me like, then what are you arguing against? If you, the things we concede on, you're not even, whatever. Yeah.
I'm asking you, what do you mean by that?
And then he moves on and comments like he didn't just say anything. What's up, the Opeth? Yo, I went over, way earlier in this video, I went over your comments. Your comment on one of my videos. The string of comments you put down. And I just went over them. And I was like, yo, Opeth, this guy's an asshole, yo. I'm banning him any second now. He's getting banned. No, I'm playing. But, yeah. Earlier in this live stream, I went over your comments. Things like that, I'd rather, like, answer out loud than... I don't feel like fucking typing all that shit out, to be honest with you. So I'd rather just read the comment and then answer it. I hope that's okay with you that I showed your comment. Who's this? Chris Edwards? How you doing, man? You smell new. Did I miss your first comment? Socialism is a proven disaster, but we must keep trying until it works. We must keep doing the same and expect that we have different results. Oh, the definition of insanity for normies. Someone named Chris Edwards. I mean, okay. Like if you give me an example in history of socialism being a proven disaster, like tell me in a historical event or whatever that is the proof of that. And then you're going to tell me there was no other bullshit happening. There's no background mingling. There's no foreign policy ventures. There's no, I'm sort of sanctioning these people over here in this way, or I'm manipulating oil prices over here to make this happen. Like, show me that there's nothing like that that it's just socialism on its own in a vacuum, and there was no corrupt action that could have helped it fall over. That's what I would need from you. Alright, cool, Opeth. Good shit, man. You're banned, bro. Thank you for that comment. Now you're banned.
How does it feel to be a man?
You're my banned list, bro. Broski.
How does it feel to be watching from the stands when you play football?
I got your link propaganda. We're gonna finish this video first because it's interesting. At the very least, Matt Hunter is good at starting conversations about things. I will say that. I can't say I agree with him. There's some things I actually agree with Matt Hunter on.
Well,
just he won't even let me have that.
Is that really agreeing with somebody if it's by default?
I can play this because it's 19 seconds. I'll play this really quick.
Well,
Looks silly.
I've been studying your menu for a long time, and it's not entirely clear whether you people offer a lobster pizza. And it's really hard. It's really hard to decide what pizza I want.
It almost has a million views. I think my Jordan Peterson voice is pretty decent. Let's understand the psychology of Bret Hart. Bret the Hitman Hart. Of course it's cool. Alright, here we go. Let's play more of this video. I still have to piss, but let's do this video.
Feelings are deeper than logic.
Why'd you bring that
And my feelings say socialism. So that's my second hypothesis about the origins of postmodernism. And
if you order your pizza with pineapple, you're a Marxist. And furthermore, Cookie Monster. What? Oh my God.
I call it the Kierkegaardian hypothesis. Right? That socialism is the crisis of, postmodernism is the crisis of faith of the academic left. Okay? Its epistemology justifies taking a personal leap of faith and continuing to believe your socialist ideals. Okay? All right, so far what I've done is two things.
All right, I have to add the caveat that, like, I don't know, why don't they say, like, if you fall into this category of this exact belief that I'm laying out right now, you are this. How hard is that to do? Instead of blanket terming, like, everyone. It's like there's no world where socialists argue with other socialists about how to go about things. I'm sure that exists, but it doesn't sound like that exists with what this guy's talking about. Which makes it weird. Anyways, here we go.
Two things. I've tried to account for socialism's subjectivism and relativism on the one
Could
hand.
I get Ryan Dawson on?
And its monolithic left-wing politics on the other, saying
could,
that there's a
on
deep
this show?
connection between the two. Now, if this is correct,
That'd
putting
actually
those
be
two together, what we get with, or out of this, is what I call reverse Thrasymachionism. Okay? Yeah, that's the syllables. Okay. Now the illusion here, right, is philosophers playing games. The connection is to the sophist Thrasymachus in Plato's Republic. All right, and some postmodernists, actually many of them, see a big part of their project as rehabilitating the sophists who've been out of favor for a couple of thousand years. And this makes perfectly good sense. Right? Now suppose after doing some philosophy you come to believe truly in subjectivism and relativism.
Whoa, I'll rewind a little bit. What do you mean you got booted? Like you got banned? Like someone blocked you? Who said that? Or do you mean your computer, like, or the internet dropped or something like that? No, Scuff's saying I got booted. I'm back. There is no banning on this fucking channel, period. Well, if anyone bans anyone, you're off the mod list, period. If you want to share links, you got to tell people, and hopefully they do it. So let me know, Scuffed, if it was just your internet dropping, okay. But if you got actual timed out, that's a problem. Here we go.
1,000 years. And this makes perfectly good sense. Right?
Okay.
Now suppose after doing some philosophy you come to believe truly in subjectivism and relativism, as the sophists do. Accordingly, you come to believe that reason is derivative, will and desire rule, society is a battle of competing wills, words are just tools in the power struggle for dominance, all's fair in love and war. That's, of course, what the sophists argued 2,400 years ago. Now, the only difference, then, between the sophists and the postmodernists is whose side the postmodernists are on. Thrasymachus, in Book 1 of the Republic, is kind of a representative of a fairly crude second-generation sophist. And what we find in him is subjectivist and relativistic arguments marshaled in support of the claim that justice is simply the interests of the stronger.
You're a staff member on
Postmodernists, coming after 2,000 years of Christianity, 200 years of socialism, simply reverse that. Subjectivism and relativism are true, except they're on the side of the weaker and historically oppressed. Justice, contrary to Thrasymachus, then, is the interest of the weaker.
I would have for Dawson.
Now, I like this hypothesis because I made it up. But I think it still leaves something out. And I think what it leaves out is some psychological components of postmodernism. The first part of the problem is that I find it hard to believe that the leap of faith goes down very far for most postmodernists. The average postmodernist is a very clever person, has a PhD in the humanities somewhere. So I find it tough to believe that, or to make psychologically real for myself, the kind of turning off of one's mind that would be necessary to make and sustain that leap of faith. Maybe I need to have an expanded understanding of psychology, but I think there's something else going on here. Let me give you some examples. Some fairly clear contradictions in the postmodernist assertions, okay, that any person who is smart and clever has to be aware of. Okay? On the one hand, all truth is relative. Okay? On the other, postmodernism tells it like it really is. Okay? On the one hand, all...
Okay, so he's talking about their contradictions, right? All truth is relative, but I also know the absolute truth or something. The first one is definitely horseshit. The truth is not relative. Now it can be not perception, that can be manipulated, but not truth itself. Anyways.
On the one hand, all truth is relative. Okay? On the other, postmodernism tells it like it really is. Okay? On the one hand, all cultures are equally deserving of respect. On the other, Western culture is uniquely destructive and bad. Values are...
Now I'm starting to see where you get some of your stuff at, Matt Hunter. Hey, wait. Because these are ideas you've placed onto me. So are you calling me a postmodernist? Whatever, socialist, leftist, whatever the fuck? Right? Some of these ideas he's posted on the minute, like everything Western is bad. All these brown countries, they're all good to you, aren't they? Once again, these are generalizations that are shallow at best. I mean, they could apply to some people, but if someone walked up to me and said, hey, I'm a socialist, I'm not going to listen to this guy and be like, that means this, and this. I'm not doing that. I'm going to take the person as they are, period. So hopefully his audience is aware of, individual thinking and can figure that out for themselves. Right? Oh no, Steven, he doesn't mean every single one of these individuals thinks this exact same way. Like, no, he means this is what things you hear from people like this, or groups like this, or whatever. Anyways, here we go.
Are subjective, right? But sexism and racism are really evil. Okay? Technology is bad and destructive. It's unfair that some people have more technology than others.
I'll get to it, Opa. I'll get back to you.
Tolerance is good and dominance is bad, but when we, speaking as postmodernists, are in power, we're as politically correct as hell. Now there's a common pattern here. What you have is subjectivism and relativism in one breath, dogmatic absolutism in the next. Okay? Now postmodernists are not stupid. Right? So we can't just say they don't know that this contradiction exists. They're aware of the contradictions, right? And we're pointing them out to them all the time, right? All of the critics.
That's what I hear.
Now, of course, you can say, kind of dismissingly, well, that's just a logical contradiction, right? And you've got a lot of stuff I took off that will comfort you in that.
No,
but I think it's one thing to say that, okay? And it's another thing to sustain it psychologically inside. So it makes me wonder, which side then of the contradiction is really deepest for a postmodernism? Is it the subjectivism and relativism, or is it the dogmatic absolutism? Is it they really believe in the relativism and occasionally lapse into absolutism, or is the absolutism deepest and the relativism is some sort of a tactical cover or other? Now here's 3 examples. This time it's blatant clashes between theory, postmodernist theory, and historical fact.
Chris,
postmodernists will say that the West is deeply racist,
video I did,
but they know very well that the West ended slavery for the first time, and that it's only in places where Western ideals are making inroads that racism is on the defensive. They will say that the West is deeply sexist, but they know very well that Western women were the first to get the vote, contractual rights, and that they have opportunities that most of the women in the world are still without. They will say that the Western capitalist countries are cruel to their poorer members, subjugating them, getting rich off them, but they know very well that the poor in the West are far, far richer than poor people in other countries, both in terms of material assets and in terms of opportunities to improve themselves. So there's something else going on here, definitely. I'm going to argue that most postmodernists don't really believe much of what they say, that the word games, the accusations, and that much of the use of anger and rage that is characteristic of their style is not a matter of using words to state things that they think are true, but rather of using words as weapons against an enemy that you still hope to destroy. Think of the use postmodernists will sometimes use of science, for example. You find fairly regularly Einstein's relativity theory. That shows everything's relative. Right? Quantum mechanics shows that we can't know anything. Right? Chaos mathematics shows that the world is irrational.
Yeah, I don't use those yet. I come to the same conclusions. Perspectives on physical reality are indeed relative. Science has not explained a truth, period. It's not happened. Now, am I a postmodernist for that idea? Probably not, because if someone made an argument with me in those regards, like, I'm going to wreck them. Because that's some shit that I'm actually, like, I'm really into. That's not politics. That's your view on reality. That's my shit. So yeah, you know, as Rupert Sheldrake would say, right? Well, I looked in a book in the 1960s and looked up the rate of force of gravity, the acceleration of gravity. You know, objects falling into of Earth's gravity, that is. And then you go a book 20 years later, and the number changed. What happened? It's like, oh, these scientists all talk to each other and start like, well, this is actually more correct than this number. It's like, oh, okay. Will this number change? And it's like, it's not a truth. It's your best guess about what's happening with physical reality. I don't see anything wrong with saying something like that. No, the Earth is round. And if someone can easily, philosophically, even if they're just being a pessimist, right? Like, how do you know that? How do you know that as a truth? I have these pictures from the satellite dish from a million miles in the air. You can see the whole Earth. It's round, see? Yeah, but you're not seeing it with your eyes. All right, I took a rocket ship. I looked down. It was round. How do you know your eyes are working correctly? I've went to every doctor. They all checked my eyes. They're perfect vision. 2020, perfect vision. Or was it 2015 or whatever the fuck it is? I have perfect vision. It's like, how do you know you're not dreaming? What? Fuck. As nitpicky as that might sound, those are legitimate questions in regards to if we're talking about truth, actual truth, not, you know, feel-goody truth, right? Is that the truth and nothing but the truth? Yes, it is. It's like, not that truth. I mean actual truth, right? Not, there's a car accident at a stoplight, and it's like, well, Tammy hit Sally in her Cadillac. It's like, there's, like, I'm telling you, that's the truth, right? There's that truth, quote-unquote, lowercase t truth. And then there's, okay, here's the cars, here's the people, here's the emotions they're feeling, here's the thoughts they're thinking about, here's the actual physics of the car, here's the actual physics of the street corner, here's the actual physics of the world, the universe, and on and so forth, right? That is the actual truth. It's too much for, you know, I guess our minds to fully calculate. So we narrow it down so we can say it, so we can purposely use the word truth where it probably shouldn't be used. Now, Tammy can tell us how she felt, and it can be a truth. But then again, how do you know it's the truth? You're just hearing it from Tammy. Within herself, she knows it's the truth. She defines her terms. She experiences the feelings, the thoughts, and she can play it. She knows the actual truth of it in her own language. Was that too much? All right. Oh, that's why I subscribed to you. I forgot why. Thanks for reminding me, though. You should get him on about economics. That'd be interesting. Because that'd be something where I'm gonna throw a shit ton of curveballs at him. A shit ton in regards to economics. Foreign policy, I'll be more likely to sit back and like more of a listening thing. But if we go into economics, I'm gonna ask questions, and it's gonna go somewhere. Oh shit. You don't have to do that. Only if you want to, man. So I'll put a link up to your channel now on the ANC Report Facebook page. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for shilling for me. Can I call you a shill now? Shill the Yellow Brick Road. Alright.
I want to learn more about the Peruvian death toll.
Alright, this is like the last minute of this. Then I gotta go piss. And then I'm gonna respond to Opeth. Hopefully my comments don't jump on me and I can look back at all of them. Alright, here we go.
Right. Gödel's incompleteness theorem, right? We've heard of all of these things. Now, these are all cited as proving the postmodernist epistemology, but it's fairly clear, especially when you speak to people who enunciate these claims. Here you've got a graduate student in English literature, okay, or some equivalent. Right? They don't know the science, okay, but they are citing the science. Now, there's a fun incident. Alan Sobel, a physicist, and Social Text, which is a postmodernist journal. And he wrote an article showing that all of the recent discoveries in physics prove inexorably that postmodernism is true. Submitted it, was accepted, published, and it was all nonsense. Right? He just wrote it to show that the postmodernists don't know anything about science and that they will just prove anything. Now the reaction, or they will just say anything, okay? Right? If it seems so. The reaction of the editors clearly shows this. They were not arguing, oh, no, we think that this interpretation of science is true. Right? They knew they had been caught out in a con game. So it can't be that they are publishing these words because they think they're true. They are using the words as a rhetorical weapon. Okay? Truth is not the issue here.
Okay. Oh, that's a whole different story than what I'm talking about. As far as like using the idea of science not explaining an entire truth, using that as wiggle room to get some sort of agenda thing going. I think that's kind of what he's talking about, right? Using, well, we don't have a full-on truth understanding of this whatever thing. Thus, we can use it as a manipulation type tool, which is, you know, basically planting a sinister attitude on the quote unquote postmodernists, which is, I don't know, for whatever reason he feels they do that, or whatever reason people actually do that. Which will travel into psychology, which is, once again, the king of all of this somehow. It's not the king. It is definitely not the king. But compared to this type of shit, it is the fucking king. No, it's not. The true is the true. Psychology is just a boo-boo of the true. Mugugu? Mugaga. It's like Mugugu? Magaga. I know what they said somehow.
My favorite was the green monster.
Alright, I'm scrolling back, Opeth. So I don't lose your spot here. I could actually play metric. I could play metric while I go piss. Isn't that beautiful? I could do that. I want to find Opus fucking... I don't want to lose it. Fuck, it might be mad far back. Okay, I got you when you said yo. That's when you first got here. And you said, how about we use capitalism for the benefit of everyone, using the generated wealth to most benefit the general society? It's like, yeah. Imagine if people volunteered to do that. Try the black one. This one's 100% charged, dude.
What's wrong? Try to get exposed.
No, that's a good... Like, hey, how come they don't do that with whatever capitalism or whatever the fuck? What happened?
It never works because I put it in there.
Use the white one on the ground.
It's so far away.
It's literally a fishing line.
Oh, there it is.
But yeah, right? Why don't they use it for the benefit of the greater thing, the greater people, whatever? How come they don't do that? And it's like, are we truly like? That's why I bring up ideas like, oh, okay, we need to get rid of the corruption part before we can, right? Because they aren't using it for that. It doesn't seem that way. If someone can provide evidence saying saying something else, but I'm not sure we've ever had an actual capitalistic system or an actual socialist system or an actual whatever, communist or anarchy or whatever the fuck. Because people haven't dealt with their own idiosyncrasy, whatever it is, their own fucking pathology. They haven't dealt with that yet, which is why we get caught up in problems. Even if they're well-meaning people, they still run into problems because they haven't dealt with their own psychology, which gives them room, at least a helping hand in some degree, to deal with the psychologies of other people. Maybe they don't want to do it, but... Alright, I'll be right back. Until then, what should I play? Should I play Metric? You want to hear some Metric? I know you do. Let me pick a song first. I'll play some Wet Blanket from Metric. How about that?
Falling for the creep, the body leech.
I'll be right back.
Here comes vicious hypnosis, clenched fists saying it's wrong to want more than a folk song. Underneath the shaking it, he's a brick wall. She keep falling for the trick. Vegetarian, sing along, give a little kick with your fine thigh high. Tearing her down, talking her down under your breath, making a mess. She is angry, you wanna break it. Tearing her down, talking
the song ended? God damn it. That was fast. I didn't even get to hear any of it. What the freak? I actually showed up like not too long after. That's not bad. I did that by accident. Holy shit. I actually showed up when the song actually ended. Alright. Let's see. Okay, should I play... No, Anthony, I'm going to save your video for after this one. This is only 5 minutes from Caleb. So that it can go in tandem with the Stephen Hicks video. I think that's why Scuffed put it down. Did anyone else drop a link while I was gone? Doesn't look like it. Let's play this video as a semi-counter. It's not a direct counter, but it's basically a counter. Alright, here we go. This is from Caleb Maupin. Venezuela proves socialism doesn't work. Nope. Here we go.
Hey folks. So, Venezuela is a socialist country, and Venezuela is having difficulties. So therefore, socialism doesn't work, right? The difficulties in Venezuela are caused by socialism. Venezuela is a socialist country. Ironclad logic, right? That's just the facts. You can't argue with it. That's just common sense. Well, it's false, right?
No,
this
Muay
is a
Thai,
narrative
you're not
that people
invited.
hear on television. This is a
Except
narrative
visually.
people read and they repeat it as if they're experts.
You control
But
me
there are
at
roughly
my
a
birthday.
million
Through
reasons
the
that this is
internet.
not an accurate assessment of the situation. I don't have time to go over all the reasons, so in this short video, I'm going to go over just a few reasons why the problems lately in Venezuela do not prove that socialism doesn't work. First of all, let's go over what happened throughout the 20th century. The beginning of the 20th century, Russia was an impoverished agrarian country. And as a result of implementing socialism and industrializing with Stalin's 5-year plans, Russia became fully electrified, Russia invented space travel, Russia defeated the Nazis, Russia wiped out illiteracy, Russia became a global industrial superpower with socialism. So if socialism just naturally leads to the standard of living going down, I guess the Soviet Union must not have been socialist because it raised living standards dramatically and no one can deny that. In 1949, China was a deeply impoverished country. Today, China is the second largest economy in the world, right? It has 5-year plans, it has government-controlled banks and industries, it is run by a communist party. They call their system socialism with Chinese characteristics. If socialism leads to countries just being poor, then China must not have happened because the entire history of the Communist Party's leadership in China has been...
No. Hold on, Caleb. According to Tim Pool, though, they had to use capitalism to do it. They had to use capitalism. Oh, I wish I could find this clip for you. Oh my God, the shit he said. He said the shit they were using before didn't work. And he didn't name socialism. He said they did things like they had kids pulling grass out of the ground. They're like, that's like shit like that is stuff he was bringing up. Rather than their former economic whatever. He said capitalism saved them. They knew they had to use it to make some money. Before that, they were doing stuff like, pulling grass. Kids pulling grass out of the ground or something like that. It's fucking weird, man. He gets away with it though because how dumb his audience is. They're the dumbest audience on fucking YouTube. I will restate that until someone changes my mind. And it's just what it is. Here we go.
Nothing but the standard of living vastly increasing. During the Mao era, they built lots of infrastructure. During the Deng era, they utilized market reforms. Socialism has rapidly transformed China and made China a very strong country and raised living standards. But you can go even beyond that, right? Go throughout South and Central America. Look at some of the countries around there, right? Argentina. In 2015, the social democratic and populist president, Cristina Kirchner, forced out of office. And so what has happened in Argentina? It's wrecked the place. Their economy is destroyed. Things are getting worse. Their currency is wrecked. Argentina is a mess after the Macri government implemented free market capitalist reforms. Or you can go further than that. Brazil. 2016, the social democratic president, Dilma Rousseff, was forced out of office. And ever since then, what has the economy been like in Brazil? It's just gotten better, right? Oh, people are great. The free market is making Brazil, great. Absolutely not. The standard of living in Brazil, the economy, things are getting worse. It's not good, right? You can go to Honduras. 2009, Honduras had a socialist...
Once again, that argument works the other direction, right? Just like if there's weird shit happening, but you have something on paper that's called a socialist country, but things don't work out, we have to consider all the factors that are happening. Same thing with what he's talking about. Like, look at Brazil. There's a capitalist thing came in there and it didn't work out or whatever. It's like you still have to consider all the factors. Who are these guys? Are they greedy assholes to where they funnel all the money upward to making the country like top heavy? That has to be considered. That's why I don't jump into these arguments about socialism versus capitalism. I just don't. I'll give my opinion on like, oh, this makes more sense than this as far as like a strategy to move forward or something that's more logistically practical to me in my own mind rather than this is good or this is bad from the jump. I look at corruption and say, oh, that's bad. I look at meaning well, like, oh, that's better or that's good. All right.
President Manuel Zelaya. And that socialist president was forced out. The United States worked with the military of Honduras to topple the socialist president. And ever since then, Honduras has been a wreck. It has just been a disaster. In fact, a lot of these refugees that are fleeing on the U.S. border are coming from Honduras. There are whole parts of Honduras where people don't have running water and don't have electricity, where people don't even speak Spanish. They still speak the indigenous language. The country doesn't even have proper roads. That's what capitalism has accomplished in Honduras. Haiti has been capitalist for years. And as Haiti has transitioned and operated within the Western global financial system, it has been completely destroyed. It's not producing its own food. People eat dirt literally mixed with oil. That's the conditions that people in Haiti are living in. But no one's...
Now, I think part of me think I could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It's important, actually, to correct me if I'm wrong. But I think his point is, like, well, you guys say capitalism is the answer. Well, look at these countries that turn capitalist and look at the shitty conditions. I think it's a dumb point to make because it'll just turn it back into socialism versus capitalism as opposed to, are there people purposely starving other people so that they can have shit? Like that should be the main argument, right? You guys tell me. You know him or you know his work better than I do. You fucking recommend him every time I go live. So I think we play one Caleb Maupin video, at least one every live stream, or lately at least. Here we go.
Says that Haiti's problems are because of capitalism. Nobody says Honduras's problems are because of capitalism. No one says that Argentina and Brazil's problems are all because of capitalism. But everything that has gone wrong in Venezuela is all because of socialism. That's what the TV would have you believe. But it gets better than that, right? The problems in Venezuela started in 2014. Venezuela's economy is centered around oil. It's centered around a single commodity. And so in 2014, when there was a dramatic drop in the oil price, they began to have problems. But everyone admits, even the Wall Street Journal admits, that prior to 2014, there was substantial rates of growth in Venezuela. That Venezuela's economic problems didn't start in 1999 when Hugo Chavez was elected. Venezuela's economic problems didn't start in 2003 when they began moving toward 21st century socialism. Their problems started in 2014. So the majority of the time that Venezuela has had socialism, their economy has been growing and they haven't been having these problems. So the entire narrative doesn't make any sense. The idea that Venezuela's problems are caused by socialism is illogical.
There's random 3 chicks walking down the street like, the fuck? Oh my god, a camera. Who's this guy yelling at? I know.
It is not factual. It just doesn't match with the economic realities. Capitalism is failing all across South and Central America. Socialism turned Russia and China into global superpowers. And socialism in Bolivia right now has created the highest rate of GDP growth. In 2018, what country in South America had the highest rate of GDP growth? Bolivia, where they're led by a Marxist government, led by Evo Morales. This entire narrative that socialism doesn't work, look at Venezuela, that narrative doesn't check out. It's not factual, so stop repeating it. Just because people say things on TV doesn't make it true.
I agree with that last point. Some of the other things, it's like, it's almost, it's like you should be, hopefully, you know, I would say you shouldn't be making a case for socialism over or more than making a case for righteousness or against corruption, right? Whatever that means to you. Right, even if morality is subjective and whatever, it's relative, whatever, it's still, that should be your main case and argument, your main point when we're talking about like human lives and the things that Caleb talks about. Because otherwise, people will view it as socialism for the sake of socialism rather than, I believe in socialism because I think it's the right thing to do. Which is a hard sell. But, you know, at least it's something. It's more. Let me read some of these old comments from the Opeth. I'm reviewing the replies. The money, remove these corporate Dems money and they wouldn't be moving in unison. It kneecaps the corporate Dems, taking away excuses from the Justice Democrats. But then, all right. But then it loses, that notion loses its moral value when I say I could take corporate money. Right? If I'm offered something and no strings attached, now all of a sudden that isn't a moral lesson to not take corporate money. You see that? What does it hinder on? What you think the person will do with whatever money or whatever donations or whatever. Right? You're essentially judging the character of the person. That's what I think that's the origin of corporate money. Right? They noticed, like, oh, somebody noticed. Somebody noticed that politicians were walking around like fucking NASCAR drivers with nothing but corporate logos on their fucking whatever, Armani suits. It's like, oh, you guys are bought and paid for. Gotcha. But then how do you judge someone isn't bought and paid for? It can't just be they don't take corporate money. We see AOC, we see the Squad, whoever these fucking people are. We see that. So it doesn't mean an elimination of corruption. In fact, you'd have to change the narrative like Kyle Kulinski did into saying that that's what corruption and anti-corruption mean. You take money from corporations, you're corrupt. If you don't, you're just you have bad strategy and you're weak-minded. That's a whole different moral context, right? That's the difference between a person purposely taking a kitchen knife and stabbing people to death and a child who happens to have a kitchen knife in their hand. They're accidentally stabbing people. I don't know what it is. Do stab, stab, stab. I'm just playing. Right? That's a huge difference as far as how someone would diagnose that, or how someone would come up with a solution, right? That completely changes that. Let's see some of your other ones. I will review your comments every time now. No, I'm just playing. Are we looking for something else? We would accept Jeb's support of our policies. Everyone is welcome to the correct side of history. But do you see that? Well, what if Jeb's lying? How do you know if Jeb's lying or not? Or full of shit? Well, you might not know, right? But what about the, I don't know, the evidence of, let's say, like a character assessment based on past incidents, right? That needs to be taken into account, right? You're telling me you would welcome Jeb Bush into your fucking organization. That's what you're telling me. You're telling me you make no character assessments at all. Of, oh, this guy could be full of shit. This guy could be using this as a leapfrog to the presidency or something like that, or to some sort of position of power. I wouldn't believe that. I would think you would definitely consider that. Like, man, is this guy lying to me? You would consider that. Everyone has a price. That's wrong. It usually happens when they spend through the first deposit. I don't have a price. Now what? Essentially, it's like, I'm sorry, but nothing you could say could change that truth from it. That truth cannot exit reality because you say so. So, like, now that you have someone here, it was like, oh, I won't move. I won't bend.
Said that you will, just meant that you would.
Huh?
Just said that he would. Everyone has a price.
Yeah. I don't have a fucking price. Actually, I do. It's called NBA 2K30. NBA 2K30 on PlayStation 7. On PlayStation 7. I want one of those now. I know you got them. I know.
But yeah, it's like, oh, like if I have a price, everyone else does. Yeah. Okay.
Like, nah, I have no price.
No, I'm assuming that's their. I'm assuming that's their logic.
Yeah.
If you have a price, that means everyone else does. What a shitty detective you are.
Oh fuck, I missed that. Sorry, Chris. Merry Christmas, Chris Edwards. Sorry, I get lost in fucking comments sometimes, man. Okay, I just want to point out, people kill by saying we should have a law against... by saying we should have a law against doesn't solve the problem, but it does mitigate it some, while you continue to address reasons why people do. I see your point, but at the same time, that doesn't cure murdering. Murdering still that you're just delaying or slowing down, or like we said, like the criminals will upgrade if they're really that much into killing, or they'll become your elected officials and make killing legal. So it's like, are we actually solving this? Not really, right? What's the point? What's the point? Like you said, while we continue to address, try to figure out why people do this, we make laws to stop them from doing it. Okay, so we're going to scare them. Essentially, that's essentially the tactic, right? Scare them into not doing something quote-unquote bad. If you do this, you go to jail. Jail is bad. We scare you into following the rules. What does that make you? Now, where's your moral compass at? Who's morally judging you? I know it's a fucking messy fucking thing. It's very messy. But the questions have to be addressed, if you ask me. But I hear what you're saying on that one. I hear you. It's just, it's not a solution. It's, what did Tim say? It's just a Band-Aid covering up a gunshot wound, or whatever the fuck he said on Door's fucking channel.
Yeah, we wrap it and clean the wound. I fuck hate quoting him. He's an idiot. He's a piece of shit. Fuck that guy.
It's just bandages instead of a cure. I was risking copyright strike for what? There's a comment from a while ago from Ruben. Ah, fuck, what do you mean? Was it the music? Music I'm good on. Metric doesn't fuck with people when it comes to music. No, Opeth, it isn't every Wednesday. It's just whenever I feel like it. It's usually Saturdays. Saturdays when there's fights on, I'll do like 2 or 3 hours where we're doing something like this, where like people recommend something, we watch it, we discuss it, I react to it or whatever, and then like the last couple hours is me watching watching the big fight that's on, or the big sporting event. I was gonna watch NBA tonight, whatever. Shit happens. Shit happens. Okay, I think I got everything where you were addressing that. And I have to scroll back up again, because I'm sure you were responding what I was just saying right now. Let's see. Okay, I saw that from Ruben. Quartering is even more low quality than Tim Pool. He sucks, but he doesn't have the numbers, right? The quartering, yeah, but he's not pulling in viewers consistently like that and making that many videos, and they're not even all political, right? A lot of them are comic booky bullshit stuff.
He's an SJW comic book guy. So, but listen, you do a projection, like projecting like views and whatnot.
Yeah.
You'd see he might, if he did what Tim did. What Tim does is a strategy. 3 videos a day. It's the same amount used constantly, consistently for money.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again. And now he just did a double tap, like a double tap. I do a live video where I just go over the same thing I did earlier today. No way. Yeah. All I have to do is throw myself in front of a fucking bus. Every time someone criticizes drugs. Get between me and my money.
It's the old disagreement that intentions literally don't matter because systemic constraints override them. Well, first of all, intentions do matter, whether you see an egotistical result or not, right? If your senses pick up a result or not, your intentions do matter, right? I would fucking hope so. They're affecting your psyche right now.
Fucking wizard told you that in a dark cave. Did you hear that? What did he say?
Now, as far as systemic constraints, fuck, I might have just lost the comments. I fucked up. Sorry. See, if I turn my phone sideways and I turn it back to normal, it resets back to the bottom of the fucking comments of where I was. Yeah, my excuse. No, I found it. All right. It's an old disagreement that intentions really don't matter because systemic constraints override them. Like what? Like what? Okay, let's go back to one of the arguments I made before, right? You said there's systemic constraints in regards to capitalism, right? You have to constantly seek profit, otherwise your business folds because the other ones are seeking for constant profit. Well, what if the other ones aren't seeking constant profit? What if everyone, well, let's say this. Let's say everyone, hold on. Let's say everyone agreed or decided that, you know what, as an individual, since I make this amount of money, I'm going to give this percentage as like charity to make sure everyone's taken care of in regards to healthcare or whatever the fuck. Whatever they need, housing, a car, unemployment, whatever the fuck. I just want to give money for that. I make this amount of money, and I think this is the right percentage. Let's say everyone did that, from to the guys who have very, not as much, to the guys who have a shit ton of money, right? What is that? That's essentially a tax system, right? But they don't call it taxes because they're purposely giving a percentage away to make sure for the benefit of everyone else. Is that not capitalism? And your response to me would probably be, that's not practical. That's not realistic. And it's like, okay, but that proves your idea incorrect, right? Like, you literally have to put your own sense of reality onto that in order to make that incorrect. It's theoretically possible, though, which means if you're going to be scientific about it, it's like, so that means there are no constraints like that. We're making them up, which means where's the problem at? Oh, the psyche. Why does a guy with $142 billion need $143 billion? What's going on there?
What he said earlier, the whole constant, I mean constant, like constant flow of money or constant, we need to profit more. More and more and more.
Yeah.
Either way, like, what's the driving force of that? And that's going into psychology.
I'm sorry if I'm missing guys' comments. I'm fucking all over the fucking place. Comments flying out the ass. All right, Jeb can lie all he wants as long as he supports our... Okay, I read that, right? You would take his support. Would you make him the head of your thing? Opeth, would you make... If Jeb Bush... Let's say Jeb Bush... You have an organization, right? And you have a set platform of ideas. And Jeb Bush is the only one who's popular enough to actually, like, get on a mainstream news channel and spout your ideas, right? Let's say that's the case. Would you accept Jeb Bush as your leader, as your figurehead? Would you? I need that answer. Okay. You should do a call-in show sometime. People keep telling me that, and I'm gonna get Discord. It's gonna happen. Fuck. Oh, Jesus, how far am I behind? Okay. Oh, actually, I'm not that far behind. This propaganda's...
With what she said.
Yo.
And
Alright, hold up. Oh, this is you guys on Franco's channel? Anthony and Propaganda. Anthony and James's boyfriend. I mean, excuse me, sorry. Future husband. On Franco's channel. I should do a call-in thing. I'm gonna download fucking Discord. I'm gonna get that shit set up. I'm gonna tell you guys about it so you can join it and you guys can argue whenever you want. I can pop in and then I can also go live and then fucking argue. Vocally. Did I respond to you? The one about intentions, not like they lose meaning compared to the I guess social circumstances, something like that. You said that I responded to. Okay, I missed this one. You can't ignore the macro and only focus on the micro, i.e. individual psychology. The micro is the macro, man. Like, that's what I mean by... That's why there's terms like ego, which is like an individual's... Like, what's 1 + 1? it's 2, and you see the numbers in your mind and all that shit. Or what should I get for dinner tonight? Your ego, an individual's ego, and then the super ego, right? What does Tom think about my dress? Super ego. That's you taking your ego and exploring outside shit. What is so-and-so thinking? What's the new style? What's everyone's favorite TV show? Everyone will like this. Let's say I'm a YouTube creator. Everyone will like a video if I do this. Or whatever. Right? The micro collectively makes the macro. So whatever pathology is happening in individuals, it's making its way up to the fucking macro, man. And you can see it on a macro level. Does anyone here disagree that George Bush is behaves in, or George Bush during his administration behaved in a corrupt way? Does anyone disagree with that? Now it's like, well, how did he get all the way there? I shouldn't use George Bush because he has a dad who can push him forward and all that. All right, how did George H.W. Then he has a dad. Prescott Bush.
All right, Soros. How's that?
How about Obama? He doesn't really have like a lineage or anything like that.
Really, but when you have like ties and shit.
Yeah.
To like intelligence agencies, it's all the same shit.
Point is, I'm telling, even if I go a little further into my own ideology, it's like, oh, within the micro is the macro. That goes a little further in the metaphysics, which I'm sure people don't want to hear about, but that's part of my thinking. But regardless of that, the micro still makes up the macro. Correct or incorrect? I'm literally going fast forward, rewind with the fucking comments. Okay, who said what when? Okay, what are they addressing? When are you going to get super chat? Oh, we're about 20 subscribers away from that, and I don't even know how we would do it anyways. But if we figure that out, I'll let you know. Let's see. The Red Sea going at the neck of Matt Hunter. Damn, son. Put your Black Panther claws away, son. Let Matt Hunter live, bro. Trying to stomp on his parade, bro. He's not Batman, Red Sea. Let him live. God.
Skit video we did. Matt Hunter. It's like, nah, that's true. In fact, the guy that did the bell curve thing at the end of the video, proved our point.
Yeah.
So, how's that feel to just lose everywhere? The guy that did the story that those people cite.
Okay, I'm gonna use this.
The individual must be considered.
Yeah.
Cannot, environment cannot do that.
And it's groups on average, not individuals. That's the biggest problem. That it's groups on average. I think they brought up the example of Barack Obama, who I would consider a dipshit, ignorant dipshit, but they would consider him smart, based on IQ points. He went to Harvard though. It's like, but he bombed kids. How smart is he?
Well, here's the thing.
He did it cleverly though, right?
When we point out white collar crime goes unnoticed, I hear a pivot from Matt Hunter. So it's like laughable.
Oh yeah, he'll bring up gang violence all the time, but he won't bring up, the U.S. versus Iraq.
Here, ready? Ready? Jared Kushner.
He's smart. He's smart. He's a smart guy. All right. How can you show that the scenario you created is any more realistic than wishing talking rocks into existence? Okay, I'd have to think of an exact scenario you're talking about that I said. Could you further explain? Trying to get your YouTube subs over 1,000 before Christmas. Capitalism at work. Oh, stop it. Stop it, Chris. I swear to God, Chris, I'll start calling you Christopher. It'll annoy the shit out of you. Huh? No, I said I swear to, or I'm trying to get your YouTube subs over 1,000 before Christmas. Christopher, instead of Chris. No, it's not Christopher.
No. It was like a joke.
It's Aspen. Aspen? That's from True Detective.
No. Where's the Christopher shit from?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. Fuck, shit. I'm sorry, Scuffed. I get lost in comments, so I need to know this scenario you were talking about. Or that I was talking about exactly. Okay, the influence of the... Okay, the influence of the macro also exerts way more influence than the micro. Within the macro is the micro. Yes. Within the micro is the macro too. That's true from biological to psychological. That's true. Is your body not made of all the the collective things that are happening in your macro environment, right? Is that not true? Or is that wrong? What scenario are you talking about, Scuff? I'm sorry for my mind's blanking. Is it about the micro-macro thing? I'll need an exact thing. I am not a psychiatrist at all. In fact, I might consider it something like, this shouldn't be a thing. The dude laying on the chair, tell me about your childhood, like that type of thing, as opposed to like a psychoanalyst, which is what people should be doing to themselves.
I just look at it as someone serving you a basketball.
Oh, okay. Here's the scenario he's bringing up. That everyone in capitalism could hypothetically give to charity and not engage in exploitation. How is that so far out of... How is that near the realism of wishing a talking rock into existence? It's like, so it's going to go back to the psychology and the human behavior argument again. Like we argued before, it's going to go back to that, right? Why doesn't that happen, Scuffed? Why do you think that doesn't happen? It's not realistic. Well, what if there's some sort of fucking little nugget of something inside the psyches of all these people to where this never happens? Which means we have to address it.
Why is it not realistic?
And
Instead of asking another question.
all right, this is from Red Sea. Psychology is just another distraction to avoid making socioeconomic critiques. Psychology was endorsed by academia after the CIA approved it's a fucking scam. Red Sea. I want you to count to 10 in your head, in your mind. Count to 10. Seriously, this is a thought experiment. Try it out. Humor me. Count to 10 in your head. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now tell me what's going on when that happens.
First of all, what do you think these, like...
What's going on when that happens?
What do you think these economic systems are based off of?
How do you think they sell these anything?
It's not selling, it's who created them, why, and what were their intentions.
Yeah.
That's basic psychology. You know why? Because where you get that answer, like, oh, they're thinking of the best way to live. Oh. Well, who's thinking that? How does that happen?
Think of your advertisements. Think of the clothes you're wearing right now.
Are you kidding me?
Or the lack of clothes you're wearing right now. Either one. Look at that. Where does that come from? Do you not have a psyche?
Manipulating someone is not like CIA. See, psychology is part of their fucking thing. It's like basic fucking shit. That's like shallow psychology.
Yeah.
See, we use reverse psychology on these people. Now they fight against each other. That's one of the worst things I've ever heard.
It's a two-way street, though, and you only investigated one of them. Yeah, this one I assume you're talking about the the micro macro. No. I investigate all of it. I investigate my own existence. But the thing is, I know the thing I'm observing existence with. Do you see why there's a difference there? Which means I can smell my own. This is basic level. Hopefully, usually more mature people in the realms of understanding themselves can get past this from the jump. But let's say you're just starting out, you just observing, like, okay, here's content that pops up in front of me, a newscast, a TV show, someone walking down the street, whatever. You can literally, as like a quote-unquote hidden observer, sit back and observe, like, oh shit, there's my bias flying by. You can observe the idea floating through your mind, just like you can observe yourself going 1, 2, 3, 4 in your own mind. You can observe yourself counting in your own mind. You can observe your own bias in your own mind as you're experiencing something, some sort of content, right? Oh, black guy, better walk on the other side of the street. You can observe that shit. And then it's like, what does Jesus call it? Like a wonder of wonders. Where it's like, whoa, holy fuck. It's like looking in the mirror and be like, oh shit, is that me? What's going on here? Like I'm in here, but I see this. Okay. Yeah, I investigate all of my existence. That's what it is. But I'm very sure if you don't clear up the clouds sitting in front of your vista, it's like you're not gonna see the fucking vista. Your view. I mean, Windows Vista. What does Caesarean call it? There's oily rags trying to clean the windows of your house, and you're wondering why you can't see outside of your fucking house. Right? Where was I? I saw something from Grey Walker. Did I miss it? Okay, the first reference to the American continent was from Plato. Oh, I guess you guys are talking to someone else. There's an interesting one. See, this is esoteric type of terminology, but if you I don't want to use stereotypical terms like right brain and left brain and all that shit. So you're a left brainer, huh? Communist left brain. I'm trying to, but some, like Alice just said, like as above, so below. It's like there's something to that. It's like, heaven? Yeah, that's right, Jesus. Heaven's in the fucking sky. See that cloud there? There's God right over there, right behind that cloud. There it is. There he is, Jesus. It's like if that's heaven, then the birds are already there. Who the fuck are you? It's like, what? It's like, wait, what? You're not supposed to say that. But yeah, that's an interesting esoteric type of statement, right? As above, so below. And I have my own opinions on it, but I don't want to lose the chat. Not lose as in I'm so smart, but lose as in it'll just add more possible confusion. Yeah. The influence of the macro also exerts way more influence than the micro. Yes and no. Yes and no. But the thing is, if the micro isn't taken care of, your macro will always be shit. It's just what it is. Unless, even if the macro dictated, like, set the conditions. Huh? Let's say the macro set the conditions for a quote-unquote utopia type of world, right? Everyone's okay, everyone's socially taken care of, and all that shit, right? It's like the micro's still in question. There's still problems there. And I don't mean problems as in someone's going to maliciously hurt someone else. I mean problems as in someone might read someone else differently, right? What was it? Peter Joseph and Alex Jones? It's like, well, I'm a man. What are you going to do about that, huh? You created all the conditions to make a quote-unquote perfect world, but here you have Alex Jones like, fuck it, I'm a man. I'm going to go beat the shit out of that guy. He looks at me funny. What are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with guys who feel some type of way because someone looked at them funny?
I wouldn't say what are you going to do. It's why,
what are you going to do about that?
Why is that? Explain that. Why does that happen?
How do you know that little incident isn't the seed that leads to a George Bush or a Barack Obama or whoever? How do you know that? We make fun of like we're being facetious, but I think there's a little bit of truth in there, right? To where it's like the super dorky person that gets picked on, and like, I'm gonna get revenge on you. They take it out on the fucking rest of the world. You little peasants, look at me, I'm president now. You little pieces of shit. I win.
There's the other dorky kid that gets picked on that doesn't do that, so what is that?
Are you telling me that's outside the realms of possibility? I love talking about psychology. It's fun.
It's just an excuse. It sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. That's what it sounds like.
Okay, issue is killing. Micro is the insane, macro is the fired guy with no safety net. Micro is the insane, macro is the fired guy. No. I disagree with it. Okay. Okay, the issue of killing, I guess you mean murder, right? Because I can accidentally kill an ant. I can accidentally kill a person. I suspect you mean murder, as in someone maliciously killing someone or something. I guess as far as perspective, you'd be correct, right? As far as perspective, we'd be like, oh, this guy lost his job, that's why he went postal. But on a micro level, it's like you were suffering from a pathology of whatever. You didn't get accepted or something. Or you created this narrative in your mind that this is the only thing that's important in my life is feed my family and feed my kids, and that's it. And then you lost your job and your wife and kids left you. And now it turns into pathology. Yeah. You made me a victim, I'm making you a victim. And they ended up taking it out on people in the same circumstances as them, just with more courage, though. Or maybe they have something else going for them. Al says, okay, a proton is made up of a number of Planck units equal to the number of seconds the universe has existed for. Macro and micro are the same. Well, I wouldn't explain it like that. That sounds a lot more scientific than my understanding. I'm just looking at it psychologically, right? There's the collective unconscious, or collective conscious, right? That's like all the thoughts running throughout the entire world, right? That's a real thing, I hope. That, you know, there's a bunch of people thinking, or you can include animals in that. You know, thinking beings are existing on this planet, right? And you have the quote-unquote micro, which is the individual psyche, which is usually living at the ego level for most people's thinking patterns. They're living strictly at the ego level, and it almost works like its own little world. So all the little archetypes you see expressed externally around you, oh, there's the narcissist, you know, there's the greedy asshole, there's the always happy person, there's the always sad person. Those are all things that are also within your own individual psyche, as far as I understand, right? It's like, oh, Johnny got the blues. Oh, Johnny's really happy. Johnny's being selfish. Johnny's doing, like, right? Am I off base by saying that? Question mark. Too fast? No, that's understandable. The one I just said is understandable. See, fix the macro. What was it? I just saw it from Opeth. Fix the macro so you can focus on the micro. And it's like, I'm trying to think of an example. Okay. If let's say I write a law that bans murder, and everyone follows it. Everyone follows it. Just based on conditioning, like they're afraid of it, or mommy and daddy told them this is the right thing to do, with no critical thinking about it. They just accept it and do it and follow it. Did that eliminate murder from the world? Did it really eliminate it? Is that the real solution to it? Did it really get rid of murder? Now, egotistically, I could say, well, my senses don't see body not moving. Oh, man there with knife in hand that did it. But at the same time, how about the thoughts of it? The thoughts of murdering someone. Man, if this law wasn't here, I'd fucking kill everyone in this fucking room. They all hate me anyways. Fuck them. Does that get rid of that? Okay. Does that thought cause problems? Does that train of thought cause problems? Now you tell me if that's a realistic thing to bring up or not. Or if it's a talking rock. You tell me. Human psychology is not a scam. Maybe guys that say, oh, well, fold your legs, lay back, and let's talk about your childhood. Maybe that could be some sort of scam type thing. But psychology itself, you have a psyche, right? You have a mind. That's why I asked you to count from 1 to 10 in your head. Is there not something in there? Is there not some sort of wheel spinning in there? Of course there is. How'd you even speak English to me to where I understand what you're saying? How'd that even happen? How'd that happen without a psyche? That makes you a robot if you're not using your psyche. Right? I can program my computer to speak English to me. but I have to tell it what to say. And if you don't have a psyche, then you're just a robot. Someone's programming words in, and you're just repeating words that are programmed, for you to say. And I don't believe that's the case. I hope that's not the case. I think he's trying to get us to take pills. That's right.
How sad would it be?
Take those pills.
Let's condition them to behave like robots.
Would you accept Freud's support? Oh, you mean Freud? I don't know Freud personally, so.
I endorse this individual. I don't need you.
I don't know. I don't know this person, so. Just being real with you, I don't know this person, so no, I can't say I would endorse him or accept his endorsement.
Anybody that does that, I find that suspect.
Fractals. I've heard that concept, Grey Walker.
Run around with, look, this person's so good. Okay? It's like, what?
I don't even want to know. I just downloaded my coach straight from the Matrix. Why is that funny? Fucking Canadian, man. I swear to God. A lot of people's problems are caused by their socioeconomic status. Okay, see, we have to set definitions of these things. Right? What are we talking about here? What are we defining as problems? If we say, well, they don't have access to health care, I can see why that's a problem. I can see that. But what's the overhanging thing? That's the big problem there. Suffering. Okay. What is suffering? Like Buddha sat under a tree to fucking try to understand that fucking thing, right? So it's like, what's the suffering part? Is that psychological? Now, I'm not saying, oh, let's, what you need to do is positive thinking so you don't suffer anymore. Like, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, when it comes to something where we're talking about, like you said, socioeconomic problems, right? To where it's something, some other thing outside causing social problems here, as in regards to like, oh, we're dumping oil in your neighborhood that is fucking you up in a physical health sense. It's like, oh, now we're talking about the creeper's psyche. Do you get that? What type of pathology led to someone being like, it's okay to just dump oil here. No one cares about these people anyways. Who cares about them? Dump the oil here. Are you telling me that's not a psychological problem? It didn't happen on its own. Oil didn't get up and walk to the Bronx and just pour itself out on the streets. Someone did it. That's a made-up story. Let's go with South America and somewhere like BP or ExxonMobil just dumping oil in these fucking jungles somewhere. Right? That's a real story. So, well, how did that happen? What type of mind allowed that to happen? They were just greedy. Couldn't they make money without having to do that? I mean...
What's greed? Tell me that. What is that? Good luck. Socioeconomic. What do they call it? Socioeconomic what?
Effects.
Yeah, well, it's like...
Or status, my bad.
It's like, what determines that? See, we're going to go right back to what's corruption. Or, like, just the idea of it.
And to further on that point, Red Sea, if someone takes my house and living away from me, and I turn to, I'll bully people for money. I'll hold a gun up to them. If they don't give me their money, I'm just gonna beat the shit out of them, take their money, on and so forth. yeah, there's a problem with that. That person now has a pathology. They let something else essentially infect them with this pathology. And in fact, it's not even an infection, actually. It's something that's already there. That's whatever. Your conditioning brought it up to the surface. What does Jung say? If you don't deal with certain parts of your psychology, they play themselves out like conspirators against you, essentially. Oh, you're afraid to talk to girls, huh? Well, me and nature are gonna conspire together and make sure this happens right here. You're gonna embarrass yourself. Don't call me John. They play themselves out, and in fact, your ego, which likes to manipulate with things like time and stuff. Fuck it, I have to explain that. Time flies when you're having fun, right? The cliche term. Right? When you're having fun, time just seems like, fuck, that was only 2 hours? Or that was 2 hours? That felt like 5 minutes. Right? Your ego can manipulate with time and pacing and tempo and shit. So, fuck, I forgot my point. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I had a point with that. Shit. So, in regards to... God damn it. I had a point, too. Freak my life. Damn it. Okay. Carl Jung, nature conspiring with your own psyche to... Okay. There it was. The way your ego the way your ego can play with time, certain events start to, your ego will hyper focus on it to where it's like a recurring theme, right? Let's isolate something and say, I'm afraid to talk to girls or something, right? And then it's like, here's this incident that maybe triggered that idea in your psyche, right? You're talking to a girl and your zip was down. And I was like, haha, look, XYZ, bro. And then right? And he's like, oh no. And he's like nervous or whatever the fuck. No, not me, no. Let's say it happens again, not his zip being down, but like him talking to a girl where he's nervous. And it happens again, and it happens again, and it happens again. All of a sudden, your psyche, your ego, is making edits to reality to say that these things, like, this always happens to me. Meanwhile, it only happened 5 times. You're 20 years old. It happened 5 times in your entire life. Meanwhile, your ego edited it to make it seem like it happens every fucking day. This is all that happens to me. This is what happens to me. I just get nervous around girls, man. It's like, dude, you talked to 5 girls your whole life. What's going on here? And it's like, no. Poor me. It's like, right, your ego's editing reality to fit this conditioned mindset. Right? What was the point of that? I don't even know. I don't even know what the point of that story was. Well, yeah. So, I guess you can tie that into the stereotypical, the drug dealer. I do this because I gotta feed my family. Meanwhile, they do horrible shit. I'm not saying every drug dealer is a bad guy. I'm saying, or even any of them are bad guys. I'm saying, people who sort of turn the switch off when they're doing something because in their ego they created the reality like this is what I have to do to survive. Thus the the society's causing this guy to do this. The society caused this dude to beat the shit out of this guy because he needs his money. And it's like, so there's no choice there. So we are robots. It's a whole roller coaster of ideas I'm just throwing out here now. Now I'm just rambling. Because I don't even know where I started. Just went out there. Me? No.
you're clay, you're nothing. How's that feel?
But it's not realistic. If you had no money, you'd definitely kill or whatever to survive. Like, nope. Because then I wouldn't survive. I wouldn't survive if I did that.
Why'd that monk burn himself alive? What? Oh, he's crazy. In protest. Even I wouldn't agree with it, but what was that? You know?
Do you think capitalism has anything to do with so many people are psychologically and morally deficient? Do you think maybe that problem could be better tackled under a system like socialism? Let me answer this one. Do you think capitalism has anything to do with why so many people are psychologically and morally deficient? No. No. Because no matter what you do, if me not killing is based on me afraid to go to jail, or me afraid, or me conditioned by mom and dad, it's not me actually doing it, is it? What is it? What is my physical action of not killing? What is that predicated on? Someone else's psyche and someone else's, or a lower drive, if you will, an instinctual survival drive. Which means what? You didn't actually cure murdering. I'm still murdering in my psyche somewhere. I'm just not physically doing it. Thus, there is no... Yeah. So, if you're talking about social conditions, I mean, it's something that... if you're talking about social conditions, like capitalism, the only thing it would have an effect on is, I would say, creating the room or an egotistical excuse, right? And that's not even based on capitalism or socialism. That's based on the society you're in, right? You don't have a gang of barbarians who are fucking socialists, right? Could you? We all work together. We all share everything and all that shit. Fucking Genghis Khan, motherfreaker. Like, killer, murderer, motherfreaker. You can have socialism there. Yeah, you can. Within our tribe, we all work together and do this fucking thing. But other tribes, they're fucked. Other tribes, they're fucked. But our tribe, we're using socialism. We're using we're using economic principles within our little tribe here.
You'll get what you read on paper from that, but you won't.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You're not going to get it. It's not going to work.
I mean, being like, there is no law or there's definitely no economic system that can heal someone's fucking psyche or quote unquote moral deficiencies. That's just not the case. Do you think maybe that problem could be better tackled under it? No, look. Little Johnny who doesn't have food. Little Johnny who doesn't have food. Yeah, maybe capitalism or socialism is a better solution for that guy. Now, what Johnny does without having food or with having food is not up to anyone's fucking economic system, for fuck sure. Right? It'll always be up to that individual. It's essentially people choosing to be conditioned because they don't want the responsibility of choice. Because that's a dangerous responsibility. That's when every little decision's like, oh fuck, it's all scrutinized. At first.
Wait, what's that? Is that a spotter? It's science. It's your biology. It's not your fault. Oh, thank you. That's what it is. Fuck that.
Even victims of sex violence or abuse, more common in poverty-stricken demographics. Eradicate poverty and 99% of problems go away. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Because what are you defining problem?
This is why Peter Joseph won't last here.
If we're defining a problem as okay. Is little Johnny calling himself a piece of shit every night, is that a problem solved? Or is that a problem? Now let's say that's everyone's problem. Instead of seeing murder and death and all that shit, it's just a bunch of people that just hate themselves. Just a unappealing existence. Just terrible, from terrible thoughts to whatever about themselves and about reality. Look at, yeah, look at Janice over there. He's a piece of shit. Look at this piece of shit. They don't say it out loud, but they say it inside their minds. Yeah, that world's healthy. Yeah, problems are gone now. But all we know is inhale, exhale, and then you stop inhale, exhaling. If you think problems are just surface level, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
The problem. Let's read these numbers. They'll help us.
Well, the GDP it's only 300,000 people. That's only 0.8 of our GDP. It's okay. It's like you'll turn into that motherfreaker. You'll turn into Wilbur Ross. Do I believe in aliens? Believe? Sure. No? No fucking clue. And I don't even mean like I look for them or anything. That's not what I mean by believe. It's just the universe is so massive, you'd suspect there's some sort of life out there. That's it. That's as far as I go. But yeah. It's like whatever you talk about, like sex violence, sex abuse, or anything like that. That problem will just translate into something else, if you ask me. I'm probably so far behind. Gabor Mate, I know, I've heard his work. He probably agrees with me, actually. He probably agrees with me, believe it or not. Like his work on, what was it? Drug abuse or things like that. So, So what is he saying about that? Like, oh, there's some sort of trauma or conditioned thing that leads these guys to behave this way. And it's like, really, Gabor? Really? See, I told these guys that in my YouTube channel. They said that's horseshit. They said it's like rocks magically start talking. I'm playing. I'm joking.
Stop it. Don't be modest.
I'm joking.
What they're saying, their reasoning for this is magical at the end of the day. Maybe it may not appear that way right now, right? But it's because of the socioeconomic status of the individual. It's like, well, what determines that? And what's the cause of that? And we keep going and going, and to get down to understanding of the human psyche to determine to say these words. What's corruption then? You can't tell me that. Saying it's not that.
I wonder what mass depression looks like.
Huh?
I wonder what mass depression looks like. What would that look like?
I've never seen it.
Neither have I. But then again,
it's relative to me,
But then again, people are so distracted by social events that they might not have time to sit down with their own psyche. To where they're like, oh, the world's fine. The world's grand. There's no rape, no killings, no nothing like that. Everyone's taken care of. Everything's good. And depression's like, huh? You forgot about me. You gotta take care of me, right? I wonder if there would be mass depression, something like that. That'd be the new problem, the new front row seat to go, the new movie to view, the new movie to get front row seat tickets for. Are you depressed? Blah 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 blah. Right? Come check it out. Yeah, man, I'm like Kurt Cobain. I'm depressed too, man. Yeah.
It's like, what's depression compared to someone?
Let's have fun. Let's enjoy this.
In a fucking war zone.
That's right. Become the protagonist of your own movie.
I don't like to say mass depression. It's weird.
It's just, some sort of pathology that happens in mass.
I hate, like,
because they're not busy worrying about car notes.
Like someone would go,
This is being real.
I know what that means. I'd rather not.
It's being real. You ever see people who have everything, like, they're not filthy rich, but everything's basically taken care of, right? They're old enough to be on Social Security and all that shit. They have a place to live. They have all this shit, right? And they're still like, man, I wish I was 20 years old again. Like, they're in those type of mindsets and stuff like that. Not even for physical function, just to be out and about and doing things and all that. It's like, what's going on psychologically there? Remember the thrill of danger? Remember that? Are you going to create problems in order to fix it? I could be making that up. It could be untrue.
That's something I thought about myself. I was like, oh, look at this. Of course, it wasn't me. You know, I had to be a detective in those moments.
But you won't focus. Alright. Are you familiar with the Calhoun experiment? No, I'm not. Calhoun experiment? Sorry, but you won't be able to focus on those macro issues with the you won't be able to focus on those micro issues with the macro all in the way. It allows the micro to slip through the cracks. It can, if you're easily distracted. It can, if you're easily distracted. The problem is there is no attempt at the micro. I don't see it. I don't see it. Does anyone see that anywhere? Other than in academic lecture halls. Not even that. To where people are focused on the individual's psyche. Where do you see that at? Where do you see that? That's a rarity.
Well, that's being generous.
Or it's old heads who died already.
Like Roger Clemens' baseball rookie card. You're talking about like population of the world now times that maybe by 0.2, maybe.
So let's put it in political terms, right? People focus on the macro, they get grifted, and then they look for the macro again. AOC, Ilhan, Rashida. Who's next? What we need is this kind of leader. Okay. Instead of a leader that says the right thing, we need a leader that says the right thing but doesn't take corporate money. It's like, that doesn't work. Okay, what we need is a political leader who says the right things, doesn't take corporate money, and was a protester once. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, what we need is, it's constantly extroversion on top of extroversion. No reflection happening. Well, no, reflection happens with, I think, all well-meaning people have some sort of reflection thing happening. Don't get me wrong about that. It's just, you can do both at the same time. I can call George Bush, like, in joking terms, like, oh, he's a fucking creeper based on his foreign policy, or he's a neocon based on his foreign policy. I can do that, but also, like, let's look at the psyche of George Bush. Why does he do this stuff? Why not? Even if you're just guessing, fucking fake it till you make it, man. Make an attempt. In socialism, people would not only be subject to less abuse, they would have the resources and time to pay attention to their inner development.
Less abuse, what is that? Suffering? Well, suffering is relative.
Suffering, look, that guy was walking around the street.
But that takes sort of a... See, you're going to end up having to agree with me anyways, dude. Right? Because how do you get there in the first place? How do you get people to be psychologically comfortable with socialism in order to have leisure time to think, to work on their inner selves or whatever? Go convince Alex Jones. Socialism's the way. Go convince some of these knuckleheads I argue with on YouTube and Twitter. What are you gonna have to do there?
Well, one, I can't. Two.
I'm pretty sure you said something about conditioning or re-educating. I'm talking about scuffed.
Oh, that's right.
Right? Yeah. Didn't you say something like educating them or whatever, and it's like based on whose truth? You see the questions that pop up?
I'd say, what's the truth?
So you're essentially gonna have to psychologically manipulate people in order to buy into your thing, in order to get them to unbreak all your psychological conditioning, so that they can work on their inner selves. That makes little to no sense for me.
You're a snake oil salesman, which you are. It's the truth. You can't be a
What is the difference between Bush and Obama and Trump? I don't see any except personality.
Height, weight, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
As far as like, if we're just looking at them, we're just looking at them as like just figureheads. Yeah, you're just gonna see personality and shit like that. Aesthetics, voice, vocal patterns, body language, things like that.
Evidence of incompetence, or because it's too, either you're retarded or you're corrupt in that position. Just being honest.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Getting someone who does not know how to play basketball, like in the NBA Finals. You are useless. So quite literally, you are useless. A fast-paced game like that.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, this thing fucking jumped. I'll play your video, damn it. Oh my god. Hey Mona. I'm arguing things. Oh my god, I'm so far behind.
Jump ahead. You don't want
The work of Mouse Utopia experiment. That sounds interesting, actually. Okay. Fuck, I'm so far behind in the comments.
Alright.
I'm so sorry, guys. Oh my god. Killing insects is okay as long as it isn't extermination and they are not endangered as a species. Now let's get back to real life. So they're props for you. They're life props for you. Why are you alive? What's the point of your existence? It's like, do you live just to survive? Which means you're not actually living. Which means what's the fucking point? Because in this scenario, that makes the animals or insects or anything, they're just props for you. They're essentially props. Don't endanger them because it'll endanger their species. And as far as ecology works, we need bees to do this, to make flowers grow, to blah, 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 and all that shit. Damn it, Opeth.
Oh, him. Okay, guess what? The dog that's upstairs. If that's how he really feels, this is probably true based on my observations. How does it feel that the dog upstairs, you know, in the bedroom upstairs is morally superior to you? How does that feel? Seriously?
Just by being neutral?
I wouldn't call him neutral.
Is what she said.
Yo,
did it?
Fuck. I got your video right here. I'll play it. I'll play it. I'm trying to skim through here to catch back up. Genghis Khan was dropping some serious milkshakes. Thank you, Uncle Drew. The point is that someone always will do it. Just because you don't do it only speaks about one individual. When you take into account 7 billion, it becomes an absurd expectation. But Okay, but then you're saying if I make a country socialist, that's only what? It's only millions of people? To expect that to work? Right? Wait, is it gonna work without... You know. Yeah, Red Sea, I know you're disagreeing with me. I'll play your video, man. Don't worry. Playing it next, right? Yeah. Mona's high. Enjoy your highness. I'm Jordan. Thank you, Opeth, for explaining the argument. Let me see if you got this argument correct. It is a micro-macro argument where the disagreement is making killing illegal does not stop killing, so not worth the effort. Versus that's not true. Versus making make killing illegal so you can focus on the psychos.
Would you say this in public?
You got that completely wrong, I think.
Say that again.
It is a micro-macro argument where the disagreement is making killing illegal does not stop killing, so not worth the effort. If that's my stance, that's completely incorrect. Making killing illegal does not stop killing, so it's not worth the effort. Opeth. You added that on at the end. If that's my perspective, you're explaining in the first part, you added that last part on of, so not worth the effort. Never said that at all. Never said that at all. Versus make killing illegal so you can focus on the psychos. I guess that's the other side.
Well, we were rich. We can hire someone like Jamie and get people to call.
Does not stop killing. Nah. You can. What you do is you set up. Yes, concepts, principles, and then you answer anytime a question is asked about it. Right? It's like Jordan made a statement, killing is bad. And then any kid from any time, why is killing bad? And then you go into it. Murder. Why is murder bad? If you're going to get nuanced, right? Why is murder bad? So, yeah. What I'm saying is writing something on paper doesn't stop the action from happening. And also, you have to look after each person if you're going to work on that type of moral level. If you're not, if you're just going to go with, as long as it's perceivable that the world is okay, I'll go with that, which means you ignore the potential school shooter who doesn't shoot the school up but has all the feelings and emotions of a school shooter. It's like, we ignore them because they didn't actually do it out loud. It's like, no, I can't do that.
Like, that fucker's willing. That's just as bad as him doing it.
And that's for more metaphysical, existential reasons that some of you might not agree with me with as to why that's a thing to me. Anyways, I got your video propaganda. Thank you, Grey Walker, for explaining who I am. Mona's new. She doesn't know. She'll learn, though. She'll learn. She'll learn quickly. Propaganda. You're banned in Canada. We own your country. It's ours. You're banned in Canada. It's not about if you can do it, but if it is effective in the long run. Now, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? If it's effective in the long run, what does that mean? Does that mean you don't visibly see a bad thing happening? You can do that now. Just turn off your news channels and all that shit. You can turn it off and just like, oh, it doesn't happen because I don't see it. What do you mean by that?
We get cold woo.
Effective in the long run.
Harry Potter right here. It's effective. How? I don't get a reason.
See, as long as we get people to not kill each other for 5 years, we can figure this thing out. Now, to some degree, I'm like, okay, I hear that. I hear that. But it's like, it feels like something's missing now, you know? And also, I don't think laws get too much in the way of that. In fact, you're just delaying the inevitable.
Yep.
It's like South Park.
The general idea of it is like, oh, don't do this or else. What happens when that guy doesn't give a shit? Now what?
It's like South Park, where they're trying to stop immigrants from the future.
Yeah, I remember. They're gonna take our jets, so they start butt fucking each other.
Yeah. And then, like, I guess Stan or Kyle's solution was, hey, guys, why don't we just clean up our society? They start cleaning shit up and all that, and they're doing sing-alongs and all that shit. And they're like, wait, guys, stop. This is even gayer than the pile of men having sex in front of everyone. This is even gayer than that. All right, back to the sex pile. Here we go. So it's like, oh, I'm so far behind. Okay, I read that. That's the point. We don't have to go around convincing the Alex Joneses if you address the problem structurally rather than case by case individually. No. We don't have to go around convincing Alex Joneses if you address the problem structurally. No. So then, like, what does that mean, man? Do you mean conditioning the populace into agreeing with you? So where are you then? You are the Edward Bernays then. That's you then. You are the dictator. You are the tyrant. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Anybody that
So it's like, what does that make you? I'll sacrifice myself.
And you watch that economic solution they have.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna work. And when you run out of suggestions with that, you're gonna become a fucking tyrant.
Yeah.
With that solution, well, everyone's taken care of, so there'll be no need for greed or whatever. You don't know what makes them tick. Good luck.
See, like this.
I'll make more justification.
Not every person in a socialist country agrees with the system, just like we're not all capitalists. Yes. But how do you make your thing the new standard? Because it clearly put it in moral terms as this is a moral venture, right? Your system has to come about. And if you don't try that, then you're morally off, right? You're morally off if you don't try to get socialism implemented everywhere. So then what are you going to do that? You can't tell them everything.
It's for their own good. Then you're a fucking hypocrite. And guess
Listen.
what? You're that character John Bolton plays on CNN when he got when you're that character John Bolton played when he was on Tucker Carlson. Well, would you lie if it meant, if your government asked you to? It's like, yeah, for the better of the people or something like that. That's you. You and the walrus are alike in many ways. Well, that character he played.
We wanted to tell them about the asteroid about to destroy the Earth, but if we told them, they'd panic. And if they panic, they start hurting each other. And we're their daddies. So, it's actually a good episode of Angel, where they have this being that just makes everyone happy, sunshiny people. But the protagonist, the hero of the show, has to say, the only way to actually fix it, they have to choose to be better. You can't just trick them into being better. Otherwise, they're not them. There's no them there to make better. It's just a robot, essentially. It's a being with no willpower. And it's not. It's the big picture of an individual gets lost there. All right. I'm gonna play your fucking video. God damn it. No. It is a moral venture, Scuffed. How's it not? How's it not a moral venture? Why are you doing this then? Why? Why do you want people to not be killing people? Please tell me why. Please tell me. How's this not a moral venture? In the meantime, I will play this from Frank Analysis. Franco, ayo Franco. Frank's in his mouth. He sounds like a San Andreas character. Yo, Franco. What up on Grove Street, Franco? All right, the name of the video is David Dole's Lack of Canadian History and Populism. Humanist Report responds to me on Twitter. So this is Frank Analysis. I've been on his channel a couple times. And guest starring is Anthony Reyes, the Samoan-looking motherfreaker, and that bitch-ass Canadian propaganda. That Canuck fuck propaganda. All right, let's check it out. My speaker probably turned off. Fuck, it's getting late. All right, here we go.
With what she said.
Yo, and didn't the...
It's in our material interest, so it's not. So, sorry, I had to pause it. It got 2 seconds in, I had to stop it. It's in our material interest. For what? For what? Survival? I'll let you answer that. Here we go.
With what she said.
Yo, and didn't the Humanist Report say was bitching that he didn't make the list?
Yep, that's the next thing I was gonna get into.
What a herb, yo! I swear to God.
Yo, apparently Nixon in the Watergate tapes or whatever. That's where limited hangout comes from. Crazy.
So yeah, the Humanist Report, who I left off the list because he wasn't attacking Jimmy, and from what I had heard, he was challenging AOC in this video, but I mean he does have a history of being way too nice to TYT and wanting really hard to be a part of their club.
He's in their network, Franco. I think he's a part of the TYT network. But anyways,
he was upset that he didn't make the list. He didn't make my list. He's like, how in the fuck did I not make this list? And then I said, I mean, you were quiet about forced to vote for a while, and he was quiet about it. He wasn't saying much about it, and aren't calling out your friends. I listed who are focusing their energy on attacking Jimmy over.
Yeah, to survive and avoid large-scale suffering. Why? Why do you don't want to suffer, and why do you want to live? Why? What? Why? What? Why? Let's continue.
We're actually fighting for Medicare for all. But if you want to join your friends instead of holding them accountable, join them. I mean, he wants to be a part of them so badly, so might as well, right? And
it's a Stone Cold joke.
David Dole,
hopefully wrestling fans got that.
Also, your buddy from Canada propaganda. He subtweeted me. He said, "I don't care if you like me. Don't put me on a stupid ass list that attempts to divide me and my friends in this space with snake emojis above their names. You people are pathetic." And then I said, "You can tag me, David. You weren't attacking Jimmy like the others were. They're the ones dividing the left by focusing their energy on attacking Jimmy rather than fighting for Medicare for all. And they also revealed to be hypocrites, many of which support imperialism."
Including him.
Including like these people like, they toe the line with these corporatists, like telling us to vote for Joe Biden. They're okay with imperialism. They're okay with people suffering. They know better. They're not like the people who follow them, who don't know and who may not know any better, who are putting their trust in them, or normies. These people should know better. They're informers, and they're misguiding people to vote for these people that are going to create more suffering, just like what we're seeing with the stimulus bill that's going into the military so that we can cause suffering in other countries, and giving us crumbs so that we can suffer in this country.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they go out for brunch.
Okay, so when so when I bring up a human nature type of argument, you tell me there is no human nature, but then you tell me people have natural things to not want to suffer and blah blah. And just being honest, man. See how that doesn't make sense? It's natural for all living things to not want to be hurt. That's not even true. That's not even true, man. Just being honest, that's not even true. You ever hear people like, "Oh, I just want to have a good cry"? Is that suffering? Is that pain? What is that? So it's just not even true. But why don't they want to suffer? Why not? Why do they want to live life without suffering? For what? Is it to enjoy something? What? Let's continue.
And that's what David Dole did. He went out to brunch and he was joking about it, being so disingenuous.
I'm gonna go eat a fucking $50 meal and you can't.
It's the same
That pissed me
people.
off, dude, I was broke as fuck that day and I seen that picture. I was like, motherfucker, man, I would love to go out to fucking some brunch. You kidding me?
It's this.
I saw that fucking picture too. I didn't shit on him for it, but I saw it. I don't know. Anytime, something about the David Dole guy where I'm like, you just smell inauthentic. Just be real. Yeah, you just smell funny to me. Like you're not really here. Like, yeah, the word friends makes perfect sense when he says it. Because it's just a get-together. It's just hanging out with buds. We just happen to do it on the internet. That's it. There's no, there's fucking creepy people trying to fuck our planet up. Or, I disagree with these policies so much because it hurts other people. Like, I don't smell that. That's me. Let's continue.
The same people who are always attacking Tulsi when the criticism didn't merit. There are ways that you can criticize Tulsi, but the things that they were criticizing Tulsi on were very weak and already debunked. They were pretty much smears that the corporate media put out. They bought into Russiagate.
I'm sorry. Is that not a human nature argument? Am I tripping? It's natural for all living things to not want to be here. Okay. So that's an aspect of human nature. That has to be, right? Because humans are living things, right? If you're saying it's an innate thing to not want to suffer. It's like, okay. That's an aspect of human nature. Is that the only aspect? Is there more shit you want to add to that? Because that answer, your human nature answer, is going to sort of lead to how we go about these other things in regards to like this discussion, right? It's gonna guide me towards a path of like, okay, these are the questions I should be asking, or okay, this prior statement doesn't make sense now because of this recent statement. And these aren't gotcha fucking thing. I don't do shit like that. I don't do gotchas. Just be real. A lot of people accuse me of that. Not you guys, but people on like Twitter or whatever the fuck. Randoms I argue with, they accuse me of that. But it's not I'm not looking to one up or win something. It's like I truly disagree with you, and I truly have to question you in order to get to like, okay, are we actually disagreeing? Are we saying the same thing in a different way? is this person more correct or whatever, or maybe even have a better answer than I have, or whatever. I got you. It goes beyond humans, but that does. Even if that's your only statement about living things, that means it is a part of human nature. Correct? Correct. The purpose of living things is to perpetuate their existence. What is the problem again? So we live to survive for something else to live and survive, for something else to live and survive. Okay. So what we're saying is things like happiness, sadness, any of these things aren't actual things. They're just chemical reactions to get us to procreate? Is that what I'm hearing?
Because depression is
Oh, am I getting that correct? Let's continue. I'm sorry, I'm wrapped up in this argument.
You probably believe this based off what you're telling me right here.
I know. I already did I don't know, I said, like, you sure you haven't listened to Psych, guys? Because this is the exact same thing they have. Like, almost word for word. But let's continue.
I've been saying it.
Let's continue. China. China.
Or they were agnostic about it, like David and Humanist Report. They were agnostic about it, or they were not saying anything about it because they didn't want to upset their friends at TYT. They also don't talk about civil liberties. They're quiet about Assange. It's the same people.
Same playbook, yeah. There's parameters to what they can cover and what they won't cover.
They got the analytics figured, man.
Yeah.
And Prop, you said that David Dole also tells people to vote for corporatists in Canada.
Yeah, he really he was during our last election, he was promoting the NDP and like disparaging the Green Party. And I don't even support the NDP or the Green Party. But then I was like, dude, why don't you ever support like the minority parties, like the Communist Party or anything like that? And he came back at me saying that the Communist Party is irrelevant and that
why don't you make it relevant?
He gave the same excuse that people gave to Jill Stein supporters, and I think he was a Jill Stein supporter. No, I don't know, but
he liked her, but he was telling people to vote for Hillary.
Yeah. So he gave that same excuse, and then he would I've heard him in the past trying to explain Canadian history, and he puts it all on the back of this party called the NDP, and it's the New Democratic Party. And the history of their party is that it's literally like a CIA cutout. There was a Red Scare in Canada. We had a really strong Communist Party. It was the second made political party in Canada. They pushed the Conservative and the Liberal Party to do all these like the New Deal, for Canada. Pretty much the same thing that happened in America happened to Canada. The minority parties pushed the Conservative and the Liberal parties to do the New Deal and actually help people out a slight bit or whatever. But before they would denigrate any of these policies and say they were stupid, and then pretty much they adopted half of the policies that were the policies that pretty much just release pressure and aren't actually changing the system, like things like healthcare and stuff. So he pushes this fake history of Canada and makes it seem like the NDP is just the fucking be-all end-all party, and if the NDP becomes the leaders of Canada, then Canada is going to be this fucking utopian place, or it's going to be, it's like Bernie Sanders' movement in Canada, and the leader of the NDP for the provincial party in my province won, and it's a very conservative province, but the NDP has farming history, being pro-farmer or whatever, So they were able to win Alberta. And this woman, Rachel Notley, she was like same as Obama, like the woke politics, but was like going and like jerking off oil companies. And like she threatened to sue BC over a pipeline. She wanted a pipeline in. So this David Dole guy is like pushing for this NDP party and obfuscating from all of these terrible things they do, and then doesn't have the balls to promote the Communist Party because they don't have a chance, he says. And to me, he doesn't want to push those parties because they'll fuck up his analytics and his view count and his money flow.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know.
So it's like, so it's basically he's a mealy-mouthed little shit who doesn't want to do the right thing but wants to feel like I'm doing the right thing. You know what I mean? Or I want people to look at me and think I'm doing the right thing. That type of shit. It's almost like what's that word? Is it psychology? Is that it? Is that the word?
CIA bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, I could be wrong though. It could just be about money. But then again, what would he need money for? Oh, I want nice things or food or whatever. Oh, fuck. That almost runs right back to, what's that word again? Psychology. Ah. Shit. This dude's individual psyche is affecting all these, because I'm sure he has a large platform. Or, relatively large compared to, like, me or whatever. Or me or Franco or any of us. So, I'm sure he has a larger platform. He's affecting all these minds, and it's like... I wonder if there's a way to be immune to, like, shit like that. Let's keep playing this. That's right.
Yeah,
what's wrong with interviewing some leaders from the Communist Party?
Right.
Okay. Because you know more than I do, propaganda. Propaganda says David Dole thinks he knows everything he needs to know. Now you tell me, do you think this... I honestly do not know. Or I honestly don't even have like enough personal information in order to make a diagnosis. I haven't studied the character enough, to be honest with you. So you tell me, what is he in this for? What is David Dole in this genre of social talk? Why is he talking about this stuff? Like you say, he thinks he knows everything he needs to know. Does that mean he's honestly doing it and he just don't fucking use my guy, you little shit.
I'm not using him.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not.
You're fighting against him, you little shit. You're using him. You're reverse boosting, son.
Reverse boosting.
Meaning you're building your other characters up by using a green mark.
He doesn't his
Look how green my guy is,
his
man.
attribute doesn't go up. This dude will forever be an 87 or below. If you knew what I did to this guy to make it more realistic to play this game, if I wanted to, I would have made everybody make a character. Like Justin would have had to make a character and make that pin escape thing a 0. To make it like you
Yeah.
with the last ride and a choke slam, you're dead. You're not getting up. You're down. You're dead.
David Dole to me is like Sam Cedar. Okay, but I can view Sam Cedar a bunch of different ways. Like, do you think David Dole's just a grifter trying to make a living off of this? Do you think has some sort of political agenda? Do you think he thinks he's doing the right thing? Do you think it's a mixture of all those things? That's the type of shit I want to hear. This is, of all your arguments, Scuff, that's the worst one I've ever heard you say. I once heard it said that a lot of people in psychology tend to be psychopaths. Jordan Peterson is a psychologist. First of all, I don't read him as a psychopath at all. I would question your credibility in regards to stop using my fucking guy.
I'm not using it.
Yeah, you are. You're using.
Stop driving my
You're
car.
reverse boosting, son. I hope he fucking. What's my moves? Rock bottom, right? I hope he rocks bottoms you through a fucking table.
You got a rock bottom
And a stunner, son. I hope he wrecks the shit out of you. Beat the fuck out of this dude. Look at his pants. Who is this man? This banana and pajama fucking looking mother freaker. But yeah. I don't know. Diagnose someone else as a psychopath, and then maybe I can give a second look at your judgment. By my opinion, of course. I could be completely wrong. All right, here we. Here's more. Wait, I want to see a prop. Answered this. Shut up. Wait. Or like a David Pakman. See, I read David Pakman as like someone who will partake in creepiness. That's how I read him. Sam Cedar I see more as like the person who like seriously hates themselves. It's just like just going along to get along. Which means like if we offer, we just gotta hit this button, it'll nuke this country, but no one will bother you after. Okay. Just leave me alone. All right. Let me see. Am I using this? Use my phone. Holy fuck, I was so far behind. Okay, so Red Sea is saying Jordan Peterson is a psychopath. What's a psychopath then? Peterson is a psychopath when it comes to Palestine and Israel. That's actually the most interesting answer I've heard so far. Like, he's a psychopath when it comes to this. It's like, that's interesting, right? Yeah, you actually stopped me there. I was going to give, like, here's why that makes sense. And then I'm realizing, like, wait, I just asked someone what a psychopath is. So it's like, now David is sold 100 that he is on the path. That he's on the path to greatness? Is he fucking Michael Jordan? The freak? He said that, or? Yeah, I know. So I'm like, oh, did you say that? And Peterson cries too much to be a psychopath. Pakman, you have a better case, but at the same time, you still gotta define. Or what do you mean by psychopath? I don't need a clinical definition. I need your definition. All right. I don't think Peterson's a psychopath at all. Now, we all have everything. I think we all have archetypes of everything, I would say. So there might be times where, like me, I wouldn't even say me in that scenario. I was going to say me when I'm playing Call of Duty. I'm like a fucking psycho. Fuck your life. But I don't even think I do that there. No, I really don't. To me, I'm like, oh, this is fun. It's playing a game. To me, it might be more of... I think sometimes I get so angry that if you were an outside observer, you'd call it psychopathy. To where it's like, I'm so angry, I'm stunted in my expressions, so I can't do anything. Like, I can't be like, ah! I'm just like, you're gonna die now. Like that type of shit. A psychopath would advocate for the eradication of a nation like Palestine. Or an idiot can do that too. An idiot could do that too. There's a different person saying that. Sociopath, sure. Just gotta make the case for it. All right. Okay. We have a new winner for the silliest comment I've seen all day. This is the winner. He's going to reverse it. He's going to get up. He's going to stone cold stun you. This is a reversal. Reversed! No! He's kicking out of that shit. Let's fucking go, motherfreaker. Alright, so this might be the silliest comment I've heard so far. The psychopaths side with religious fanatic anti-science Palestinians. Anti-science Palestinians. It's Matt Hunter. That's the silliest comment I've heard all day.
I don't take you seriously.
Why do liberals show instinctive empathy and tolerance for Islam, but instinctive contempt and skepticism for Christianity? See, I could break that down just on like psychological words. Like instinctive, what do you mean by that? How long has Christianity been around? It hasn't been around forever. Neither has Islam. So what's this instinctive thing coming from? Nah, he's kicking it. He's reversing you. Reverse boosting.
Oh, I let go of that. I don't do that.
Nah, he kicked out. Don't lie. He kicked out. Oh, you little piece of shit. Sharpshooter. He went for a pin? This ain't even me. It's just you go change his name to like Bob or something. Just name him Bob. Just call him Bob. Did he trip you and then go for a pin? Rope break. Rope break. Ref! It's ref. He's outside the rope. So. Oh, shit. You walked him away. Anyways. You got a suggestion for the most influential document. I'm making an out of 50 list. You got a suggestion for the most influential document. Most influential document. Does that mean like some sort of like political newsletter thing? That's not even me, so that's Bob. That's Bob. Nobody knows Bob.
That's the same name as you on paper.
Nah, he stole the name. He pays me to use it. So, you mean like political document, or you mean just like piece of like literature or whatever? Because I would easily throw like the Bible as like number one all time as far as influential document. But if you mean like political, like leaks and stuff like that, Daniel Ellsberg's probably up there, right? The Pentagon Papers, that's probably up there. Deep Throat. No, it's Deep Throat.
Dude, wow.
Nixon, that shit?
That's right.
And document in history. I don't know. What do you mean by document? Until then, I'll keep playing this. Jackie Bye.
Don't you want to help them out and make them bigger?
Show. It's content.
So, like, they're counterproductive from the goal of taking down the establishment and having a more representative government, because they think we can achieve it by being nice to politicians and putting the lesser evils in, because so and so is worse, even though so and so is going to deny you healthcare just as much as the other so and so in the Democratic Party. And from what you're telling me, he does it in his country. And that's what we're seeing here. The unmasking of these people who are not really in it for the progressive movement or are really misguided. Their masks are coming off, or they want their masks to come off, just like Humanist Report and David Dole. That was the bait. Because they weren't on that list because they hadn't done anything to trigger themselves to be like revealed, like these other people who were attacking Jimmy Dore. or belittling the strategy while not proposing a better strategy. They took the bait and they revealed themselves that they also want to be a part of that club that isn't actually doing anything to help people out. So that's why I call them out. That's why I call them neoliberals, because they are helping out the neoliberals. And if you want to criticize Jimmy Dore, there are ways to criticize Jimmy Dore. Check out my Discord and how people on there, they're not Jimmy Dore sycophants. We criticize Jimmy Dore and how he doesn't cover enough foreign policy sometimes because he gets too distracted on calling out the Democrats and calling out the mainstream news, which is fine because he wants to call out things that are not obvious to people on the left. But like, these are constructive criticisms that you can give Jimmy Dore, not attacking his character or bringing up past beef because he called out your imperialism. He called out you taking corporate money.
That's weird.
So that is the great unmasking.
Oh, he like punched him.
Yeah, to me it shows their insecurities. Because to me, I said that to David Dole about the communist thing in his comment section. I didn't even have to buy a super chat. He's seen it, and it fucking just like hit his brain like a bullet. And
They
he had
know
to
they're
say
phonies
something.
and they're insecure. That's why they responded to me. That's why they responded to your comment. That's why
You
they
know
got
what's
triggered
like-
by my list.
You guys
It
know
hit
what's funny
deep,
though?
dude.
Why did all these people want no smoke with Richard and Grayzone? Though? You see, you
They
peeped
blocked
that?
them. Yeah, we didn't even get into that. Check out Richard Medhurst's video on how he went in on Nomiki Khan's
Grayzone
Anna
too.
Kasparian. They couldn't debunk him when he challenged them and schooled them on Middle Eastern foreign policy and how these individuals associated with TYT
they can't go there.
pushed for regime change in those countries.
So just think about how they come after you. But Ben Norton and Max Blumenthal literally post a video of Anna giddy over Madeleine Albright. They, nothing to say to him. They block Richard.
They blocked
So it's like-
Dan Cohen when he called out Nomiki Khan's.
So they know who to stay away from. So they know something. They know who they can come at and who they can't come at.
They came at me because I'm not at the level of
Exactly.
journalism as Gray Zone, Dan Cohen,
To them,
Richard
you're
Med-
not. You know, to them you're a little fried. So they're like, nah,
That's what
we're
they
gonna
think.
bullshit.
That's what they think.
Now
Little do they
amped you
know.
up, though. They didn't know what they're doing. Now it's fucking like free publicity.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Have you got like more subs and stuff since?
Have I what?
You got like,
More subs?
subscribers?
I don't know if it's because of my other videos. Like, I've been getting a lot of subs from
he's
all
been-
the content that I've been putting out
He's been
recently.
on a run. Yeah, he's been on.
Yeah, I
he's
gained a
getting
lot from that
momentum.
interview with Kayla when I had Nico on. I also gained some subs. People, and yeah, the solo videos that I did gained a lot of subs. Also my streams. Maybe I did pick up a lot of followers on Twitter because of that list.
Yeah, that's good though, because when you say you're live, a lot of haters, a lot of people that fuck with you are gonna pull up too.
I got a lot of hate mail for that, but I also got a lot of love mail.
Yeah.
And I know I have people who have my back.
It
just
comes
like you
with
guys.
the territory, man. If you're not successful, you ain't got haters.
Look, I care about the truth. I care about working class people. That's why I call out these people, the boutique left, like Richard Medhurst called them.
Yeah.
Who are misinforming people. Misinforming people, receiving corporate money for their network, scamming people like we just got into, or having MSNBC contracts and they don't want to tarnish that MSNBC contract, which purposely misinforms people. I do this because I want the audience, the people who follow these people, to be more conscious about this. You don't have to unsubscribe to them. You don't have, and look, don't harass these people on personal things. Just call them out on the facts. Call them out on the facts.
Yeah, like the facts are on our side.
Real quick, I'm curious. I'm gonna live Twitter search this. I'm pretty sure. What's David Dole's handle? Is it just at David Dole or something? Yeah, at David Dole. He got his name somehow. I don't know how this fucker did that. Or I can do that. Yeah, David Dole at YellBRo. said something where I'm like, yeah, isn't this the guy that Romplicon like wrecked? See if I can find it. Oh, here it is.
He wrecked him on Jimmy Dore Live, right? Yeah? Fuck, my bad. I forgot how this oh shit.
Shouldn't show it, just cause. Try to save it by naming off other races, but it doesn't make any sense if Democrat voters let this man be the nominee, even if he wins the presidency, which is debatable. You'll have Trump 2.0 in 2024. Only a transformational president will prevent that. And Romplicon's like smiles and waves, meaning he told him this. Romplicon told him this. Yeah, he told him this before any of this shit was happening. I'm like, didn't you two have an argument about voting Biden? And he's now parroting your point. Someone said, sure did. I wonder if this video got deleted.
So it looks like David Dole appeared.
Parroting? No. See screenshot. Progressive Voice has a good breakdown vid. I see someone already linked to it. Here's the full conversation. Here's the full conversation. It's like you take a screenshot of your own videos. Here, look at it. Like, what? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, but you would advise voting Biden, though, right? And I got no response, of course, because I'm not propaganda. Propaganda gets responses, I don't. Somehow. Alright, let's go back to the video.
There's no need. There's no need. That's what they want. They want you to say something that give them an out. No, don't give them any out. Just hit them with the hard.
Yeah, don't go
facts.
personal. Don't go. Just
They
stick
can't
with the
refute.
facts. They can't say shit. They can't.
Yeah,
Like when I responded to Anna Kasparian with the picture of Madeleine Albright and a link to Max Blumenthal and moderate rebels calling her out on how she interviewed all these war criminals and was promoting NATO for imperialism. She didn't say shit. She didn't say shit to Max Blumenthal or Ben Norton. She ignores them or she blocks them.
She doesn't want that smoke, just like Tim Pool doesn't want that smoke. Huh? Anna Kasparian. She doesn't want that smoke about foreign policy with those guys. Neither does, like, Tim Pool. See how I brought this up before, where I was like, these two dipshitted sides, most likely grifters, will come up with the topics to argue about, and they'll argue with each other, throwing bombs across each other's castle walls. Meanwhile, the bombs are landing short and just hitting everyone in between. But essentially, they're holding each other up, right? If I say, well, like Trump's a war criminal who did this, this, and this, and he wears women's underwear. Tim Pool will jump into he doesn't wear women's underwear. Now all of a sudden, Tim Pool has life because you just made that shit up. It's like the Russia shit, right? Donald Trump has done this, this, and this, and it was on behalf of Russia. There is no Russiagate. I told you. Blah, blah, blah. What it really is China. And their arguments end up holding each other up to where they give each other life. And it's fucking sad. It's brilliant marketing if they're doing it coordinated. If they're coordinating it, it's fucking brilliant. If they're not, I guess you guys get screwed over. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
You think the filthy rich guys at Fox News have no idea what's going on with the filthy rich guys at CNN or MSNBC? The fuck out of here. Here we go.
Just like Nomiki Content Francesca Fiasco or whatever her name is, blocking Richard Medhurst and Dad Cohen.
Yeah.
They can't say shit to these legit journalists.
Word.
No name mentioned. These far leftists think Venezuela isn't out of food. Fuck.
Yo.
Little squirmy mother freaker, man.
Play that. Remember that shit? Remember that video? Play that back to back with Max Blumenthal shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Where it mentions Venezuela. That was I did a video on that.
Mentions the exact like town or city.
Oh yeah, Caracas.
Yeah.
And
Max
he's
Blumenthal's like, Caracas, yeah. And he's talking about it, and he goes there. He's like, oh my god, there's no food. Like,
these Potemkin villages. It's like, I've been to Venezuela. When? 5 years ago. I don't know.
fuck that rat, dude. That fucking little rat-faced fucker.
He's only mentioned Ben Norton once. Everyone else, he won't. No, he didn't even mention his name. He just showed it. He showed his picture and shit. He showed his profile. That's it. He won't say those fucking names. Yeah. I don't know. And I do things where I show these guys these videos, and they don't care.
It says far left or anti-war progressives. He's talking about them.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Here we go.
All right, Anthony and Prop, my brothers, thank you so much for coming on. I really enjoyed the conversation. You want to give a final shout out or a final message for everybody?
If Propaganda and Anthony had a baby, it'd look like Franco. If Anthony and Propaganda had kids, it would look like Franco. This is brilliant. Maybe you really are brothers.
Yeah, I just want to shout out the chat. Everybody's wonderful. And we're going to keep growing this community little by little. Get into Franco's Discord. Somebody sent you a super chat, too.
Yeah, shout out to North American Ape. Loving the show. My favorite thing was Cons coming in with that Tupac hit 'em up energy. Then left singing, "Where is the love?" after she got roasted. Yeah, for real. For real. She thought, like, when people showed how she was for imperialism in Libya, she didn't have shit to say. And she's like, no, all these bots are coming after me. Dan Cohen was like, no, these are real people coming after you for being an imperialist. You white savior. Like, she has a white savior complex. She thinks she's smarter than those people in Libya. That's why she went over there.
Either bots are like, you know, like say like the same thing, you know, like bots are like, or they have like paid trolls or whatever, obviously, but the majority of these people ain't fucking like just posting the same shit. It's always like very original fucking content being said.
All right, again, thank you guys. To my audience, I love you guys. Thank you so much. We're seeing a lot of success with this channel. I'm going to continue to bring on voices like this who are actually genuine. I'm going to bring on more journalists like Caleb Maupin. I'm trying to reach out to more journalists like that. And I'm going to continue to inform you guys and stick to objective analysis. So thank you guys so much for watching. Stay informed and stay conscious. Take care.
I still have his video here, like sitting.
You do?
Yeah. Hold on. I got Mouse Utopia, which actually sounds interesting to me. Venezuela, I played that from Caleb Maupin. This one I haven't played is from Anthony. And I had the Tim Cast one. Was it his face? Where you and you see a girl man like, jeez. No, just from seeing someone's face, son. I'm dead.
Imagine a fat dude, right?
Oh shit, bro.
Fat dude, right? Fat dude, right?
Yeah.
He's got no shirt on, but he's turned his back to you, right? Now, all we see is this part of his body right here. Now imagine like the dude hasn't not cut his armpit hair for a while. It's just sticking out like this. And you see like the fatness on right here. It's all fat, and you see that shit poking out. That's what that's like ugly to me, man. You know what I'm saying? It's not pleasant. That's what it reminds me of him. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Fuck that dude.
So I'm just looking at a couple things. New subscribers, yeah! Pay me! Give me money! I just heard a grunt in the background. That was James after he saw Tim Pool's face. He's like, ugh. Yuck.
I'd go out of my way.
I do want to play this. I do want to play this real quick. And then we'll try to get some of Anthony's video. It's 38 minutes long, which is tough. This I want to play, though. Mass Utopia Experiment. Hopefully Grey Walker's still here. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me pull it up on screen. Alright, here we go.
The work of Dr. John Calhoun at the National Institute of Health in Washington, D.C. has attempted to answer this question. In a unique experiment that took years to complete,
Look at this
Dr.
dirty language
Calhoun
from Red
used white
City.
mice
Sick
to
freak.
study population growth and
dare you
its
say the
effects
C
on
word.
individual behavior.
C word's reserved for Jared Taylor and nobody else. Jared Taylor's the only cunt I know.
Yo, you've heard about this, right?
Mass Utopia Experiment?
Yeah,
No.
this is fucked up, man.
No, I haven't. Let me rewind a little bit.
Experiment that took years to complete, Dr. Calhoun used white mice to study population growth and its effects on individual behavior. In addition to his renowned research papers, he has recorded some of these observations on film. In this 16-cell mouse habitat, utopian conditions of nutrition, comfort, and housing were provided for a potential population of over 3,000 mice.
Oh my god.
Yet
Before I continue, can I just make a guess? Can I make a guess?
Go ahead, you're probably right.
Oh, I don't know about that. But is it something where they create the external physical conditions of what a quote-unquote utopia would be?
Yep.
And then they're like, oh, everything will be perfect. Or, no, they're questioning what will happen as a result of all the physical conditions being good.
They want it to be a certain. You'll see. You're right, though. Trust me. Trust me. You're right.
Alright, there we go.
In spite of ideal conditions,
Do a short
the mouse
Taylor vid
population met
real
with
quick.
catastrophe.
I'd consider it.
Individuals were kept track of by color markings on their fur.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't agree with Jared Taylor on basically anything, other than maybe people shouldn't be censored. I'm sure he has some sort of opinion on that because he's been censored. Yeah, so we might have an agreement there. But other than that, it's like it's still interesting conversations to have. And I don't know why this shit gets banned. Like, this is some of the most interesting conversations you could never have just in walking around on the street. When are you gonna walk around talking about Jared Taylor? Like, never. But when I have my own YouTube channel, I can talk shit with people and we can look at these ideas. Yet his content will get banned because no one wants to have a conversation. They want to skip past it and just give me the answer. That's all I want. All right, let's continue.
Factors which normally control population growth, such as predation by owls or cats, were eliminated. Transmissible disease was also reduced. In effect, the mouse universe simulated the present situation of a continually expanding population of humans. To see how Dr. Calhoun's mouse universe grew, we'll use the familiar population graph again. Within the first 100 days, The mice went through the period Dr. Calhoun called strive. This was a period of adjustment. Territories were established and nests were made. The next period lasted about 250 days.
Nobody's more boring than
The population of the
Chomsky.
mice doubled every 60 days.
That's an insult.
This was called the exploit period. The use of resources became unequal, although each living...
I'm a future teller, and I'm going to read you the future lotto numbers that will result in $1 billion in a... I can read the future. I know exactly when you're going to die and how to avoid it. Just listen to me. And
You'll protect us, right? I'll protect you from anything, son. My focus is so keen. Nothing will prevent me from focusing on this very busy highway. And I'll throw on the radio. You know, you see the government of Chile. The worst automobile atrocity in history has took place. People say there was an assailant on the side of the bridge with a giant radio broadcasting no. You see the correlation between aggression and Chile government. Yo, some dude.
When did we come up with that? That was early on the channel. We did that shit.
I came up with it because I'm falling asleep, and I compared him to Jigglypuff.
And the cure for cancer is you just
virus in the world, and someone has a nuclear code and shit. They fucking fall asleep like this, ready? They're all sitting in unison, like 1, 2, 3. They all fall asleep. Their heads hit the button in the exact code. And the guy has the key to this.
Oh shit.
He's like,
oh shit, Vicious, what's up, man? We were actually talking about you today. Where the fuck has this motherfucker been? He was studying alien life on other planets, and all right, let's play more of this video. The cure for AIDS is you just take this chemical and you mix it. All right, here's the video.
Unit was identical in structure and opportunities. More food and water was consumed in some areas. As the population increased, most mice associated eating and drinking with the presence of others, and crowding developed in certain units. The third period, consisting of...
I know. There's some dude like, there's some dude in the back room. He's like this. He's like, apparently it is. Apparently it is.
Listen, man, we love you. You don't have to do this. Oh, I don't. Thank you. Everyone's cheering. Yeah, that's right. You don't have to do this.
No, he's like.
No, it's like he's on a balcony. He's like.
All right, let's play this.
300 days found the population of mice leveling. Most mice associated eating and drinking with the presence of others, and crowding developed in certain units.
Matt, link the video.
The third period, consisting of 300 days, found the population of mice leveling off. This was called the equilibrium period. Dr. Calhoun noticed that the newer population of mice leveling off. This was called the equilibrium period. Dr. Calhoun noted eating and drinking with the presence of others, and crowding developed in certain units. The third period, consisting of 300 days, found the population of mice leveling off. This was called the equilibrium period. Dr. Calhoun noticed that the newer generations of young were inhibited, since most space was already socially defined.
Stop lying, propaganda.
At this time, some unusual behavior became noticeable. Violence became prevalent. Excess males strived for acceptance, were rejected, and withdrew. Huddling together, they would exhibit brief flurries of violence among themselves.
I don't see Klaus Schwab's evil.
The effects of violence became increasingly visible. Certain individuals became targets of repeated attack. These individuals would have badly chewed and scarred tails. Other young mice growing into adulthood exhibited an even different type of behavior. Dr. Calhoun called these individuals the beautiful ones.
Stop lying, propaganda.
Their time was devoted solely to grooming, eating, and sleeping. They never involved themselves with beautiful ones. Their time was devoted solely to grooming, eating, and sleeping.
I heard the others.
They never involved themselves with others, engaged in sex, nor would they fight. All appeared as a beautiful exhibit of the species, with keen, alert eyes and a healthy, well-kept body. These mice, however, could not cope with unusual stimuli. Though they looked inquisitive, they were, in fact, very stupid. Dr. Calhoun called the last period the die phase, leading the population into extinction. Although the mouse utopia could house 3,000, the population began to decline at 2,200.
They got too comfortable. They got too comfortable with the, you know, this is what happens when you put people on welfare, you see.
This is a bullshit.
They just beg the government for everything. Anyways.
In the shift from the equilibrium to the die phase, each animal became less aware of associates, despite all animals being pushed closer together. Dr. Calhoun concluded that the mice could not effectively deal with the repeated contact of so many individuals.
Nah, I hear you, man. I hear you.
The evidence of violence increased to the point where most individuals had had their tails bitten to some degree. Eventually, the entire mouse population perished. Dr. Calhoun's experiment is a classic example of a typical population and its growth when left unchecked. Research in this area continues under his supervision. Currently, Dr. James...
So basically these guys are like Thanos. And they're like, there's too many of you, and you'll use up all the resources, you end up dying. So what I need to do is get this gauntlet and snap my fingers so that half of you are gone. I'll control it. I need to control the population, so I'll snap my fingers. Right?
A little more than that, but yeah. The premise, you know, because Thanos has like a, you know, I don't like saying that because, like, you know, you know what I mean? He's like, it's because of this and that. That's their excuse. They're lying.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Believer in that.
Yeah.
Essentially, like, a Nazi foot soldier with supreme power who's brainwashed.
One of the worst villains ever. We just made him a Nazi guy. All right, let's continue.
James Hill has taken the basics of the Calhoun experiment to study social behavior even more closely. In his experiments, rats are used instead of mice. Healthy individuals are selected to start the population. The rats are anesthetized so that Dr. Hill can perform a minor operation necessary to the success of his experiments. A small electromagnetic encapsulated device is implanted into every rat. This small unit enables...
What was that science experiment where they weren't using animals and shit, they were using light and electrons and shit like that, like where the scientists' observations actually change the results of the experiment just from observing it? So it's like, I wonder what happens if you plant a fucking device in something, if it affects its behavior at all. Just saying. Not saying, you know, it'd be some crazy different result. Just saying, hey, if I pulled you aside, drugged you, knocked you out, implanted a device in you, would you behave different? That's all. That's all I'm asking. That's it. Anyways.
Sensing devices to keep track of the movement and position of each individual in the population. After surgery, the rats are introduced to their new multi-leveled home, all at the same time.
And what are they used to? Holes and shit?
The rats immediately begin to explore their new environment, prior to organizing territories and nesting. Dr. Hill will trace how individuals move about in crowded situations. This movement is followed by tubular sensing devices. Every time a rat enters or passes through a tube, the unit detects and registers its presence. This constant movement is monitored by computer. Nesting activity is also studied. Dr. Hill has observed that the larger the population, the less care a mother gives to her nest and young. The same type of individuals that resulted in the mouse utopia are also emerging in the rat population. There are aggressives, asocials, and outcasts. Though these studies use animals, the findings about population growth and individual behavior are being closely compared to our own human population. Like all populations that have existed on this planet, many researchers believe that the human race has reached a crucial point in the exploit phase, a point where important decisions must be made and careful planning implemented if we are to survive. The study of plant and animal populations helps us to make decisions about the future of our human population, so that we may maintain our own balance with nature.
Thanks, Opeth. You don't have to do stuff like that. It is what it is. That's... If someone's doing that seriously, then it's some sort of... It's ideological. It's like, what's his name? James, Fuck. The fucking... The genetics guy. To where it's like, wow.
No, it's self-fulfilling prophecy.
Your thing became pathological. Interesting. It's like a baseball player. Oh, wait. That football player, Kellen Winslow, right? He was a tight end, right? And he did some interview which caught, he caught a lot of slack for it. Because what did he say? I'm a fucking soldier. I'm a soldier. It's like, oh, your pathology is sourced around your occupation, what you do for a living. Like you playing football and the mentality you have to play, or the mentality you have to play NFL football around these fucking killers and shit. It's like, I'm a fucking soldier. Meanwhile, people are like, dude, chill out. It's just a sport, bro. These reporters, these toothpick reporters. It's just a sport, bro. This dude's like, I'm a fucking killer. What are you fucking talking about? It's like that. Easy, man. I do would rip your head off of your fucking body. Just on intensity alone. Only society stopping that motherfreaker. This 6'5", 260 something fucking tight end's gonna rip you apart. Yeah, I know.
He slapped him. Is it fake, man? Is that fake?
Yeah, I know. I told you to link it, Matt. So you said Corbett went over that. Do you remember which video?
Not exactly.
Oh, what the fuck? Can you see that? That's the video you recommended, Matt. Oh, no, wait. I can watch it. But it says the following content has been identified by the YouTube community as inappropriate or offensive to some audiences. Viewer discretion is advised.
So, it might have been I'm sure it was Corbett
Or it was like when Corbett was featured on what's it called? Grand Theft World.
Yeah.
I'll find it.
Oh, his channel's still there. I thought he said he got kicked.
Me too.
No, 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 no. That's not his channel. That's someone made it. Someone made a mirror. I bet. Who Kills Whom? The Truth About Black Crime by J. I could have sworn we went over this a bunch of times already.
The fact that we're done talking about it shows something.
Yeah. Cause this is gonna end up stopping me. Cause I'm gonna end up like listening to like 10 seconds and stop. Like, okay, what about this? And blah blah blah. Also, I end up talking. Turns it into 80 minutes. I'm like, fuck.
I got all day, dude.
It's like almost Christmas Eve, like, bro. Bruh. I got Anthony's video. I got it. I got Lagatha, who's fucking gorgeous, by the way. The character Lagatha from Vikings. I'm like, huh.
Isn't Edge on Vikings?
Yeah. I kind of stopped watching at that point when he was on. I watched some. He was on there. No, he wasn't terrible. They sort of used him like he was like a we don't know if this guy's a good guy or a bad guy type thing, and he played the role pretty good, as far as like making me like I didn't even know it was Edge at first. Really? I'm watching it and I'm like, is that fucking Edge? It's like, is that Edge? I had no idea, which means he did a good job. Let's see.
Well,
I'll have this on the side, Jack.
Yeah, you gotta play that wrestling.
Fuck. Is Anthony here? I don't know if I can get through all this, man. This is a fucking half-hour video. Let's see if I can skip ahead and see what happens. What the fuck? I won't play. There we go. Lagatha Lothbrok. Ragnar Lothbrok. That's actually the theme song.
What is up, guys? Hope you're all doing well out there in these hard times. So welcome back to another live stream.
He's a
We're going to
Targaryen.
be talking about Jimmy Dore's proposition once again, or the impact that it's had. Now, this is not about Jimmy Dore, but a lot of people have been trying very hard who don't like this idea and who don't like Jimmy Dore to make it about Jimmy Dore. So in this video, this is not about Jimmy Dore. This is about some of the arguments that were made on the Majority Report, which I've been forced to watch. Because and forced is a wrong word, because I want to know exactly what they're saying. I mean, what are their arguments against doing this? Because I'm honest 100%. I always consider people's arguments to see if the other side has anything valid to say. So I've been listening to I've listened to an entire three-way podcast that they did with Ben Dixon, Emma Vigeland, and Sam Cedar. I've had to get over the fact that I can't stand Emma Vigeland's and Sam Cedar's voices. But this one was between the one we're going to take a look at today.
Oh, stop it.
Jamie Peck showed up here. Now, Jamie Peck is somebody I feel very sorry for. So this is not a personal attack on Jamie Peck. Jamie Peck, Jesus. Jamie Peck is like the communist punching bag over there at Majority Report. I saw a video like a couple of months ago of where Sam Cedar was like yelling at Jamie Peck. I feel very sorry for her, and she seems like a very sad person.
Just watch what happens when she leaves. I'm not even joking. Watch this chick. She's going to end up leaving. And she's going to expose so many all the bullshit happening over there at the Majority Report. The Jamie Peck girl. I'm sure of it. And she's gorgeous. She's an asshole, but she's beautiful. I mean, I hate her. I love her. I don't know. I don't know. All right, seriously, disclaimer. Yeah, I think she's fucking gorgeous. Anyways.
And like just looking at her, I feel very bad for her.
Fine,
Not to insult her, I'm just saying exactly what I'm feeling, and I feel sorry for her. So this is not a video attacking Jamie Peck. Okay, I feel very bad for her. She seems like a very sympathetic person. I don't want to attack her, and I'm not. But she said so many dishonest things regarding this forced to vote thing, and I want to address that because I think it's important for people to hear. If people who actually watch Majority Report find this video, I'm not trying to attack them on bad faith. Now, Sam Cedar and Emma Vigilant, they also talk, but they're lying every single second they speak. So I don't think they're honest actors. So I'm not gonna give them the time of the day. And I listened to all their arguments. Their arguments are trash. Okay, there's nothing that they said that precludes doing what Jimmy's asking AOC to do. Nancy Pelosi is already your enemy. Their basic argument, Ben Dixon and all the people at the Majority Report, they're like, Nancy Pelosi's gonna hate you. You're not gonna get any committee assignments. Therefore, don't do anything. I got newsflash for you, Sam. It's even with AOC kissing Nancy Pelosi's ass for the last 2 years, she still didn't get a goddamn committee assignment. Okay, Kathleen Rice got it, a goddamn Republican posing as a Democrat, just like Nancy Pelosi. Okay, so your playing patty cakes with Nancy Pelosi strategy has failed. It's time to try something effing new. Okay. So the empirical evidence on the ground shows that they're wrong. But this, to be fair to them, was on December 16th. So this was not yesterday or the day before, on the 18th, when Nancy Pelosi she played, fun games to make sure that AOC didn't get that committee position on the Commerce and Healthcare. The committee that governs commerce and healthcare. So that's what you would need to control in order to actually implement Medicare for all. And a bunch of neoliberals run that committee now. AOC playing hard. You know how Kathleen Rice wanted? She threatened to not vote for Nancy Pelosi as speaker. Exactly what Jimmy Dore is telling AOC to do. Threatened to say, all of us as a bloc, we're not going to effing vote for you if you don't give us any progressive wins for Americans. It's not really for us because we're not the one. All the people that are Jimmy Dore has healthcare. I don't, and a lot of people who are pushing for Jimmy's idea, like Kyle, they have healthcare. Okay, it's the regular people that they're fighting for. 68,000 Americans that die every year because they don't have healthcare. That's according to the latest Lancet study. Okay, people keep saying it's 30,000 and 45,000. Those are old stats. The newest number is 68,000 Americans. February 2020 is the last Lancet study that came out that showed that 68,000 Americans die because they can't go to the hospital because they don't have health insurance. Okay, 68,000 Americans who are dying. That's what this is about. This is not about effing Jimmy Dore. Okay, but anyways, like I said, this is not.
Okay, I mean, I hear that a lot, which always worries me as a person who tries to pay attention to everything, everything in my immediate surroundings and whatnot. Or it's like that's been a constant thing being brought up, right? This isn't about Jimmy Dore. I've heard that many a times.
Yeah, it is.
Huh?
Yeah, it is.
It just makes it interesting. All right, to be honest, I suspect where this guy wants to go, and I'm honestly getting tired. I do want to get to these guys' videos. So, okay, Mass Utopia we did. 60 majority for it. Oh, no, go back. Okay. Okay, so this one's only 2 minutes, 25 seconds. And it'll work in perfect contrast with the Jared Taylor video that we're going to end off on. Why is 90% of your content about Jimmy Dore? Really? Who are you talking about? Me? I don't know. I really like Jimmy Dore. What do you want me? I got a crush. I got a man crush. What do you want from me? Alright. The name of this video is Black Panther Party distributes free groceries, I guess in 1972, from Afro-Marxists. Here we go. Hopefully that's visible.
Well, all these groceries, way over 6,000 bags of groceries, being given away free. Tomorrow night, the Black Panther Party has organized the whole conference, and tomorrow night at the Oakland Auditorium, that's Wednesday, tomorrow night at 6 p.m., we expect way over 6,000 people to come down and get their free bags of groceries, and also to register to vote, to unify the vote around the very concrete program, so that in the future, the black community and other poor oppressed people in any kind of vote will be unified around concrete survival programs like this, so that people won't be asked by the politicians to endorse them, but the politicians will have to endorse people's community survival program, such as free food, because people got to eat every day.
This is a new approach for the Black Panther Party, isn't it?
It's not per se a new approach. It's some new kind of work. It's all related to our original vision of the Black Panther Party over 6 years ago. See, the Black Panther Party organizing this kind of operation really shows that we're implementing the original vision of the Black Panther Party.
You pussball. Alright. So once again, like, okay. Like I've heard this from Scuffed already tonight, where it's like, we want to get these things done so that people can do the inner exploring. But what happens if they do that inner exploring, and then it's like, oh fuck, we could have fixed this like this back then. Why don't we do that? And now your heroes are now they were behind the times. They didn't know they were George Washington. They owned slaves, but they tried to do something good with, the Bill of Rights or whatever the fuck, Declaration of Independence. They tried, but they were idiots for their time period. Hopefully you see what I'm saying now. Anyways, let's continue.
There are a lot of grocery items still to be put into these bags, the biggest one being a fresh chicken. That'll be put in at the last minute tomorrow. The Black Panthers estimate that the value of each of these grocery bags is in excess of $10. Ed Arno for Eyewitness News in Oakland.
Hey, Matt Hunter, did anyone try to sabotage the Black Panther Party? let me guess. No, I have no idea. This is me completely guessing, not even joking. Completely guessing. No. I'm completely guessing right now. Did they wait till these guys started doing shit like this before they started ending them? Huh? How about Fred Hampton? How about Malcolm X? How about guys like that? Did they wait till they started doing things like, oh, free groceries, make sure everyone's fed? Is that when they got disbanded or broke up or sometimes even killed?
That's official.
Yeah, I know, COINTELPRO. Yeah. But I'm asking Matt Hunter a question. Speaking of Matt Hunter, here's your video, which is going to piss everyone off. Hopefully it doesn't get me banned. All right, here we go.
Hello, I'm Jared Taylor with American Renaissance. Big tech is making it very hard to find my videos. So if you like what you see, I'd appreciate it very much if you send the link to some of your friends. You may have heard about Cannon Hinnant. He was a 5-year-old boy, a white boy, shot to death at point-blank range earlier. I'm Jared Taylor with American Renaissance.
Notice the context. This is going to piss
Big
people
tech is making it very hard to find my videos. So if you like what you see, I'd appreciate it very much if you send the link to some of your friends. You may have heard about Cannon Hinnant. He was a 5-year-old boy, a white boy, shot to death at point-blank range earlier this month while he rode his bicycle, right in front of his 2 sisters.
Didn't we watch this?
The killer was a next-door neighbor, a 25-year-old black man, Darius Sessoms. This was just a local story until there was social media outrage and Breitbart News published an article called "Say His Name Trends" after media do not report on alleged murder of 5-year-old Canon Hinnant. Big media then stepped in gingerly, sometimes not even mentioning race. New York Times ran a short AP article about the North Carolina boy being remembered for his big smile, but no photo of the boy who smiled, and certainly no photo of the killer. This was an interesting contrast to a Times article called "White Man Accused of Brandishing Gun at Black Teenagers in a McDonald's is Arrested."
I can do nothing but laugh, but fucking giggle. Is it?
I wish me and this guy were on a podium.
Oh
in front
boy.
Of, like, thousands of people.
I think it might have to be me though.
Why? Oh, was you black?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this dude's a fucking idiot, and he needs like, he really needs that. He needs like, it's Jesus would float down and be like, "Fuck, I gotta change skin colors for this piece of shit," to make him like wake up to some degree. Fuck. But yeah. Look at the New York Times. Like, people don't like the fucking New York. Like, actual people don't like the fucking New York Times in the first place. They know about the fucking whole agenda of selling, of, you know, corporate management, of multiculturalism. Normal people know about this. Some people make livings off of it because of this shit, right? Since 2016 happened, right? There's people who make YouTube channels and all that shit saying, "Look, they're woke. Get woke, go broke," shit, right? And they're getting rich off of it because it's receptive to people. Like, yeah, the mainstream is trying to sell us this narrative. This dude will go a step further, obviously, because he's a numbnuts. He's a dipshit. He really is. Well, I remember when I was a kid and I was cheering on the white boxer against the black boxer. Why?
Who said that?
Jared fucking Taylor.
Oh, he said that?
Yes.
I thought he was on Rogan. He's like, what?
No, Rogan said that too.
No, he's like,
and he
what
looked.
the fuck am I doing?
He looked at himself as like, "What the fuck is wrong with me?" Yeah. This dude was like, "That's the way to go." And then from then on, never liked boxing again. I'm joking. Triple G happened.
It's not white.
Eastern European, you're white.
He doesn't look white.
Okay, American white. He's waiting for Mickey Ward.
What's his name? Joe. Cal something. He had a
Calzaghe?
An older Roy Jones.
Okay.
Tyson Fury. Oh, he's a gypsy. My bad. He's impure. My bad.
Yeah, true that. I'm just gonna play more. Here we go.
The Times assigned a reporter to that important story and ran a mugshot and put race right in the headline. Just for
Hey, Jared, you ever think these guys are trying to manipulate people like you too?
It's not only that. Why do people? Why
You ever think that?
Why do dumb people in society buy into that? Oh, because, you know, if we read what society has been through, at least with collective people, then it's easy to understand why there'd be an easier outrage over white guy kills black child rather than. You know what I'm saying here?
He's either a creeper or he's that level of ignorance that he doesn't think the New York Times would put stories out to manipulate people like him or anybody.
I would. We should invite him on.
It's easy.
We should invite him on.
Give me the keys to the New York Times studio or whatever the fuck, and let me print stories. Oh, this dude's spinning.
Yeah.
That's terrible, man. Where's your Constitution at? Fuck. Anyways, I'll try. I can try again. There we go.
for getting into an argument and waving a gun.
Desperado.
Canon Hinnant's father says race had nothing to do with the killing, and maybe he's right. But the police are mum so far on motive. Again, that's an interesting contrast with all the famous killings when race goes the other way. George Floyd,
Stop
Michael
being
Brown,
triggered and play it.
Trayvon Martin,
I'm telling you how your daddy is probably being manipulated, and you don't even. Whatever.
Play it through.
Let's keep playing it.
Ahmaud Arbery, Philando Castile.
Stop being manipulated and play the video.
Sandra Bland, all victims of racism, right? In fact, there is no evidence of a racial motive in any of those cases, but the media tell us over and over it was pure racism. Now let's look at a few.
Because I trust the New York Times so fucking much. There's no narrative being sold by CNN.
When we're done live
They're being completely honest.
When we're done live stream, we're going to go to the temple and pray to the New York Times, right?
Yep. If it bleeds, it leads. Remember the 90s where even Michael Moore made like a thing like, oh, every news story is unnamed black man robs some sort of store. That's the headline of every nightly news broadcast. Now Matt Hunter will tell you, because it's true, that's why. Meanwhile, it's like, if it bleeds, it leads. Like, as far as like, this is the most, people watch this shit the most. What do you want to see on Cops? You want to see redneck white guys arguing in their trailer parks where they're not actually violent, but they get arrested, and you get to see it on camera, to where they're cursing you out and their faces are blurred out. A tit might fall out, something here or there. That's what Cops was. Are you serious? He's a literal fucking rat in the fucking cage. Literally.
Netflix with their murder documentaries.
Stop being triggered. I'm trying to help this fucking piece of shit. He's not a piece of shit, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to help this fucking guy. It's like, holy shit, man. You ever think these people lie to you? Holy fuck. You haven't figured that out yet?
It's a, you know what? Just being honest.
Holy shit.
It's a wonder. Sarcasm. It's a wonder why this guy doesn't come on live. So maybe we can get your daddy to come on live. Spank him, and you'll find another mental gymnastic way to get out of that. well, you use your magic to get out of that.
Your Negro magic. Your Aunt Jemima magic.
You Michael Jordan jump high. Piece of shit.
You Jumpman 23 having ass. Alright, here we go.
Satchel Paige wearing piece of shit.
It's like, fuck. A brainwashed man might be actually trying to brainwash other people. Unfucking real. Holy shit.
Actually, it's...
I can't wait. I wish I could see his movie at the end. I wish. Let me fucking take a seat right next to you and just watch this film play out. That's dark, but you know what I mean. Nah. But I'm fucking curious. I'm curious. What led here?
You're seeing the prequel. Just think of it like that. This is the prequel.
Here we go.
A few recent interracial crimes. At the beginning of April, the first of two black teenagers, Arthur Fisher and Akima Truesdale, was arrested for killing a white teenager. They were all driving together in the white teenager's car. They stopped, got out of the car, and Arthur Fisher shot Logan Stacks to death, and the two blacks stole the car. That's about all we know. Was race a motive? No one's even asking. You may recall that on May 15th, this young black fellow, Jaden Hayden, used 75-year-old Norman Bledsoe as a punching bag. The attack went on for several minutes. Mr. Bledsoe had a broken jaw, broken ribs, and later died from the beating. Did race have anything to do with it? Don't ask.
What the fuck is this?
Don't tell. In May last...
That looks like mental illness. What the fuck was that? If he's actually hitting a person, he's doing it like that. That looks like some sort of like, what the fuck's happening here? Yeah. That's fucking weird.
Last year in the Bronx, 23-year-old Tamar Bishop beat a white woman bloody. Then he raped her, punched and kicked her some more, and left her unconscious with a broken nose, broken teeth, and vomiting blood. He brought over a friend to show her the wreckage and explained she was a white girl. She deserved it because us minorities have been through slavery. They used to beat us and whip us.
He's taking that as a serious, like, diagnosis. This dude has, I think this dude has mental issues.
I believe so as well.
That's fucking weird, bro. That's fucking weird, bro.
It's because there's a documentary.
It's like, whoa, do you go around and do you go on the internet and it's like black kid committing crime against white kid? Do you actually search that and just please, more? Do you get it's like, hey man, do you get a quiet thrill from that? It's like, whoa, bro. Fuck. What's your movie gonna look like?
Dude does have a history. Go to Phil Donahue. When he was on that, people were like this. What? Yeah.
So you gotta focus on it because it's 0.00013 of the population doing this. So I need to focus on them. I don't bring up mental illness. I bring up race only.
Race realism.
Fucking hell, man. Why am I watching this? It's all right. This was more. Of course it is. We've already given the calm, cool responses. Now I'm just shitting on them. We've given you responses, like legitimate responses. You've ran away, had no counter arguments, and moved on. So we're like, oh, I'll just make fun of this guy from now on. Or shit on him, or whatever. Or sympathize, which I'm doing right now. This is sympathy. It's like, fuck, dude. Fuck. Say, hey, man, you ever heard of this? It's a place called Fat Burgers. They make these giant fucking hamburgers, man. That exists in this world. Along with black youths killing other kids. Maybe white kids or whatever. Kids killing kids. These black kids killing these white kids. That happens too. See this over here? These are the Atlanta Braves. Get to watch a baseball game. That exists in this world too. Why are you over here focused on this? Logic, just dumb guy logic would point that out.
Oh, you know
hey man, why are you over here looking at this?
That. He ran away from that. This is what I asked him. Ready? I said, who and or what is making you? Who and or what? Who, as in, is it somebody or is it what? As in, what constitutes you as a person, right? As a being. To investigate this. Why? He ran away from that. He played semantics, and I made myself perfectly clear.
Yeah.
And then he ran away.
No, it's very simple. See, he can write text in a chat, but has no substance, nothing behind it, really, because he already knows. We already saw him earlier today bring up a point that I already made. So I'm like, you stealing my points and trying to say I didn't say them already? What's going on here? What's your pathology? So I have to assume you're trolling. Like I read that earlier comment where I'm like, so you say capitalism's evil? It's like, no, I make an argument against that. No. Check this Jared Taylor video out. You're too easy, man. Just being real with you. I suspect you're trolling, but as easy as you are, this dude's easier. That's a problem, bro. And that's your daddy. That's a problem. Anyways, here we go.
There was clearly
almost out of here, guys.
And that's probably why you never heard about this. Tamar Bishop may not know who George Washington was, but he has sure had an earful about slavery. Why shouldn't he take revenge?
What facts? State the fact. Bet you can't. I bet you're going to put some sort of spin on it to make you feel better. Give me the fact.
I almost want to, 14 people are in the chat, right? I almost want to ask them personally for at least 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 15 at the most, 15. Do not put anything in the chat and just let him answer these questions. Seriously. Just observe. Do your best not to put anything in the chat.
He's all right.
That's a hypothetical, Bob.
Questions were already asked that haven't been answered. Still.
No, I'm just saying, like.
Them shits are still in the bullpen, son.
Everybody, watch this. Watch what happens here. He won't call in. Just take a step back. Don't put anything in the chat, and just let him answer these questions. And you'll see in real time, without any distraction, what this is.
You want to hear something interesting? Is that Matt Hunter's been around for a while on our channel, right? Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen him go, "Huh, got you triggered." I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think I've seen him ask, like, why are you so triggered? But not like this, where it's like, I actually got him. Yes. Why is that? Like, were you constantly lying to yourself in order to reach a point where you feel like you did something.
Name 3 things Taylor has said that isn't true.
No, I told you, name a fucking fact. Name the fact for me.
If you can't, that means you're a homosexual.
Name the fact for me. You said, what did he say? What did he say?
He said,
why do facts trigger you? Tell me the fact. Tell me the fact that triggered me.
They're facts.
Or facts.
There's multiple ones.
Or facts.
There's several facts.
Please, tell me. And then we'll go from there. In which case, you will be wrecked. Already established. Already happened before. Anyways, let's continue.
Paul and Lydia Marino, in their 80s, visited the grave of their son in Delaware nearly every day. On May 8th this year, a black man, a stranger to them, named Sheldon Francis, walked up to them right in the cemetery and shot them to death. Racial motive? Don't ask, don't tell. On June...
That's early 2000s Fox News level of shit. Granted, and then I look at this guy. Where is he? It's like, Just on an aesthetic assessment. Once again, I'm like, is there anybody home? So once again, these things don't come into consideration. And also, Jared isn't telling me. So this is all the crime happening in the entire world? Why is this the only crime he mentions? That's weird, right? That's fucking weird, bro.
Sheldon Francis walked up to them right in the...
Hey, Matt, what was Jared's stance on what happened in Syria?
That happened this year, he says.
Okay.
So I'll answer your question. See that? You see?
What fact triggered me? Still waiting for an answer. Name the fact.
Cemetery and shot them to death. Racial motive? Don't ask, don't tell.
Hold on, I'll pull it up real fast, Jack. Depends on how long. Oh, dude, it's fucking hour long. I can't play that. I'm gonna be out of here soon. Remind me next time. I'll have it. I'm scared of the. I'm scared of the facts.
That's what I mean. Like when I said, like if everyone just took a break from the chat, they're still in the chat. You know what I mean?
No, it just reminds. Yeah, go ahead.
Like they're still in the chat, but they don't comment anything. They say just for 10 minutes, just don't comment anything except this dude. And as we ask him questions, you'll see exactly what the fuck we mean.
It's
Watch
like
how painfully obvious this is. Hold on.
No, let me go for a second here.
He's not answering the question.
It's like a child, or it's like some dude asking you, like, "Hey, man, hey, do you want an orange soda?" And you're like, "Oh, no, I'm good, man. I don't want it. I'm good." What, are you mad at me? No, I'm not mad at you. I just don't want to drink. Okay. 5 minutes later. Hey, man, you want some orange soda? I already told you I don't want anything to drink. And honestly, I don't even like soda, to be honest with you. You sure, man? Yeah, I'm sure. You're not mad at me or anything, right? No, I'm not mad at you, Ben. I just don't want any fucking soda. You're starting to curse now. What happened? Oh, I'm just saying, I don't want any fucking soda, man. You're still cursing again. You mad at me? No, I'm not mad at you, man. You sure you're not mad at me? I'm not fucking mad at you, man. He's mad. Got him. This is this motherfreaker. You think I'm joking? That's what this guy is. That's what this fucking guy is. That's what he does.
What's that? Emotional reaction.
We answer his questions, we do all this shit, and then a repeated, like the same type of questions over and over again. And I'm like, no, man, I don't want any fucking orange soda. Totally got you mad. You were mad the whole time, weren't you? It's like, what do you want me to do with that? What do I do?
He hasn't answered the question. See that?
He's probably, I swear to God, this dude's in a dorm room somewhere giggling his little ass off. I swear to God. I wouldn't be, he's trolling the entire time. He's in some dorm room fucking giggling his ass off. He's in Florida, some fucking dorm room. I got him. Fucking shit. Yeah. So you can put down information. I don't mind that. He hasn't banned anyone. He's okay in my book. Sure. Yeah. Muay Thai I don't mod because he will ban people. That's why I'm not letting him anywhere near that shit until we have our troll channel where he's the only mod. He's the king mod.
He's the only. No one's gonna watch. He's gonna ban everybody.
I know, but it'll be funny.
YouTube's like, "Make one for us."
Be funny, and he'll have a place to. He'll have his own sandbox to play in. You know. Maybe he'll make some friends.
Look at this. Was the killing of career criminal George Floyd racially motivated?
Never said that.
No, he's talking to Vicious E. But you see that shit? One, he didn't answer the question. Two, like that crap. He's talking to someone else, but I'll still read it because I don't give a shit. It's like that crap. It's like, what? This fucker would never appear in front of people saying this.
No.
Because you're a coward.
Let's continue.
You're a coward.
We're almost done. If he doesn't answer the question in a certain amount of time, I'm just going to stop watching.
Why are you not addressing the point? Fuck it. Get rid of this video. That's enough.
Why are you not addressing the point? What point? What point? He didn't make a point yet, just so you know. Oh, how come they're not calling this racially motivated? That's not a point.
You know what?
What's the point? What do you think the point is there?
How about this? Until the end, we'll do the same thing like last time. He got pit. He got like a little like angry like a toddler. Until he answers our question, we don't fucking respond. Yeah, I'll keep track.
What are you, triggered?
No, it's just this is just stupid. It's annoying. You can't have a conversation.
This is a repeat of shit we've done already, man.
Go on to the other someone else's video.
Oh, I'm not playing the Alice Walker video. I'll play it. We'll be live Saturday, right? There's fights on Christmas Eve. Yes, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of that. I don't want to get coal for Christmas this year.
Were you bored? Huh?
Alice Walker on Cuba and Fidel Castro.
Walks up to you kind of slow, and he's like,
Alice is kind of cute. Not gonna lie. Alice Walker's kind of cute.
I'm just joking.
I don't think I've ever seen her face. She's kind of cute.
There's no fight Saturday as far as I
No, really?
No MMA.
No MMA or boxing. Ah, shit. We can still game or just go live for no reason. My phone's about to fucking die, isn't it?
I got one right here.
I want that charger though, so give me that shit. Bro.
God, yeah.
Ah, give me that thing, man. Fuck. You. Fuck. See, that's Matt. He's the fucking judge in Chappelle show. You fuck. Convert to Islam.
Do a live voice chat, Jordan.
Oh, I can have that running by Saturday. I have Discord and all that shit ready to go.
We know who's not gonna do that. At least
I know who will.
At least 4 people.
All right, guys. Was there a shorter video I missed out on? No, that's fucking 30 minutes. That's an hour. Fuck this. I'll let it sit up there for a while. I'll leave you guys with some Tim Pool face. Pause.
Play 2 seconds of it. Watch how his face changes.
Yeah, Matt, I'm running away from the video because it triggers me, and the information is so true that I have no wiggle room to get around it.
Wait, are you leaving? Are you leaving to go rob a bank? With
Yep.
white people in it?
I'm looking to rob a bank, but I'm going to purposely fuck up the execution so that I have to kill a civilian in order to get by. I'm going to look for the whitest person I can see. And pregnant. And then, do I rape them before I kill them or after I kill them?
No. What you do is you step over them like AI. And then
I spawn a basketball and I cross them over. Then I walk away.
You know what this dude
I
called
walk
me?
over
He
their
called
broken
me
ankles.
When I point out his bullshit, when I talk about like white collar crime and like war criminals and shit like that.
Yeah.
And these guys, just being honest, majority of them happen to be fucking white. Just saying. And I point out that goes unaccounted for. You know, he called me. What this dude called? He called me a self-hating white man. That's who you're dealing with.
Watch this dude be Uncle Ruckus, son. No joke. He's a real. Play first 15 minutes. I want to get out of here, Jack. I'll play it next stream.
Sigh. Dude, shut up and go to sleep.
It's like it's telltale signs you're trolling, man. These are all the signs of trolling.
Well, if I sense a troll, I just won't do any video requests.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't give I'm doing it. You can forgive me later. Are you okay?
All right, guys. I'm really tired.
If I were in your shoes and I believe what you do, I'd run away too.
If I were in your shoes and believed as you do, I'd run away too. That's right.
Yep. So,
hey, bye.
With your supreme,
I'm running by.
With your supreme
Went the wrong way.
athletic
Bye.
legs and your extra heel bone. I know. Let's go to the hospital. There's some pregnant one right now, maybe. Let's kick them in their stomach with your fucking supreme athletic explosiveness. How about it?
Like if I were in your shoes, Matt, I'd run away too, just a lot slower and less athletic.
Gumpy.
You gotta be racist sometimes. So.
Shorter as well, and
there's no third leg holding you down. Nothing slowing you down there. You can push through that shit.
There's no woman in the back calling you back because she's low with you.
All right, guys. Seriously, we're out of here. Peace out. Don't forget to share Devon's journey to recovery. Hopefully, Pyramid gets that site or their donation part of it back up to help them out with their medical bills. Please share Devon's journey on Twitter, wherever the fuck you can. Devon's journey to recovery. GoFundMe link in the description box. Like someone like clips this out. I found an inspiring story of a man doing charity and. Never mind. We're canceling that account. We're moving away from them. Shh. All right. So guys, yeah, please share that link. Devon's journey to recovery. GoFundMe link in the description box. With all that said, give this video, except for Matt Hunter. Matt Hunter, give this video a thumbs up. Everyone else, give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in, and then you wanna get out. When you get the money to buy yourself a castle, how will you wear your leisure? You zipper back and front on the fence together. Weekends in weather.